The damage was already done, and I finally understood why. I had made my choice long ago, and now its echo was pulling me in. The four absolutes of the southern sky faced off against the three grand elders of the Yun family. But before the seven monarchs could clash together, a distortion in the air had twisted into a gigantic vortex. The movement of the three grand elders immediately slowed, and at this time, the air above warped once more as three more people appeared from the empty air. As they explosively descended to the ground, their aura practically did not lose in any way to those of the four absolutes of the southern sky. 10 great monarchs, and all of them were mid- or late-stage monarchs at that. Their auras intermingled with one another, and like the billows of a vast ocean, they hid the sky and covered the earth. The combined power of 7 monarchs working together. This was a power that normal people didn't even dare imagine. Besides Demon Imperial City, the rest of the regions within the illusory demon realm, even if it was the biggest sky demon city, would not be able to present 7 monarchs. Even though the 3 grand elders of the Yun family were strong, they were definitely not going to be able to come near Duke Huai if he was under the protection of 7 mid to late stage monarchs. At this time, an aura that was exceedingly scorching hot suddenly enveloped the air and descended. This was clearly an aura of blazing heat, but the moment it descended, the entire audience felt a sudden chill run through their body. Following the distortion of the air, under the stunned gaze of all those present, the little demon empress figure appeared between the 3 grand elders of the Yun family and the 7 great monarchs. On her body, a scarlet gold figure of the Golden Crow materialized for an instant, and following that, it released an endlessly blazing splendor. In a split second, the entire great hall, and even all the space that lay within the audience's line of sight, became covered in a red glow. "This is," Yun-Chi couldn't help but yell in a low voice, "Golden Crow Third Realm, Burning Sun Rupture." In the air that had turned a scarlet red, the endless and boundless Golden Crow flames swiftly agglomerated as it became a blazing hot, eye-scorching but divine and sacred figure of the Golden Crow. It tore apart the scarlet red world, penetrated through space, and flew towards the 7 monarchs who stood in front of Duke Huai. In an instant, the gathered power of those 7 great monarchs, which was strong enough to destroy a city, disappeared into thin air. The world around them began fracturing into countless small pieces, and this was followed by the space completely collapsing. In that instant, their sight and their thoughts were not occupied with any other existences. There was only that endless scarlet red flame sea. The messages that their powerful mental energy relayed to him was that these flames had already invaded their bodies and had even invaded their very souls. Under these flames, their monarch-level physical and spiritual resistance were completely useless and did not provide even a shred of resistance. Bang! Amidst the explosive fracturing sound, the fire light which filled the sky contracted and dispersed completely, and the 7 monarchs flew out into the distance like 7 broken sacks. Their heads, body, and 4 limbs were completely enshrouded by the scarlet gold flames. Even the souls inside their bodies were being mercilessly burned away by these flames. The 7 monarchs crazily rolled about on the ground as they wailed in anguished pain. They finally knew why exactly Duke Han had let out such miserable and wretched screams. The sensation of being burned by the Golden Crow flames were like countless blades cutting and gouging every inch of flesh and every nerve in their body. Despite their mental fortitude, which was far greater than that of a normal person, they could only endure it for a few breaths before wishing for instant death. A monarch's last-ditch attack when he or she had descended into despair was originally something that was extremely terrifying. But these 7 monarchs only cried out and wailed, and not a single one of them had launched an attack in despair which would release all their profound strength. Because if they even tried to activate their profound energy, it would instantly be incinerated. As for those experts belonging to Duke Huai Palace who were waiting in the shadows and preparing to rush forward to protect Duke Huai, they felt their bodies come to a rigid standstill, their entire bodies shaking like a sieve as they did not dare to take another step forward. 10 breaths later, the crying and the wailing stilled. The little demon empress slowly raised her hand, and she casually squashed the flame in the palm of her hand. Bang! The Golden Crow flames that were burning on the 7 monarchs' bodies exploded at the same time and dispersed into flame fragments which filled the sky. The bodies within that conflagration also followed the fate of those free-flying fragments of Golden Crow flames and disappeared completely. Duke Zhang, Duke Han, the 7 experts from Duke Huai Palace, These 9 people died terrible deaths under the hands of the little demon empress, and they could not even put up a single shred of resistance, and none of them were some random side character. They were all 9 genuine, tried, and tested monarchs. Even in Demon Imperial City, monarchs were as rare as phoenix feathers. The death of any monarch, even one of the lowest level, was enough to send the entire illusory demon realm into a tizzy. But today, in the blink of an eye, 9 monarchs, and 8 of these monarchs had even been mid to late stage monarchs, had all died horribly under the hands of the little demon empress. The entire process did not consist of any earth-shaking collisions or world-shaking explosions. The little demon empress only waved her dainty little hands a few times and caused a few beams of fire to appear, and 9 great monarchs were now ashes scattered to the wind. The process was so simple that it was akin to stepping on 9 tiny little ants. This empress has said, "No matter who it is, if they dare to obstruct or impede me, only one fate awaits them. Death." The little demon empress slowly turned around. She had the most exceedingly beautiful features in the world, and her figure was far more fragile and delicate looking than most normal girls. If any man saw this kind of girl, his breath should be taken away, and he should be overcome by a fierce desire to protect and possess this girl. But not a single person present right now dared to use those kind of eyes to look at her anymore. Anyone who was raked over by her cold and detached gaze would feel their entire body instantly stiffen up. It was as if they were plunged into the coldest ice in the world, and even their blood felt like it was going to completely freeze over. This was a kind of frightful suppressive power that they had never experienced before in their lives. They even felt that if the little demon empress was willing, she could use this suppressive power alone to smash their bodies into little pieces. The heavy suppressive feeling aside, there was an even heavier feeling of fear, because the little demon empress was simply too merciless in her actions. No, her actions were simply too cruel and malicious. 9 monarchs, every one of them possessing great fame and status in the illusory demon realm. And Duke Zhang and Duke Han had even belonged to the illusory demon royal family. But she struck out at every single one of them without any warning and without a hint of hesitation or mercy. Once she made her move, she condemned them to death immediately. Before they could die, these 9 monarchs had to suffer unbearable pain, and after they died, not even a trace of ash was left of them. She was so decisive in dealing with dukes and monarchs that there was no need to talk about others. The present little demon empress had seemed to morph into a terrifying death god, a grim reaper who with a touch would condemn a person to certain death. Duke Huai's pupils had long ago contracted into pinholes, and the calm that he possessed before had completely given way to abject terror. The little demon empress' sudden return may have caused him to startled and astonished, but it was not enough to cause him to feel helpless, because even if he faced the little demon empress, he had the overwhelming advantage in power. But after this short span of time, the scenario had been completely overturned, and the little demon empress displayed power played out like a nightmare before his very eyes. He had always thought that his own father, Duke Ming, was unrivaled under heaven. Even though he had never seen the true limits of Duke Ming's power, he could definitely confirm that his own father, Duke Ming, definitely could not send 7 mid to late stage monarchs to their deaths in one move. This was a strength that was not supposed to exist in this world, a strength that had never before appeared in the history of the illusory demon realm. The Duke palaces who had thrown their lot in with Duke Huai had become completely flabbergasted. The Hellion, Qiang, Jiufeng, Nangong, Lin, Xiao, and Bai clans had completely lost their voice, and only their throats moved in agitation. These 7 impressive and awe-inspiring patriarchs of these families were completely drenched in cold sweat, and for a few of them, even their legs began shaking in fear. Even those Duke palaces and guardian families that had been devoted to the Demon Emperor's clan had fallen completely silent due to fear, and no one dared to breathe. Duke Zhang died, Duke Han died, and 7 monarchs were exterminated in one move. This was the heaviest and most terrifying show of deterrence in the history of the entire illusory demon realm. What are you waiting for? Swiftly capture Duke Huai. The cold shout of the little demon empress roused the 3 grand elders from their dreamlike daze, and they once again rushed towards the dispirited Duke Huai. This time, even though many auras appeared in the space behind Duke Huai, nobody rushed in front of Duke Huai to block the way. Becoming a monarch was the highest goal that every profound practitioner sought to attain. Every single monarch was the product of countless amount of time. Effort and resources spent attaining that goal in addition to having opportunities that could only be given and not begged for. After reaching this level, they had thought that they no longer needed to fear anything, because they had reached the peak of heaven and earth and nothing would be able to crush them anymore. But today, to their boundless shock and horror, they discovered that, in front of the little demon empress, they were as small as dust, and that in front of her there was practically no difference between them and a newborn infant. They could die. But if a monarch were to die, he wanted to die in a desperate struggle and leave in a world-shaking manner. But those 9 monarchs who had died at the hands of the little demon empress, they had died deaths that were incomparably pitiful and pathetic. With these 9 as leading examples, any person who rushed forward to protect Duke Huai would also meet a similar end. So why would they willingly use the body of a monarch which had given them a lifetime of glory to bear that weight? It would only be vainly going up to be incinerated. Duke Huai, surrender yourself without any further resistance. Amidst the refuse rebuke, the profound handles of the 3 grand elders appeared and tightly locked in on Duke Huai, who had completely lost his wits. 3 strong streams of lightning, profound energy firmly sealed off Duke Huai's movement from all directions. Duke Huai seemed to have lost all his courage, and he just stood there in a daze, with completely hollow eyes. He actually did not put up a struggle, and he was easily suppressed by the onrushing Yunhe. Duke Huai. Within Duke Huai Palace, those previously excessively arrogant directly related dukes as well as those core experts, all of their pupils were dilated and their bodies shrank back in fear. They helplessly watched Duke Huai be captured by the 3 grand elders of the Yun family, but not one of them dared to advance. The little demon empress' back was to them, yet they all felt like there was an icy cold knife pressed to their necks, and if they dared to make any reckless movements, they would die without a place to be buried. Royal father, save my royal father. Hurry up and save my royal father. Duke Huai hoarsely yelled as his lips shook uncontrollably. Royal father is the new emperor of the illusory demon realm. Why aren't you protecting him? Protect him. Duke Huai shouted himself hoarse, but it was clear that despite the incomparably great power that Duke Huai held and the countless peak experts who flocked to his side, no, a single one of them dared to move. At this time, the little demon empress slowly turned her body around, and her gloomy and cold gaze fell on Duke Huai's person. Ah! In that instant, it was as if a venomous snake had fastened itself onto Duke Huai. His whole body quivered as strangled cries, filled with fear and alarm, proceeded from his mouth, and he scrambled backwards in a most unsightly manner, tripping over himself along the way. Do not kill this Duke! Do not kill this Duke! This Duke didn't do anything! Do not kill this Duke! Under the terror of facing true danger to his life, the Huai, who normally considered himself above the rest of the world, gave an appearance that was no different from a commoner who was scared for his life. No, in fact, it was even more pathetic than that. His whole body laid paralyzed on the ground. He was basically unable to stand up. His entire body fiercely trembled, and his face was completely pale as all the blood had drained from it. And the members of Duke Huai Palace that surrounded him retreated away from him swiftly, as if they had smelled a bad smell that was quickly expanding. This Duke Huai had actually been so frightened that he had pissed his own pants. The little demon empress retracted her gaze. This kind of trash was not worthy of being dealt with by her personally. Merely continuing to look at him was staining her own eyes. Despite the situation at hand, no one even thought to laugh. Looking at the current Duke Huai, no one could feel even a hint of reverence for him. There was only pity and contempt. The expressions of the members of Duke Huai Palace were filled with shame and sorrow, to the point where even when Duke Huai's dirty bodily fluids had formed a puddle under him, no one had gone to support him off the ground. Yunhe, Yunjiang, and Yun Zai cooperated together and quickly locked away the profound energy of Duke Huai, who did not show the least bit of resistance. Yunhe grabbed up Duke Huai and dragged him in front of the little demon empress, bowing as he said, "Duke Huai has been captured. I invite the little demon empress to deal with this offender." Given the terrifying power the little demon empress had displayed thus far, killing Duke Huai was as easy as flipping her dainty little wrist. But she still had not made a move against Duke Huai and instead wanted them to capture him, so it was clear that she did not desire his death yet. Thus, the 3 grand elders had only shackled Duke Huai's profound energy, but did not dare harm him. It was at this time that Duke Huai's gloomy eyes suddenly shone with a fiercely sinister and crazy scarlet light. His profound energy had clearly been shackled, but his body suddenly burst out with crimson-black fallen devil flames. The abruptly ignited fallen devil flames were incomparably berserk, and they directly spread out over tens of meters, blasting away Yun He, Yun Jiang, and Yun Zai, who had all been caught unprepared. And the Duke Huai, who was wreathed in fallen devil flames, reared his head up like a wild beast, and with a hoarse howl, he tore towards the position of Yun Qi, Yun Qinghang, and Mu Yuru. Yun Qinghang was being healed by the energy Yun Qi was infusing into his body, and as he was heavily wounded, he could not recklessly use his profound energy. Mu Yuru was also nursing her wounds. Duke Huai's action had caught everyone off guard. The little demon Empress bore witness to Duke Huai's flight with slanted eyes, but she did not make a single movement. "Be careful!" Mu Fei and Mu Yubai, Su Xiangnan, Yun Weishan, and the others had all paled in alarm and yelled out hoarsely. But no one had thought that the Duke Huai, who had clearly had his profound strength shackled, would be able to instantly break that lock. Even if they wanted to help now, it was already far too late. From the very first moment that Duke Huai fallen devil flames had ignited themselves, an imperceptible change had appeared in Yun Qi's eyes. When Duke Huai suddenly rushed towards them, Yun Qi's palm had unhurriedly moved away from Yun Qinghang's body. His face did not have any trace of panic and loss. Honger, with the heaven-smiting sword in hand, he activated Star God's broken shadow. The rest of the people only saw the afterimage blur in front of their eyes, and Yun Qi had already went to meet Duke Huai. Both his hands tightly grasped that vermilion giant sword as a thick and nearly pure golden flame had ignited along its length. "Chair!" Mu Feiyan and the others were greatly alarmed. Duke Huai, in his madness, would clearly release all of his power. The strength of a berserking level 5 monarch was not something that Yun Qi could block. In a direct clash, even if Yun Qi was 10 times stronger, he would still die a certain death. As the figure of Yun Qi appeared in Duke Huai's pupils, they fiercely dilated, and the devil flames running along his entire body swelled to an even greater degree. He yelled in a hoarse voice that either expressed excitement or pain, "Yun Qi, die!" Yun Qi's brows pinched together and his gaze was icy cold. The heaven-smiting sword that was burning with pure golden flames welcomed Duke Huai's power, as he did not retreat in the slightest, and went in for the direct collision. Because if he tried to avoid it in any way, it would be possible for Duke Huai's power to harm Yun Qinghang and Mu Yuru, who were behind him. Golden Crow burning world 5th realm, golden annihilation. The enormous crimson-black fallen devil flame was like the devil's mouth, pouncing and biting at Yun Qi, who only had a single weak layer of flame profound energy. But on his sword, there was a pure gold blaze which was luminous to the point that it was hard to look at. "Chair, quick, retreat! Young patriarch!" This was Duke Huai's crazed, full-powered attack from losing control of his emotions. Even the little demon empress from 4 months ago would have tried to avoid a head-on collision at all costs. Based on Yun Qi's strength, this kind of power would destroy him to the point that even a dismembered corpse would not be left, without any chance of escape. Mu Feiyan and Yun Weishan shouted themselves hoarse, desperately rushing forward, but they could not reach in time. They could only watch with their own eyes as a fallen devil flame of at least 10 feet completely engulfed Yun Qi. However, even though he was completely engulfed by the fallen devil flame, that pure gold flame continued to radiate resplendently, as if it was not obstructed a single bit. Instead, the fallen devil flame was actually outshined by the pure gold flames until it was dulled considerably. What was even more shocking was that after being engulfed by the fallen devil flames, the golden flame did not get extinguished like what people had imagined. It instead continued to move forward. It actually cut the frantic flame originating from Duke Huai right in the middle. Apart from the 2 foundation stages of the Golden Crow's record of the burning world, every stage would have a corresponding Golden Crow flame skill. Cultivating the 7th stage would enable one to comprehend an incomparably strong destructive domain. Amongst the Golden Crow flame skills of the 7 former stages of the Golden Crow's record of the burning world, based on the individual destructive power, it was not the 6th stages, Red Purgatory Lotus, or the 7th stages, Yellow Springs Ashes, but the 5th stages, Golden Annihilation, which was the strongest. Pure Gold Flames was the Golden Crow Flame's final form. Yun Qi had only 9 drops of the Golden Crow's blood. Even with the fire spirit evil body, his Golden Crow Flames would never reach that form. However, under Golden Annihilation, the Golden Crow bloodline and Golden Crow Flame's strength would undergo an enormous amount of congealing. The Golden Crow flames being ignited would be fundamentally different, achieving a destructive power which surpassed the body's boundaries and limits. Based on the purity of his Golden Crow bloodline and the stage of his Golden Crow's record of the burning world, the color of the Golden Crow flame which he ignited should be scarlet gold. Yet under the Golden Annihilation, the flames which he ignited were actually pure gold without a hint of scarlet. The limits of the legendary might of the Golden Annihilation could melt anything in the world. There was nothing it could not destroy. Duke Huai had released a level 5 sovereign profound realm fallen devil flame. However, based on the level of the flame, how could the fallen devil flame compare to the Golden Crow flames? After Xianxia brandished the heaven-smiting sword, a golden sword blast easily split apart the sinister and terrifying fallen devil flame, dividing it into two. Just like a current being split into two, it was dispelled in two directions. One of them blasted towards Mu Feiyan, who was flying over, and the other blasted towards Yun Weishan and Yun Duanshui, who were flying over too. Not one bit rippled towards Yun Qinghang and Mu Yuru, who were behind Yun Qi. Mu Feiyan stared blankly for a moment, then rapidly stopped his body and roared. Releasing an icy, profound energy, casting it into a gigantic, profound energy barrier, he locked down the entire fallen devil flame which was rushing ahead. How thick was the profound strength of Mu Feiyan, a level 8 monarch? Within the short period of a few breaths, the fallen devil flame was completely dispelled. On the other side, Yun Weishan and Yun Duanshui combined their strength, firmly resisting the fallen devil flame. The elders of the Yun family very quickly managed to eliminate the crimson-black flames. The golden sword blast which had split apart the fallen devil flame continued forward, ruthlessly blasting Duke Huai in the chest while his eyes widened by several times, almost exploding. In a split second, the golden blast frantically discharged. The body of the heaven-smiting sword was embedded close to an inch, through Duke Huai's left shoulder till his right ribs. Impossible? Duke Huai's eyes were wide and completely blank. He mumbled incoherently as if he could not accept the scene in front of his eyes. His body reacted instinctively, exploding with an abrupt strength, blasting Yun Qi in his chest. Yun Qi turned pale, blood rushed towards his mouth. Just as it reached his throat, he forcefully swallowed it. His gaze became dark as his entire body ignited with phoenix flames. His body, which had been struck away, suddenly descended at an even quicker speed. An Empyrean dance of the phoenix wing blasted Duke Huai at his heart, causing the wound caused by the Golden Annihilation to tear to an even greater degree. The scarlet flames exploded, causing the profound stone in 1,000 feet radius to tremble. Duke Huai moaned as blood violently spurted from his body. Yun Qi backflipped far away. The heaven-smiting sword touched the ground and he landed stably. The ends of his lips and his nose were flowing with blood, yet he had a satisfied smile on his face. "Your Highness!" Duke Huai was blasted away. The blood spurting out was a horrifying scene. More than a dozen Duke Huai Palace experts moved forward at the same time, wanting to receive him. Yet at the same moment, the little demon empress suddenly intervened. A dazzling, blazing flame soared into the skies. Like an irritable flaming snake, it firmly twisted around Duke Huai. With a flick of her wrist, the fire snake hissed, then abruptly moved downwards, smashing Duke Huai viciously into the ground, then tumbling over to the little demon empress. The strong smell of intensely burnt skin permeated through the entire demon imperial palace. All of those from Duke Huai Palace who wanted to save Duke Huai all shivered, retreating as if they felt an electric shock, not daring to budge again. "Chair, are you all right? Young Patriarch, are you all right? Relax, it's just a light injury, at least it's lighter than Duke Huai's injury." Yun Qi rubbed away the bloodstain at the corner of his mouth, saying a little proudly without a single bit of weakness in his voice. Mu Feiyan, Mu Yubai, and all the elders of the Yun family rushed forward at this point. After all of them heaved a sigh of relief, they became astonished, yet pleasantly surprised. Mu Feiyan reached out to grab Yun Qi's shoulder. Feeling that his aura was not too disordered, he said excitedly, "Chair, Duke Huai is a level 5 monarch. His strength is not too far from your father's. Yet you were able to resist his full-powered attack and even injured him instead. If it were your father, even he may not have been able to do that. We have not seen each other in 4 months, yet not only are you safe and sound, your strength has practically surpassed your father's. This is simply..." Yun Qinghang smiled. His face was full of satisfaction and pride. At this point, how could he still remember about his injuries? How could he still remember that he had lost nearly half his blood essence? Xianxia laughed and said, "Grandfather is flattering me. My current strength is still much inferior to my father's. Just now was just me pulling a fast one." What Xianxia had said was the truth. He had obtained the Golden Crow bloodline, the evil god's lightning seed, and even absorbed a huge amount of fire profound energy within the Sea of Death, shedding his old body anew, yet it was still impossible for him to be a match for a mid-stage monarch. The instantaneous clash between him and Duke Hua was indeed a cheap trick. He didn't actually meet Duke Hua's full-powered fallen devil flame head-on. Instead, he used golden annihilation to slice Duke Hua's power, then heavily damaged him. The ones who really received Duke Hua's strength was Mu Feiyan and Yun Weishan. "Ho ho ho, the young patriarch shouldn't be so modest," Yun Duanshui said beamingly. The scene of the young patriarch heavily injuring Duke Hua just now, everyone present witnessed it clearly. Back then, the patriarch was known as the illusory demon realm's history's youngest monarch. Now, the young patriarch is only 22 years old, and isn't weaker than the patriarch. As a part of the Yun family, this is simply good fortune. Everyone from the Yun family who were crowded at the back nodded their heads with excitement. Their eyes were full of pride. The looks which they casted upon Xianxia were incomparably scorching. "Chair, what you used just now, was it the Golden Crow flame?" Mu Yubai moved forward and asked. The golden flame that Xianxia had ignited was filled with an incomparably thick golden crow aura. As members of the guardian families, how could they not be familiar with it? "Yes," Xianxia nodded. "When the little demon empress and I were forced into the Sea of Death, the divine golden crow spirit saved us." "Heh, the demon emperor clan is, after all, the divine golden crow spirit's only inheritors this world. How would the divine golden crow spirit allow the demon emperor clan to be exterminated? After the golden crow spirit saved us, not only did it awaken the little demon empress golden crow bloodline, she was also bestowed unparalleled divine strength. Also, in remembrance of our Yun clan's unparalleled loyalty towards the demon emperor clan, I was bestowed the golden crow bloodline and also allowed to cultivate the golden crow's record of the burning world." Xianxia raised his head, then said, "Although the divine golden crow spirit has never intervened in the business of our illusory demon realm, everything that has happened in the recent years in Demon Imperial City has been witnessed by it. It is perfectly clear as to who are loyal and who are not. Even though the divine Golden Crow spirit has bestowed upon me the Golden Crow bloodline as an individual, however, it is in fact a reward for our entire Yun family. As for those so-called guardians, those who have forgotten their ancestors and turned back of their clans, despicable and crafty, the divine Golden Crow spirit will lay down divine punishment sooner or later." "Good." Mu Feiyan gripped onto Xianxia's shoulder tightly. "Your Yun family deserves such a favor. You, my good grandson, within the Yun family, is the most worthy. The divine Golden Crow spirit surely is omniscient." Mu Feiyan said that as he raised his head to laugh heartily. Everyone from the Yun family had expressions of unrestrained elatedness. Several of the Yun family elders were excited to the point that their whole bodies were trembling. Looking up to the skies, as though they couldn't help but kneel down, "I thank the divine Golden Crow spirit for this favor, old patriarch. Do you see this?" Xianxia did not suppress his voice a single bit. Everyone in the hall had heard what he said clearly. The words which he had said was originally meant for everyone to hear. His aim was to tell this to everyone. The Demon Emperor clan has always been under the protection of the divine Golden Crow spirit. The Golden Crow was the illusory demon realm's sacred divine beast, and the Demon Emperor clan were the inheritors of the Golden Crow bloodline. It was just that the Golden Crow spirit always existed within Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley, never intervening in the business of the outside for tens of thousands of years. Up till today in their daily lives, people still paid their respects and conducted ceremonial rites to the Golden Crow. However, subconsciously, they did not consider that the Demon Emperor clan was under the protection of the Golden Crow spirit. So even their reverence had gradually weakened over the years. Xianxia's words, however, left a deep mark in everyone's hearts, that the divine Golden Crow spirit was all along protecting the Demon Emperor clan. The sudden rise in the little demon Empress heaven-opposing strength was irrefutable evidence. So much so that the entire Demon Imperial City, and even the illusory demon realm, has always been watched by it. Once that psychological mark was left, the reverence towards the Demon Emperor clan of the illusory demon realm would multiply by countless of times. It would be hard to find someone who would dare think of rebelling. The ambience within the demon Imperial Hall experienced a subtle change for a moment. Those who had long since defected to Duke Huai Palace suddenly withdrew, their faces filled with a deep terror. The 7 patriarchs and the Dukes present all started to sweat profusely. Looking at the devastated state that Duke Huai was in, on the ground, along with the members of the Duke Huai Palace who were frightened stiff, Jiufang Kui and Chiang Bailey, who had slightly weaker psychological resilience, started to sway. Both their legs became soft, almost falling flat on the ground many times. Also, the looks at which people viewed the Yun family had changed drastically. Everyone present had very clearly witnessed the golden crow flames that Yun Qi had ignited. And it was not simply the case of a bestowal of bloodline. That was because after the Demon Emperor clan, a second family which inherited the Golden Crow bloodline was born. Also because the little Demon Empress was the last remaining person from the Demon Emperor clan. Moreover, was a female. The Demon Emperor clan was fated to perish. Instead, Yun Qi, who also possessed the Golden Crow bloodline, could continue to pass on the bloodline. That was to say, after the little Demon Empress, the ones who possessed the Golden Crow's bloodline and strength would be the Yun family. That would mean the Yun family would be the ones who would receive the protection of the divine Golden Crow spirit. Anyone would know what that signified. The little Demon Empress glanced at Yun Qi indifferently. Not even looking at Duke Huai, who was by the side of her feet, emotionless words spilled from her lips. Profound handle soul search. Although Duke Huai's injuries were not light, he was not at the state where he could not even stand. However, he was silently suppressed by the little Demon Empress' profound energy, as if his whole body was pressed down by the heavens. Never mind standing, he couldn't even gasp for breath or speak. Hearing the little Demon Empress' voice, the only thing he could do was to open his eyes as wide as he possibly could. Wait a moment. An elder whose whole body emitted the aura of a monarch from Duke Huai Palace stood out. As a mediator for Duke Huai Palace, he knew clearly the consequences if Duke Huai underwent the profound handle soul search in front of the heroes of the realm. However, the moment he spoke up, the little Demon Empress suddenly shot her icy gaze over. He did not even finish his words, and a blaze shot over, transforming into a flaming python, twisting firmly around his body. Following that, boom! The flaming python exploded, causing the elder's body to transform into flaming bits, scattering in the air. The speed at which the little Demon Empress had attacked was incomparably terrifying. The moment the elder from Duke Huai Palace had opened his mouth, his entire body was burnt into bits. When people finally reacted, the previous terrors which they had only just calmed themselves from had presented itself in front of them again. Those around the elder had fallen, paralyzed on the ground. Their terror-stricken eyes were practically split open. "You may begin." Those 3 cold words knocked icily on everyone's minds. She had absolutely no emotions on her face, absolutely no fluctuations, as if she had not just killed an immensely powerful monarch, but just burnt a tiny little insect. This time, no one from Duke Huai Palace made a sound. Everybody trembled, having their guts destroyed again and again from the fear and terror. The entire hall was silent to the point that one could hear a pin drop. Even the sounds of breathing could not be heard. Yun He, Yun Jiang, and Yun Zai moved forward. They were extremely careful when walking, afraid to even make the slightest sound. The little Demon Empress of today was simply too terrifying. And amongst everyone present, the only person who truly understood why the little Demon Empress had become so cruel and heartless was Yun Qi. He looked at Duke Huai on the ground and said in a low voice to Mu Feiyin and Mu Yubai, "Grandfather, uncle, I beg you to protect my father and mother. Duke Ming is currently hiding. Sooner or later, when he becomes impatient, he will be the biggest threat." Mu Feiyin and Mu Yubai were inwardly shocked. Not asking much, they nodding slightly. Behind them, the various elders of the Yun family who had heard Yun Qi's voice all tensed up, becoming vigilant, storing up their profound energy and waiting to take action. To perform the profound handle soul search on a monarch, even it was just a monarch who was in the initial stages, would still be extremely hard to accomplish. But Duke Huai had been heavily wounded, seared by the little Demon Empress Golden Crow flames, and his heart and soul had descended into complete chaos, so he was entirely suppressed by her. Neither his body nor soul had any power to resist anymore. In addition to this, Yun He, Yun Jiang, and Yun Zai had assaulted him with their profound handles, and it only took a single attempt before a profound handle penetrated into Duke Huai's soul. The pain and fierce expression that Duke Huai had on his face gradually disappeared, giving way to a dazed and slack look. His eyes had also become dull and lifeless as well, like two empty holes. Little Demon Empress, Duke Huai has already been submitted to the profound handle soul search. If you have any questions, please ask them. He will say everything that he knows without the ability to lie. As Yunhe spoke, he had slightly bowed and had unconsciously moderated his breathing. Being only a few steps away from the Little Demon Empress, that kind of extremely oppressive aura made him feel like all the blood in his body had stopped flowing. Initially, when he had met the Little Demon Empress, or even met with the previous emperor, he had never felt this kind of sensation. As Yunhe finished, he cautiously withdrew. The 100,000 people gathered in the Demon Imperial Hall had fallen completely silent, and all eyes were focused on the Little Demon Empress. Before she opened her mouth, no one would dare to utter a single sound. She had already been the Little Demon Empress for 100 years, and her status should already have been elevated to the ruler of the illusory demon realm. But today, it was the first time that she had truly become its master. Gender, age, qualifications, none of it mattered anymore. Whether she was the final descendant, the demon emperor, or not mattered even less. Because right now she held absolute strength. Regardless of the world, it was only if one held absolute strength that one could become an absolute ruler, and it was only then that one could become a true emperor. This principle was something that she had been clear about ever since she was young. The 100 years she had ruled, as the Little Demon Empress, had also confirmed the truth of this principle for her time and time again. The Little Demon Empress did not approach Duke Huai. Instead, she turned around and said in an apathetic voice, "Yunqi, come and perform the interrogation." Yes. Yunqi had seemed to guess that the Little Demon Empress would do this, so he answered without being the least bit surprised. Yunqi kept the heaven-smiting sword and walked towards Duke Huai. He bent his head and looked at the person who was, just 2 hours ago, causing the world to tremble as he was about to ascend to the throne of the Demon Emperor. But now he knelt there like a dead dog, his entire body covered in blood, his eyes dull and lifeless. Even an unarmed and defenseless commoner would take pity on the current Duke Huai. There were still many of the peak powerhouses and enormous forces that his Duke Huai palace had bribed that were still in the vicinity. But not a single person came forward to save him. In fact, not a single person even came forward to speak a word in his favor, because any who would dare to do such a thing had already died terrible deaths. The focus of all those gazes swiveled to Yunqi as he strode forward. Yunqi surveyed his surroundings and met all those gazes boldly. After that, his brows faintly sunk, and he declared in a loud voice, "All those who are in attendance here today should know that my Yun family's profound handle soul search will cause the mind of the person who has been submitted to it to wander. So that person will definitely not be in control of himself. Any words that he says will come from his own memory, and it definitely will not be false. So all of you need to prick up your ears to have a good listen to what this Duke Huai is going to say. And see just what kind of trash this person whom you nearly made the new sovereign of the illusory demon realm really is. This person whom countless of people were willing to abandon the Little Demon Emperor for and fought tooth and nail to serve." Yunqi turned his body and gazed at Duke Huai as he coldly exclaimed, "Duke Huai, let me ask you, all those years ago, how exactly did those people from the profound sky continent manage to suddenly invade our illusory demon realm?" The gathered crowd originally thought that Yunqi would ask whether he had tried to harm the Little Demon Empress so as to establish his villainy. But who would have thought that he actually asked a question that everyone knew the answer to? Because of this, the faces of the audience were immediately filled with astonishment. Duke Huai opened his lips and slowly uttered a reply. "It was my royal father, with a dimension transmission art. He informed the profound sky continent that the mirror of samsara, which belonged to the Demon Emperor's clan, hid the secret of advancing to the divine profound realm. And with that, he managed to entice them to come over. Because he could not consciously control it, Duke Huai's voice was a bit hoarse, but it was clear enough for everyone to hear what he was saying. Every word that he said was like profound lightning that flashed across a clear sky. They were so shocking that they caused everyone's face to lose color in extreme horror. This isn't possible." An old man tottered to his feet, his face filled with alarm, and no matter what, he could not bring himself to believe the words that he had just heard. The royal father that Duke Huai spoke of was naturally none other than Duke Ming, who had disappeared more than 100 years ago. That Duke Ming who had an extremely high profound cultivation and extremely good reputation, who was always smiling. What is going on? The invasion on the profound sky continent was actually this. What exactly? The demon Imperial Hall immediately flew into an uproar, and the expression of every person present had undergone a huge change. Especially the guardian families and various duke palaces. They were all so shocked that their eyes were wide open, and their mouths had grown slack, while their very souls began to tremble. Every single one of them began to detect that something was not normal. This was the Yun family's profound handle soul search, so anything said by Duke Huai could not be false. Perhaps his crime was not so simple as merely attempting to commit regicide against the little demon empress. In the shadows of Duke Huai Palace, there was perhaps an even more terrifying scheme that was still hidden away. The reactions of all who were present was naturally more than normal to Yun Qi. He stared directly at Duke Huai and continued, "I will ask you something else. The fact that the invaders from the profound sky continent knew our demon imperial city like the back of their hands and were able to come and go as they pleased, was this due to the secret support of your Duke Huai Palace?" "Yes." Duke Huai opened his mouth and sluggishly uttered one word. That simple short word was undoubtedly a bomb that was thrown into the demon Imperial Hall. Yun Qi ignored the cries of shock that entered his ears and continued with a wooden face. "Now, honestly and sincerely tell everyone this, the previous demon emperor, just how did he die?" When Yun Qi suddenly asked this question, he caused everyone to immediately hold their breaths. The previous demon emperor had personally pursued the invaders from the profound sky continent, and in his rage, he had impulsively rushed into the teleportation formation to the profound sky continent. After that, all communication had been lost. This was the truth that the people of the illusory demon realm all knew. But Yun Qi's question clearly implied certain things, and coupled with Duke Huai's previous replies, both of these things caused a feeling of dread to cover the hearts and souls of all who were present. The answer to this question was a secret that Duke Huai could never disclose to anyone else. But under the compulsion of the profound handle soul search, he could only blindly obey. It was my royal father. He took advantage of the demon emperor's lack of precaution towards him, and smashed him into the teleportation profound formation that would send him to the profound sky continent, causing him to travel directly to the other side of the spatial tunnel, into the heavens might soul-suppressing formation that was already lying in wait for him. Clamor. The entire great hall immediately exploded into noise. Shock, fury, sorrow, and disbelief filled every nook and cranny, and even the people from Duke Huai Palace had expressions that were completely dumbfounded, as they did not dare believe any of the words that they had just heard. And the forces who had sworn loyalty to Duke Huai started to tremble all over. There were a fair amount of people that directly swooned to the ground, their entire body soaked in cold sweat. Abomination! Abomination! Mu Feiyan fists were so tight that every joint on his hand had turned white. The horrifying guess that Yun Qi had brought up 4 months ago was in the end still a guess. But after personally hearing the answer from Duke Huai's mouth, his heart nearly exploded on the spot out of anger. And if he, a person who had already been mentally prepared for such an answer, reacted thus, how do you think the others fared? It had been more than 100 years since the previous demon emperor had met with calamity. And the truth that everyone knew was that he was harmed by the people of the profound sky continent. But no one, even in their wildest dreams, had imagined that the true perpetrator behind the previous demon emperor's death was actually Duke Huai Palace. Furthermore, it was clearly a scheme that had been meticulously hatched and premeditated. My grandfather brought along 10 martyrs of the Yun family to advance to the profound sky continent. But when they had just arrived, they were immediately ensnared in the heavens might soul-suppressing formation that had lain in wait for them. Was it also a wicked deed that was caused by your Duke Huai Palace? Yun Qi coldly exclaimed. Yes, it was my royal father who told those of the profound sky continent when and where the demon king would make his entrance, Duke Huai muttered. Bang! Tens of seats along with a large swathe of ground were instantly destroyed where the Yun family was located. The 3 grand elders of the Yun family, along with the various elders who had followed Yun Kanghai all those years ago, all stood there, gnashing their teeth as their faces became flushed with blood, and they could barely hold themselves back from rushing up and tearing Duke Huai to shreds with their bare hands. And the little demon emperor just who killed him, how did he die? Yun Qi pressed on relentlessly. On the wedding night of the little demon emperor and little demon empress, he went alone to pay his respects to the previous demon emperor, and he was killed by my royal father. And before he died, My royal father used a soul-invading technique to plunder all of the little demon emperor's memories. After that, he tossed the little demon emperor's corpse into the spatial profound formation and sent him to the profound sky continent as well. 4 months ago, in Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley, who was it that wanted to force the little demon empress into the sea of death? It was my royal father, and I. What was your true purpose for enticing the people of the profound sky continent into invading the illusory demon realm? We wanted to use the people of the profound sky continent to plunge Demon Imperial City into chaos, so that we could murder both the previous demon emperor and the little demon emperor, and then pin all the crimes on them as well. You are dukes of the illusory demon royal family. Why did you do such heinous things to the house of the demon emperor? My royal father was not content to serve, so he wanted to rise up above them instead. Then, when did your royal father, Duke Ming, harbor such an ambition? Yun Qi faintly narrowed his eyes. Duke Huai opened his mouth, but nothing proceeded from it. It was clear that it was something even he did not know. Yun Qi's questions and Duke Huai's answers, every single one of them shook the souls and shocked the hearts of those present. Every single word was like a huge sledgehammer pounding away at their hearts and souls. Gradually, after their fury and shock had reached its zenith, what was birthed was astonishingly an icy cold dread for the past 100 years. All the people of the illusory demon realm had thought that it was those of the profound sky continent that had caused the deaths of the previous demon emperor and the little demon emperor. It was the inhabitants of profound sky continent that had left the demon emperor's clan bereft of an heir and had caused the Yun family to fall into decline. It was the evil villains of the profound sky continent who had brought about the greatest calamity to befall the illusory demon realm since its formation 10,000 years ago. With that, all the living beings of the illusory demon realm became filled with hate and resentment towards the beings of the profound sky continent. It was to the extent that the first thing most newborn children learned was that the residents of the profound sky continent were the illusory demon realm's eternally detested enemies. And it was only now that they found out, to their shock and horror, that everything that they had held as truth was actually a lie. The entire illusory demon realm and all of those present had been dancing in the palm of the true villain all this while, and the devil who had caused the deaths of the previous demon emperor, the little demon emperor, and the demon king, and had caused great suffering to the entire illusory demon realm, was no less than the person that they had worshipped in this divine and sacred demon imperial hall. They had even planned to make this person the new emperor. If not for the little demon empress and Yun Qi's return, besides the Yun and Mu families who were prepared to engage in a life-or-death struggle, all of those present would become the most tragic objects of ridicule in the history of the illusory demon realm. Shock, horror, and fury filled the hearts and minds of every single person as sweat drenched their backs. It was as if they had been trapped in a nightmare that had lasted 100 years, and it was only today that someone had finally rescued them from it. Your Duke Huai Palace has done so many scandalous things that has infuriated both the gods and men. But those families who should have remained loyal to the house of the demon emperor and yet turned to you, they are plentiful indeed. Yun Qi said with a cold smirk, Duke Huai, I am going to have to trouble you to recite the names of every power and family that had thrown their lots in with you. Say them one by one, and don't leave out a single faction. Yun Qi's words caused many of those who were present to tremble in shock and alarm, but Duke Hua had already begun to earnestly and sincerely recite. Duke Zhang Palace, Hellion family, Qiang family, Jiufang family, Duke Zai Palace, Great General Zhengbei Bai family. Thud. Hellion Quang practically scrambled over on all fours, and he knelt in front of the little demon empress as his entire body trembled and sounded like he was on the verge of sobbing. Little demon empress, I was hoodwinked and led astray by the crafty scoundrel Duke Huai if I had truly known that he had done such wicked things. Even if I died tens of thousands of times over, I still would not have thrown my lot in with him. I was truly kept in the dark. I beg that the little demon empress will perceive this clearly. I beg the little demon empress to show me grace. My Hellion clan has been a guardian family for 10,000 years. I, Hellion Quang, will swear eternal loyalty to the little demon empress alone from this day forth. If I dare to go back on my words, may I receive the scourge of heaven, may I be struck by lightning. Please believe me, little demon empress. Those things done by Duke Huai Palace, I truly knew nothing about them. Hellion Quang's voice grew hoarse, and he began to break down into complete incoherence. The Hellion patriarch who looked down on all under heaven had clearly been reduced to a blubbering mess by the little demon empress, oppressive might, and the crimes of Duke Huai Palace. The crimes that Duke Huai had confessed to, any one of them was enough to make one's hair stand on end. Any one of them was enough to earn the eternal enmity of the illusory demon realm, and even the complete extermination of a clan to the 9th degree would not be enough to expiate the sins of these crimes. In addition, the powers and families who had stood with Duke Huai would also be painted with the same broad brush. Their names would be a repugnant stench for 10,000 years, and they would never be able to emancipate themselves from this guilt. Helian Quang bitterly cried as tears fell down his face like a rainstorm. At this moment, his stomach was so filled with regret that it had turned completely green. The other families and forces, especially the ones who had been named by Duke Huai, were not just sitting there sedately either. They scrambled over themselves only to fall to the ground and begin swearing venomous oaths, declaring their loyalty, repenting, and begging for their lives in front of the little demon empress amidst their shock and terror. The little demon empress' power and might were indeed incomparably terrifying, but the crimes committed by Duke Huai Palace were far more shocking than that. Perhaps they need not fear death, but who would not fear being a hallmark of shame and rebuke, with their name being trodden on and despised for countless generations hereafter? Little demon empress, the things that Duke Huai Palace committed, we truly did not know of them. We did not know of them in the slightest. If we really knew, even if we had 10,000 more guts, we still would never have associated with Duke Huai Palace whatsoever. And even that Duke Ming, I have never even seen him before. Duke Hu, how could the lot of you actually be so utterly perverse and lacking in morals? Not only did you assassinate the demon emperor, you also brought calamity to the entirety of the illusory demon realm. These crimes, even if all of you received the condemnation of both heaven and earth, and your roots were completely plucked out and burned, these punishments would still not offset your heinous deeds. If we had known, our Jiufeng family would have personally ripped you to shreds, no matter the cost. Little demon empress, although both of us prioritized our benefits, we are truly ignorant regarding the matters of Duke Huai Palace. Otherwise, even if we were going to be killed, we would definitely not interact with Duke Huai Palace one bit. If any of what we have said is false, we are willing to be struck by lightning. We plead little demon empress to forgive us for our ignorance. From now onwards, both of us are willing to die for the little demon empress. The ones who spoke were the two that had attacked Yun Qinghong previously, the two brothers, Bai Gihun and Bai Gaiming. After they had heard Duke Huai coming out and confessing his crimes, their souls nearly dispersed in shock. This humble subject has always been devoted to the demon emperor's clan and the little demon empress. So the only reason that I threw in with Duke Huai Palace is because I thought that the little demon empress had met with calamity, and I was only protecting myself. The crimes of Duke Huai Palace, this humble subject was completely unaware of them. The words of this humble subject and this humble subject's loyalty, the sun and moon, and even the heaven and earth can attest to it. A general who was dressed in golden armor had completely prostrated himself on the ground and was going to soon bash his head open against it. The great hall was a field of grieving sobs, and none of those crawling on the ground were not unrivaled experts or part of prideful families. Just a mere 2 hours ago, they were all excessively arrogant beyond limits, but now they wailed like the lowliest of convicts, desperately begging for forgiveness in their terror and remorse. As for the members of Duke Huai Palace, they had all sunk to the ground, and their eyes were either filled with shock and horror or they were completely hollow. No one was able to utter even a single sound. They knew that from today onwards, Duke Huai Palace would have no hope of reprieve. As members of Duke Huai Palace, they had been shocked and scared witless by the crimes that had been revealed. One could still die a good death, but if a lifetime of prestige were to change into infamy overnight, whether they lived or died from today onwards, they would be cursed by countless people. Even their descendants and all who were related to them would receive the contempt and rejection of the public. Their ancestors, too, would be shamed forever because of this. This was many times more humiliating and terrifying than a simple death, and they were currently right on the border to this hell. The crimes that Duke Huai Palace had committed were things that the illusory demon realm had never witnessed before, crimes that were heinous enough to infuriate both God and man. They had indeed forsaken the demon emperor's clan and sworn their loyalty to Duke Huai Palace. Once the little demon empress had presided over their crimes, all their glory and honor would sink into the filthiest sludge. even if they had truly not known of the crimes committed by Duke Huai Palace, and even if they had never seen the long-disappeared Duke Ming. The little demon empress slowly lifted her eyes and coldly declared, "This empress is willing to believe that all of you had no knowledge whatsoever regarding the crimes committed by Duke Huai Palace." The words of the little demon empress caused them to break out into joy immediately, but her following words were like a basin of ice-cold water thrown over their heads, piercing them to the bone. But Duke Huai has been both openly and covertly defiant towards this empress countless of times. He has unscrupulously suppressed the powers that are loyal to this empress. So his ambition has long ago been made clear. Even if all of you were blind, you should still have been exceedingly clear on that. But all of you would rather abandon this empress and throw your lots in with Duke Huai Palace. So what you have done has been no different from open rebellion for the longest time. So do the lot of you have no sense of shame, that you are begging for mercy from this empress right now? The words of the little demon empress had undoubtedly fiercely pierced the weak spot of every single person here. They were exceedingly clear regarding what their actions meant and what intentions they had harbored in the depths of their heart. The 7 families, the various Duke palaces, and all those people who had defected to Duke Huai Palace, every single one of them was shivering uncontrollably. The only thing left for them to do was to desperately beg for mercy, declare their loyalty, and swear the most vicious of oaths. The little demon empress slowly extended her hand, her movement immediately causing everyone to hold their breaths. That tender and delicate hand, which was as white as driven snow, was, in their eyes, undoubtedly the hand of a death god that could instantly steal away all life. Clang, following a flip of the little demon empress' hand. A short blade which radiated cold light flew out from by Gaiming and fell in front of Duke Huai, with half of the blade burying itself into the ground. The little demon empress' low voice swelled up following that. "Since you want to express loyalty, very good. Whoever amongst you personally kills Duke Huai, this empress will pardon his crimes." A dead silence engulfed the great hall for an instant, but following that, a surging wave of energy exploded outwards, and it was as if the demon imperial hall was being shaken by an earthquake. The people who had originally been kneeling on the ground all frantically rushed at Duke Huai, their speed and their panic-surging profound energy nearly exceeding the limits of their life. Helian Quang was the closest, and his reaction speed was the fastest as well. He scooped up the knife that had been thrust into the ground, and with scarlet eyes, he rushed towards Duke Huai while howling with evident hatred, "Duke Huai, die!" His hate was without a doubt the real deal. He would naturally not blame himself for the situation he found himself in right now. Rather than blaming himself for betraying the righteousness of his ancestors, he would rather push the blame entirely onto Duke Huai. All of his strength was concentrated in the short blade within his hand, and it directly lunged towards Duke Huai's vitals. Helian Quang resented that he could not directly cleave his body in two. At this time, an explosion rang out in the air above them, and the rooftop of the Imperial Demon Hall had largely collapsed. A crimson-black conflagration, which covered the sky and the earth, brought a scorching and tyrannically sinister energy wave along with it as it exploded downwards. Before the flames had even arrived, that incomparably berserk energy wave had already caused all those who rushed towards Duke Huai to collapse to the ground, and the floor of the Great Hall swiftly sank before everyone's eyes. "It's Duke Ming, be careful," Yun Qi yelled in a low voice as he grabbed the heaven-smiting sword and rushed in front of Yun Qinghang and Mu Yuru. The little demon empress swung a long sleeve. Golden crow flames surged towards the sky, and in the blink of an eye, the devilish fire that filled the sky was blown apart by the impact. Following the dissipation of the fallen devil flames, a figure clothed in silver robes could be seen floating in the sky far above. "Duke Ming!" The people who had seen Duke Ming before let out startled cries. Even though Duke Ming had disappeared for more than 100 years, his appearance remained completely the same as before. It was only that the smiling appearance that he used to display, that warmth and courtesy and that lack of princely airs, had all dissolved into thin air. At this moment, only a devilish smile was displayed on his face. The little demon empress floated in the air and came face to face with Duke Ming, her eyes giving off a bone-piercingly cold, killing intent. "Duke Ming, this empress was beginning to think that you would not have the guts to show up. Sigh." Duke Ming observed the dreadful state of Duke Huai Palace below and let out a short sigh. The victors rule the world while the losers become bandits. When this duke had initially thought of my day of victory, I had also naturally thought of the consequences of failure. It is only that this duke did not lose to any man, but has lost to the golden crow divine spirit. The strength of man, in the end, cannot compete with the strength of gods. If not, this illusory demon realm would belong to this duke's clan. Duke Ming, so it really was you? Mu Feiyan pointed a finger at Duke Ming, and he was furious that his entire body was trembling. The previous demon emperor placed such great trust in you, and all those years ago, when you desired to leave Demon Imperial City, the previous demon emperor and I had done our utmost to dissuade you. In those days, the demon king told me to be wary of you, but from the beginning to the very end, I disapproved of what he had said. However, who would have thought that you were really such an ungrateful, despicable, and poisonous villain? He. Duke Ming gave an apathetic bark. The lifespan of a man, if it is short, it will last decades. If it is long, it will last millennia. But in the end, all becomes dust and is scattered to the heavens and earth. All is transient. In this short life, if one is ambitious, why would one be willing to be beneath another and become another person's servant? If the demon emperor's clan could establish themselves as the emperors of the entire realm, then why couldn't this duke's clan do so as well? This duke has merely done what many average people have desired to do, but had not the nerve to. I have done things that these plebeians have never even dared to dream of. So what wrong did this duke commit? Even though I have suffered defeat today, this duke only feels dissatisfied. I have absolutely no regrets. The words of Duke Ming are absolutely wrong. Yun-Chi gave a dull laugh as he replied languorously. Oh, Duke Ming inclined his eyes to look at Yun-Chi. Why don't you tell me exactly what this duke said that was wrong? It was not anything you said explicitly. Your entire premise is wrong to being with. Yun-Chi shook his head as he smiled faintly but contemptuously. What is a human? Humans can afford to not be invincible, can afford to not have any glorious achievements, and can afford to live a life of complete mediocrity. What makes someone human is not their shape or their independent will. The most important, defining, and most basic characteristic of what defines humanity is our human nature, our intrinsic sense of honor, and our innate sense of what is right and wrong. Duke Ming, these characteristics, do you possess them? Oh, it seems like you are nearly completely void of them. If that is the case, then what qualifications do you have to call yourself a man? In the end, you are merely a malicious beast at best. Since even your premise that you were a human being is completely wrong, then whatever you have said after that is merely a big pile of rubbish. Furthermore, you compared yourself to the clan of the Demon Emperor. That is simply the biggest joke that I've ever heard. Why could the Demon Emperor's clan reign supreme for 10,000 years? It had nothing to do with the fact that they inherited the bloodline of the Golden Crow. In those years, it was the first Demon Emperor who pacified the chaos within the illusory demon realm, ended the strife between humans and demons, and unified the entire illusory demon realm, bringing 10,000 years of peace, prosperity, and lack of strife to the entire realm. So the Demon Emperor's clan does possess the qualifications to rule all under heaven and to receive the obeisance of all the citizens of the realm. But you, Duke Ming, what qualifications do you have? As a member of the illusory demon royal family, you have received the favor of the Demon Emperor's clan. From birth, you had a noble status, and you enjoyed the best that the illusory demon realm could offer. But not only did you not feel grateful and loyal, you actually harbored such evil intentions in your heart. You even invited wolves into the very heart of the realm and caused the illusory demon realm to suffer a great crisis. You caused Demon Imperial City to descend into chaos, and even despicably and maliciously murdered the previous Demon Emperor and the Little Demon Emperor. The Little Demon Empress had very nearly been consigned to death by you in Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley as well. Not only did you not render a single service to the illusory demon realm, you actually created crisis after crisis. While the Demon Emperor's clan has the great merit of uniting the realm, you, Duke Ming, only have heinous and malevolent acts left to your name. So on what basis can you compare yourself to the Demon Emperor's clan? How do you even possess the shamelessness to attempt to make that comparison in the first place? The Demon Emperor's clan could rule over 10,000 years, and all under heaven was at peace. But you, even if your nefarious plot had succeeded, on the day where all truths come to light, you will also be destroyed under the hatred of all the people of the realm, and you will definitely not last. Moreover, your royal father, your grandfather, all the ancestors of your clan, what view do you think they will take towards your so-called ambition? Do you think they will feel gratified and proud? No. What they will feel is only pain, sadness, disgust, and anger. Yes, anger. that they could not descend from the heavens to personally throttle you to death, because you have turned all their glory into shame, causing your clan to forever become a black stain upon history. Silence! Duke Ming, who still carried a calm expression on his face despite his utter defeat at this moment, could not help but to let out a hoarse cry filled with anger and hatred. His face distorted, and intense emotions started to ripple in those previously calm eyes. In this world, the sharpest blades were words which cut to the heart. Every sentence Xianxia uttered, every word he said, was like the sharpest of needles which fiercely drove into his most vulnerable points. This caused his originally unyielding and resolute demeanor, which allowed him to disregard everything, to be completely perforated. He had finally personally tasted the sharpness of Xianxia's words, and he finally understood why his own son, Duke Huoi, would not only be angered to distraction by this person, but would even have the shadow of this person lingering in his heart. Oh, has your shame driven you to anger? The aura that Duke Ming released in his rage was incomparably shocking, but how could Xianxia be scared because of that? He gave a gleeful smile and continued, "The victors as kings and the losers as bandits. No, no, no. That is something that can be appended to ambitious and ruthless people. It completely doesn't suit you. Because the current you is at the very best someone who is about to endure universal scorn and abuse. A mere stray dog." Duke Ming's body started to tremble. "This Duke will kill you." Duke Ming roared loudly. His whole body burst into flames, and a giant flame devil that was more than 30 meters tall fell from the sky as it opened its big, ferocious mouth and stormed towards Xianxia. The pressure from the 10th level of the Sovereign Profound Realm completely suffocated Mu Feiyin, even with his power. However, the giant flame devil had only flown for less than 30 meters when a streak of scarlet gold flames burned across the sky. And as soon as it touched the giant flame devil, it was as if fierce flames touched rotten wood, and the giant flame devil instantly burst into flames. In the blink of an eye, the crimson-black giant flame devil became the color of scarlet gold. Its figure twisted, and it roared in deep agony. Before long, it was burned to ashes and became sparks that shattered to bits in the sky. Even though everyone had already experienced the extremely terrifying powers of the little demon empress again and again, a scene like this still trembled everyone's heart and soul in fear. Duke Ming's pupils shrunk and his chest was heaving violently. He looked at the little demon empress and said in an intricate voice, "Could it be that your profound energy has already achieved the divine profound realm?" The 4 words, "achieved divine profound realm," were so shocking that everyone was stunned, unable to snap out of it for a long time. Divine profound realm, the legendary realm of divinity. The people who stepped into this realm would no longer be normal. Instead, they would become a god amongst men. However, the reason it was a legend was because it had never appeared before. It was even generally acknowledged as impossible for a mortal being to achieve, and it merely existed within the records and imagination of humans. The little demon empress' extremely ridiculous strength. The bestowment from the Golden Crow divine soul could the little demon empress, who had awakened her bloodline and received the Golden Crow divine soul's unparalleled divine power, truly have stepped into the legendary realm that no one could achieve. Everyone's hearts were trembling violently, and the respect and fear in their eyes that gazed upon the little demon empress increased several times, of course. It was mostly fear. The remaining resistance in their hearts was all shaken by the 2 words, divine profound, and ceased to exist. "No, that is impossible." Duke Ming shook his head slowly, and the crimson-black flames on his body swayed madly. In the span of a few breaths, the flames had already risen up to more than 300 meters high. How is it possible for someone to be stronger than this Duke in this world? Absolutely impossible. Duke Ming's eyes widened as he roared, and the 300-meter-tall devil flames burning on his body made a devilish howl and charged abruptly towards the little demon empress. In an instant, the space collapsed, and the blue sky changed color. This was the strength of a practitioner at the 10th level of the Sovereign Profound Realm, that used to be the strongest in the illusory demon realm, giving his all. If this fallen devil flame were to fall, it would be enough to burn half of Demon Imperial City to ashes. An apocalyptic pressure caused the crowd beneath to yell in terror. The little demon empress focused her gaze as the Golden Crow's flames burned silently on her body. She raised her arms, and her tender, snowy arms dazzling under her wide, gray sleeves. But it was the simple, light wave of the young girl's flawless, fine arms that instantly planted an enormous fire cage. and shrouded Duke Ming and his 300 meters of devil flames all within. When the fallen devil flame touched the fire cage, no matter how violent it wasn't able to advance even half an inch. The fire cage started shrinking rapidly. Every inch that it shrunk, the fallen devil flame then backed off an inch. Gradually, the fire cage shrunk until it was less than 300 meters, but it was still shrinking in speed, and the fallen devil flame that had nowhere to escape was being compressed, swallowed, and dissipated little by little, like a desperate beast trapped in a cage. No matter how it struggled or cried, it was unable to escape and could only wait to perish completely in lament. The fire cage shrunk until it was only 10 meters, and only then did it finally stop shrinking. The fallen devil flame that was originally 300 meters tall had been burned until there were only scattered flames left, and not a single trace could escape the cage. Duke Ming was trapped in the center of the cage and couldn't move at all, because during this process, he tried to escape more than 10 times, but every time he touched the golden crow flame on the fire cage, he was burned and overwhelmed by the pain. The difference between his strength and the little demon empress was evident from this. Solely based on the profound energy levels, the difference between the 10th level of the sovereign profound realm and half a step into the divine profound realm was less than half a small realm, but the difference between them was half a plane. Whether it was the little demon empress golden crow bloodline or the golden crow flame, it all completely suppressed Duke Ming. The Duke Ming that the little demon empress of 4 months ago was definitely unable to oppose, now was unfit to even be her opponent. Duke Ming, the little demon empress reached out her palms, but they weren't facing towards Duke Ming. Instead, they faced downwards, and above her arms, the ascending golden crow flames scorched more and more. Each of her words was filled with hatred. You killed my father, killed my brother, harmed my whole clan, and drove my illusory demon realm into chaos. Your crimes must be paid with the blood of your whole clan. This empress gave up everything and crawled back from the abyss of death to make your whole clan fall into infinite hell. The voice of the little demon empress seemed to be from outside the heavens and clearly spread to all of the corners of Demon Imperial City. After the last word was spoken, she waved her arms that were burning with the golden crow flames. The surging scarlet flames became an enormous golden crow flame silhouette and flew towards the west side of the Demon Imperial City in the time of a few breaths. The large golden crow flame silhouette had already flown away more than 10 miles, temporarily circled in the air above, and abruptly dropped down. The loud explosion shook the whole Demon Imperial City, and a scarlet gold fire pillar shot up and spread towards the sky. Even from more than 100 miles away, they could see the flames shooting up into the sky. Under the ruthless golden crow flame, and it was the little demon empress golden crow flame, there was no question that everything would be burned into ashes. That's Duke Huai Palace. The sound of yelling came from everywhere, and there was even the sound of those sucking in a cold breath. The little demon empress actually sent her golden crow flame to Duke Huai Palace over 10 miles away. Even with such a distance, the flames and smoke filling the air, and the power of the flames that still startled and frightened people's hearts, even from more than 10 miles away, all showed that the great Duke Huai Palace had been completely demolished. The entirety Duke Huai Palace, including the living people within, were all buried within, and none of them would be able to survive. Yun Qi opened his mouth and said to himself in surprise, half a step into the divine profound realm is actually so strong to this extent. You think, Jasmine said in disdain, even though in terms of levels, there is only one realm higher than the sovereign profound realm, in reality it is an incredibly large watershed. In this world, there are countless profound practitioners that have broken through to the Emperor Profound Realm and the Tyrant Profound Realm, but no one has ever broken through to the Sovereign Profound Realm, and they can't even step halfway into the Divine Profound Realm. Because of this, the Sovereign Profound Realm was called the limitation of a mortal being. Just from the fact that no one has ever broken through the Sovereign Profound Realm, you can imagine how large the difference between Divine Profound Realm and Sovereign Profound Realm is. Or, I could tell you in an even more straightforward way, Jasmine said softly. If the Elementary Profound Realm and the Sovereign Profound Realm are categorized as large realms, then the Divine Profound Realm would be another large realm, a completely different realm, and the little demon empress has her foot in halfway into this large realm. Even though on the surface, it looks like she and Duke Ming only have a slight difference between them, the laws that she could touch now, even her understanding of this world, are already different from Duke Ming and all other living beings on a fundamental level, using the rest of their life in exchange for 3 years of divine power. It is an especially good deal for the living creatures of this world. Yun Qi. The endlessly burning flames and the raging, dense smoke wavered in Duke Ming's pupils. In order to cut off the Demon Emperor's clan, he plotted deliberately for hundreds of years. Yet the little Demon Empress only used a torch of fire and destroyed his clan's thousands of years of foundation. But the nightmare of Duke Huai Palace has only just begun. The little Demon Empress waved her arms, and Duke Huai's body was sucked up into the air in sparks of flames. He was still under the effects of profound Handel soul search. His eyes were dull and his face was expressionless. He wasn't the only one who was sucked up into the air. There were also his sons, Duke Hui Yi and Duke Hui Ran. Duke Ming, you caused the deaths of my father and my brother, so this empress will slaughter the people of your clan, exterminate all of your offspring, burn them, and kill them in the most painful way in the world. This is what your clan deserves. You. Duke Ming's face was pale, and his body was also trembling slightly. The fire cage shrouding over him was something that was not supposed to belong to this world. He wasn't able to escape using any of his methods and could only watch his own son and grandsons be thrown high up into the air. Little Demon Empress, spare me. I don't know anything. I really don't know anything. Hui Yi begged desperately, but his begging would never trigger any of the little Demon Empress' mercy. She ignited flames from out of thin air and veiled the 3 of them. The sound of his begging immediately became horrific screaming. Being burned by the little Demon Empress Golden Crow flame, they were destined to be burned to ashes, and no one could possibly save them. But how would the little Demon Empress just let them die that easily? The Golden Crow on their bodies followed their limbs and burned slowly, swallowing their bodies and blood bit by bit, torturing them with flames that seemed to be from hell itself. Wow, little Demon Empress, spare me. Grandfather, save me, save me. The 3 bodies were burning in midair until their flesh and blood were all horribly mangled, and their limbs were all gone, but the sound of their screaming was still horrific. They were in extreme pain and could neither live nor die. All the people below were shivering with pale faces as their teeth chattered away. Just looking at a scene like this, listening to sounds like this, they were so in fear they almost couldn't stand straight. Shut up, don't beg her for mercy, Duke Ming roared harshly. Watching his only son and grandsons ending up like this, his eyes were bloodshot and his face was pale like a ferocious ghost. He reached out his palm and pointed at the little Demon Empress while trembling, declaring, "Little Demon Empress, this is not over. Don't think that this Duke has lost completely. The strength you have is not usual in a short 4 months, and to have your profound energy increase so fiercely, it is impossible for it to not have side effects. Perhaps your cost is death. Die before this Duke." The little Demon Empress locked her eyebrows and said coldly, "You're about to die and still dare to speak of such nonsense. This Empress will now put you to a graveless death. You alone are not enough to kill this Duke." Duke Ming gnashed his teeth in seeming madness. A dark bloodstream dropped speedily from the corner of his mouth. "Little Demon Empress, you just wait. This Duke will one day obtain revenge that will repay this 10,000 times over. PFF. Duke Ming spat out a large sheet of blood mist, and color of the blood mist was a ghastly sight of crimson black. Under the shrouding of the crimson black blood mist, Duke Ming's body gradually desalinated and then completely disappeared. "Blood escape!" Jasmine yelled aloud and followed with a soft sneer. Even if he escaped, he lost a large amount of his life vitality and blood. But for the illusory demon realm, it will certainly be big trouble. The fire cage was put away. The little Demon Empress became a flash and appeared where Duke Ming had been before. She looked at the dissipated crimson-black blood mist. Her eyes were filled with endless chill, and her chest was heaving. This was the blood escape that used blood and vitality as a cost to activate. Even with the little Demon Empress' strength now, she could not trace the direction in which he escaped. Behind her, the screaming of Hui Yi and Hui Ran had stopped. The 3 bodies of the father and sons had been burned completely into ashes and were floating in the air. Duke Huai, who used to look prestigious when wearing the emperor's clothing just earlier today, and was elected as the new emperor, along with his 2 sons that were extraordinarily proud, had come to their miserable ends on the day that was supposed to be their most proud day. The little Demon Empress slowly turned around, and her sight swept below. In the wrecked Demon Emperor Hall, those sinners who surrendered to Duke Huai Palace were still kneeling on the ground, and no one dared to stand up at all. Under the gaze of the little demon empress, their bodies were trembling, and every pore from head to toe was shivering. "This empress will give you a chance to compensate for your crimes." The little demon empress' voice was like the judgment of the Reaper, sounded coldly in their ears. "I will give you 10 days. Within these 10 days, this empress wants you all to wipe out Duke Huai Palace's whole clan. Father, mother, wife, exterminate their whole family. Even women and children cannot be excluded. And bring their corpses and pile them up in front of the gate of Demon Imperial City and burn them all. Not even a single hair can remain. After 10 days, if there is anyone left of Duke Huai's clan, this empress will condemn and kill 100 of you. If there are 10 people left, then this empress will kill 1,000 of you." The ruthless command of the little demon empress set off the most terrifying reign of terror in the history of the Demon Imperial City. A baptism of blood with the little demon empress' endless hatred, with Duke Huai Palace at the center, had fallen onto the illusory demon realm's holy imperial city. The new emperor's ascension ceremony that captured everyone's attention was ended in a way that no one could have imagined, and it was replaced with a baptism by the fresh blood of the rebels and Duke Huai Palace. Because of the cruel command to exterminate the whole Duke Huai Palace, everyone who originally surrendered to Duke Huai Palace raised their butcher knives towards the people of Duke Huai Palace madly. Those who used to earnestly wish to lick the feet of Duke Huai Palace now could not wait to disassociate themselves from it completely. Each of them were striving to be first, fearful of being last and killing fewer people than the others, especially the 7 great guardian families and the many Duke palaces. They knew clearly in their heart that if they wanted to save themselves and protect their families, they needed to do whatever they could to show their loyalty to the little demon empress, even if they needed to give up their dignity, shake their tails, and beg for it, because the little demon empress now absolutely had the power to make their 10,000-year-old family perish overnight. And she could use a few words to have all their clans be remembered by history as a byword for infamy. Duke Huai Palace was Duke Huai Palace after all. They had many strong practitioners within, but it was impossible for them to endure against the joint forces of all of these peerless, strong practitioners, and they were eventually enclosed upon by them. The time limit the little demon empress gave was 10 days, but only a short 3 days passed before Duke Huai Palace was already completely ravaged, and the whole family was exterminated. Not even a single survivor was left. Even those of Duke Huai's family that were thousands of miles away were slaughtered. The once extraordinary and prosperous Duke Huai Palace had already become a charred ruin. The thick smell of blood was stirring within and didn't disperse for a long time. No one dared to go within 10 miles of it. At that time in Demon Imperial City, every force was trembling with fear, everyone was feeling insecure, and even while walking they were careful, not daring to speak too loudly. All the heroes of the realm who came from all around to participate in the Demon Empress Reign ceremony and the new Emperor's Ascension ceremony were still unable to leave, because in 7 days, the Reign ceremony that was interrupted would once again be reassembled. This was also a command from the little Demon Empress herself. No one dared to disobey the little Demon Empress commands now. On the contrary, the Yun family had been filled with an atmosphere of excitement these couple of days. Even though Yun Qinghang's taboo formation was forcefully stopped by the little Demon Empress and didn't trigger the most serious consequence, half of it had already been initiated. The wounds on his body were only secondary to the severity of him losing too much blood essence. Losing blood essence not only would make his profound energy fall, but the most awful thing was that it would make his aptitude decrease permanently. It was so severe that it might even be impossible for him to have any breakthroughs in the future. Once the blood essence was damaged, it was almost impossible to use any method to restore it. But to Yun Qi, who bore the power Su of rage, game, god, hack, it was not impossible for him to repair damaged blood essence. Yun Qi sat behind Yun Qinghang and placed his palms on his back where his heart was and continuously inserted the force of nature absorbed with the great way of the Buddha into his body. This movement continued for more than 2 hours. After that, Yun Qi withdrew his palms and Yun Qinghang opened his eyes. His face was rosy, his eyes were clear, and his breaths were vigorous. People couldn't even notice any trace of him having just lost a huge amount of blood essence. Phew! Yun Qi slightly took a breath and said relievedly, "Father's vitality was already particularly vigorous. Restoring it was easier than I thought. 2 hours like this every day, and Father's damaged blood essence will be fully restored in 3 months at most." Chair, you've worked hard. Mu Yuru reached out and wiped off the sweat off of Yun Chi's forehead softly, and her face was filled with love and satisfaction. This is just a miracle, Yun Weishan said excitedly. With the young patriarch's words, we are completely at ease. Yun Duanshui nodded delightfully, and then said in a disconsolate manner, Thank the heavens for returning to us our young patriarch. Young patriarch, our whole clan has shamed you for more than 20 years. When you returned, you saved our whole clan from fire and water. Please accept Yun Duanshui's salute. After saying so, he quickly bent his knee in obeisance and deeply saluted. Even though he was stirred up while talking, it was not exaggerated at all. Anyone could see clearly that it was the return of Yun Chi that saved the Yun family that was on the verge of life and death. And with his, and the little demon Empress aggressive return, the Yun family had even been placed at a height that had never been achieved before. Yun Weishan also bent down before him in haste. Yun Chi immediately came before them and held them up. Elders, please get up. This is too much for this junior to accept. In terms of the disbursement, you are the ones that have really worked hard and performed a valuable service. How can this junior be qualified to accept your kneeling? At this moment, the sound of rapid footsteps came from outside, followed by the sound of Xiao Yun's anxious yell, Father, Mother, I'm back. The door was pushed open, and Xiao Yun was standing there shaken up with his face all red. Father, Mother, Big Brother. He rushed in front of Yun Chi, so excited that his eyes were filled with tears, and he didn't know what to do. Big Brother, to be able to see you again. It really is great. While talking, Xiao Yun was almost choked with sobs. The 13 elders slowly walked close from outside and said cheerfully, When young master found out that young patriarch was back, he was so excited that he almost cried. The little demon empress was safe and sound, and our Yun family was also safe. Heaven really didn't disappoint our Yun family. 3 days ago, when Yun Qinghang was determined to have a life and death struggle with Duke Huoi, he knocked Xiao Yun out and had the 13 elders take him to somewhere thousands of miles away. After all, he had already decided to meet his death, and his whole clan would possibly follow him, but he definitely couldn't involve the descendant of Xiao Ying. And now that everything was heading towards a direction that could not have been imagined in the beginning, Xiao Yun and the 13 elders naturally came back. Xiao, father has disappointed. Yun Qinghang smiled and said, I forcefully sent you 10,000 miles away without your consent. No, no, no. Xiao Yun waved his hand in panic. I know father and mother did this to protect me. Why would you have disappointed me? Originally, I was especially afraid. I wanted to come back and face it with father and mother, but was afraid to come back. Afraid that my return would waste father and mother's effort. Now I see that father and mother was fine, and big brother is also safe. Our family is reunited as a whole. It's just too great. Xiaor, looking at her 2 sons, Mu Yuru's eyes misted up, and felt once again that she couldn't ask for any more in her life. Yun Chi said with a smile, if we could have 7th sister here in our family, then it would be even more perfect. Ha 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 ha. Everyone in the house laughed loudly. Xiao Yun's face became red, lowered his head, and laughed in embarrassment. Yun Chi took out the Overlord pellet from his sky poison pearl and said, At first I told you I would split the Overlord pellet into 2 and give you 2 each half of it. I did not expect that the time has passed this long. Wait until father's health is stable. I will take care of the issue of the Overlord pellet, and then you'll take this Overlord pellet to 7th sister. I guarantee you that your future father-in-law will come out and welcome you personally. Heh heh, Xiao Yun giggled while blushing. Yun Qinghang's body was heavily injured, his blood essence was severely harmed, and he needed a large amount of time to rest. Yun Chi went back to his residence, remembered everything that happened to him after he came to illusory demon realm, and couldn't help to feel a sense of sadness. His arrival actually completely changed illusory demon realm's destiny. If he didn't appear, the Yun family would have completely collapsed, the demon emperor's clan would have disappeared forever, and illusory demon realm would have been dominated by Duke Huoi Palace. Even Duke Ming's malicious plan would never have been revealed to the world. By today, everything counted as settled. The faint, bloody smell coming from outside was the evidence of Duke Huoi Palace being completely destroyed. The only unsettling factor left was Duke Ming, who blood escaped, and the little demon empress, remaining 3 years of life. When are you preparing to return to Profound Sky Continent? Jasmine suddenly asked. If father needs to heal, I still need 3 months. For at least these 3 months, I still can't return. Yun Chi said slightly absent-mindedly, and there is still something important that I must do in this illusory demon realm. Important thing? Jasmine rarely wasn't able to see through what Xianxia was thinking. Xianxia was silent for a while, then he said in a low voice, "There's really only 3 years left of the little demon empress life. Is there no other way?" "What? Can't bear for her to die?" Jasmine's voice was filled with the most obvious disdain. At least the originally chaotic situation was able to be settled that fast. The main reason being the little demon empress' absolute power. But 3 years is really too short. Once she falls after 3 years, it is very possible that the illusory demon realm will be in chaos again. Xianxia said slowly, "Besides, she is my woman in any case." HMPH. Seems like the last sentence is the main point, Jasmine said in disdain. "What you care about most is always a woman." "Thank you for your compliment," Xianxia said powerlessly. His mind flashed back to the scene in Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley. The little demon empress blocked Duke Ming's attack for him when she was severely injured herself. Her pale face and soulless eyes when she held him down on the ground. And when the Golden Crow spirit told her she would only have 3 years of life remaining, she didn't hesitate at all. And how she treated Duke Huai Palace after she returned with cruel relentlessness. There was a sting in his heart that he couldn't control. Right now what people saw was only her inviolable dignity and indomitable power. But no one knew what she had to suffer, bear, sacrifice, and everything she had to disperse all this time without her closest family. She had to endure everything that happened by herself. Now it was also her alone that was avenging the Demon Emperor's clan, reforming Demon Imperial City, and bearing the debt of blood of the whole Duke Huai Palace. She was only a woman after all. If it was another woman, even if she had 1,000 times as much willpower, she would have already collapsed. Without the title of the little demon empress, she had it even harder and more wretched than a common woman. The little demon empress' profound energy now is relying on burning and overdrafting her own life to sustain. At most, she could live for another 3 years. This is what the divine beast Golden Crow's soul had said. Even the soul of a divine beast had said so. In this world, what kind of people do you think would have the strength to reverse this? With your knowledge, it is really completely impossible, Xianxia asked without giving up. HMPH, I knew you would ask this. Jasmine scoffed slightly. If you are determined to know, I actually know 2 ways, but if I tell you, you will only be even more disappointed. What way? Xianxia's spirit lifted and said, "Hurry and say it. If there really is a way, no matter what, it is better than being completely without hope." "Then listen closely." Jasmine scoffed softly. "The first way is to cultivate your great way of the Buddha to above stage 10. By then, not only would you have the body similar to a true god, you could absorb the most primitive, pure primordial essence from the space in the universe. If you give her enough primordial essence every day, over time, a qualitative change would take place of her physique, and she could possibly live for another 100 years. But forget about you having the body of a human which can only reach stage 6 of the Great Way of the Buddha, even if you could really achieve the 10th stage. She only has 3 years of life remaining. It was already a miracle that you only used 5 years to break through from stage 1 to stage 4. It is unknown if you could break through to stage 5 using just 3 years of time. Stage 10 is a fantasy. Even if the Rage God were alive, it is impossible to break through the Great Way of the Buddha from stage 4 to stage 10 in 3 years. Then what is the second way? Xianxia gnashed his teeth slightly. Even though he knew the way Jasmine told him was extremely hard to achieve, this rain on his parade was just too thorough. Jasmine had said before too that her brother used all of his vital energy just to cultivate to the 6th stage of the Great Way of the Buddha. For him to cultivate to stage 10 within 3 years, this was something that was impossible no matter what. The second way, Jasmine's voice trembled slightly and said faintly, is to find the 7 great heavenly profound treasures rank 3, the primordial seal of life and death that has the power of eternity. Resentful civilian. What is so fun about you, a pay-to-win player, bullying us losers who doesn't have the dough? Xianxia, you are all mistaken. I am not a simple pay-to-win player. Resentful civilian, stop quibbling. You are just a pay-to-win player. Xianxia, no, actually, I am just a pay-to-win player with game hacks. Resentful civilian spits 300 liters of blood. The primordial seal of life and death, heavenly profound treasure. Xianxia immediately became dazed. Among the 7 great heavenly profound treasures, the primordial seal of life and death is ranked only below the heaven-punishing ancestral sword and the evil embryo eternal tribulation wheel. It is said that it was birthed in the center of the primordial universe, and its energy is also connected with that of the primordial universe. As long as the primordial universe does not die, it will never be destroyed, Jasmine said in an unhurried tone. When you mentioned the power of eternity, what did you mean by that? If you wear it on your person, your lifespan will never decline. In other words, the person who possesses it will have eternal life. Ah! Xianxia was completely dumbfounded, and for a moment he felt like he was listening to a non-existent fairy tale. Eternal life, so you will never die. How is that possible? You're overthinking this. Jasmine let out a light sniff of disdain. Eternal life does not mean that the person becomes immortal and indestructible, with the primordial seal of life and death on your person. Even though it means that you will never die of old age, you can still be killed by an external force. But if a person really possessed unrivaled strength, and other living beings and natural forces are unable to consign him to the grave, if that person obtained the primordial seal of life and death, then he would truly possess an indestructible, undying body. If one can obtain the primordial seal of life and death, and the little demon empress wore it, then as long as she does not get killed by any external force, she can live for as long as she wants. Not only will she not die, but she will never grow old either. The primordial seal of life and death is the only artifact that grants eternal life in the entire primordial universe. In the ancient past, even those true gods went crazy over it, because even if a true god had an extremely long lifespan, it was not boundless. And the stronger a god grew, the more frantically that god desired it. Eternal life, that is a temptation that no living being can resist, and that is why it is qualified to be ranked third amongst the 7 great heavenly profound treasures. Xianxia silently listened, and after that, he did not speak for a long time. The heavenly profound treasures, every single one of them possessed a heaven-defying ability. The sky poison pearls had the heaven-defying abilities in regards to poison, refinement, and purification. The mirror of samsara possessed the ability of reincarnation. But the great heavenly profound treasure that Jasmine was talking about actually had the fantastical ability of eternity. That was to say, the power of eternal life. An eternal lifespan, a never-ending life. It was just that this artifact sounded way too fantastical. It was fantastical to the point where Xianxia was nearly unable to fathom its existence. Then this primordial seal of life and death, do you know where it is? Xianxia asked in a very low voice. What do you think? Jasmine's 4 short words expressed her contempt for Xianxia's stupid question. I don't mind telling you this. Among the 7 great heavenly profound treasures, the eternal sky pearl that is ranked 4th, the sky poison pearl that is ranked 5th, the world needles that is ranked 6th, and the mirror of samsara that is ranked 7th. All of these artifacts have surfaced in history countless of times and provoked the same amount of strife and turmoil as people fought over them. And among them, the eternal sky pearl had long ago been acquired by someone and become the exclusive treasure of a powerful star realm. But the 3 highest-ranking treasures, the heaven-punishing ancestral sword, the evil embryo eternal tribulation wheel, and the primordial seal of life and death after the fall of the divine gods, have completely vanished without a trace and have yet to reappear since then. Even though countless people have searched for them, sparing no cost in the end, these people could not even find a single trace of them. Moreover, given the primordial seal of life and death's ability of eternity, even if it was found, the person who found it would never divulge it. Because if he did, there would be an endless amount of peerless individuals who would try to snatch it away from him. Furthermore, there is no need to activate it. You only need to wear it on your person, so it is extremely easy to conceal its existence. So there is possibility that it might have already been found, but one can't say for sure. Why? Do you want to try to find it? Jasmine said mockingly. The corner of Xianxia's brows twitched, and he tightened his hands into fists as he gnashed his teeth. I simply don't believe that. Besides this, there is no other way. I have the medical arts passed to me by my teacher. I have the power of the rage god, the blood of the dragon god, and the sky poison pearl. I simply don't believe I can't save the little demon empress. As Xianxia spoke, he raised his left hand, and the image of the sky poison pearl immediately appeared within his palm. He extended his hand to wipe the sky poison pearl, and suddenly his expression became blank. Following that, it changed greatly as he directly jumped into the air. My jade of the 9 suns? Where did my jade of the 9 suns go? How come my jade of the 9 suns suddenly disappeared? Things that had been put into the sky poison pearl should not, in any circumstances, go missing. but the jade of the 9 suns that had been given to him by the Golden Crow divine spirit had actually disappeared. Idiot, you're only discovering it right now. Have you forgotten how your purple-veined heaven crystals and purple crystal jade marrow went missing in the first place? Jasmine said in a huffy tone. Xianxia's eyes widened and his face turned green. His mind spun and he roared, "Hunger, get out here right now!" A red light flashed in front of Xianxia and Hunger floated daintily in front of him. But she looked drowsy-eyed and half asleep, as if she had been woken up from her dreams. A pair of small hands rubbed sleepy eyes, and with a voice that sounded rather dazed, Hunger replied, "Master, why did you suddenly yell for me? You disturbed my sleep." Hunger's half-opened eyes were 4 parts sleepy, 3 parts dazed, and 3 parts innocent. Along with her small, cute face, all that forcefully caused Xianxia's burgeoning anger to die down once more. His mouth twitched as he asked in a trembling voice, You ate the jade of the 9 suns." "Ooh, jade of the 9 suns, what is that? Is it nice to eat?" Hunger's scarlet pupils blinked. "It was a golden-colored rock that was about this big." Xianxia drew a comparison as he grit his teeth. "Ooh, oh." Hunger's eyes lit up. She suddenly grew excited and her drowsiness immediately flew away. "Oh, so that's what it was. When Master sent it in, I immediately ate it up. That thing was so nice to eat. It was especially delicious, much nicer than that Farmer Faulty. Oh, I haven't thanked Master for giving me something so nice to eat. Thank you, Master." He, when it had just arrived, that is to say, 2 months ago, on the day that the Golden Crow had given him the jade of the 9 suns, she had eaten it. "Wait, why did you think it was specifically something for you to eat?" "Ah, thank your sister. You really ate it all. And during the process of eating it, did you feel unwell anywhere, or did you feel there was anything wrong at all?" Xianxia's voice trembled even harder. The jade of the 9 suns, a divine artifact which, in Jasmine's own words, would destroy the entire illusory demon realm if the energy within it was released. When he had held it in his hands initially, his hands and his heart had trembled a fair bit. But Hunger actually ate it. She ate it. Not well. Why would I feel unwell?" Hunger tilted her head and her face filled with doubt, but she suddenly opened her mouth and said, "Oh, right. When I ate that thing called the jade of the 9 suns, my body suddenly felt really nice, and I really wanted to go to sleep after that. What is even stranger is that after that, for a very, very long time, I did not feel hungry at all. Master, that delicious jade of the 9 suns, do you still have any more? I still want to eat it." Number percent, only Jasmine's profound strength was abnormal. But this Hunger, everything about her was abnormal. Even her existence was something that was abnormal. "Still want to eat your sister. You think the jade of the 9 suns is candy." HMPH, high-quality swords and profound jade are Hunger's food. The first becomes part of her spirit energy, and the second becomes part of the primordial profound ark's profound energy. You threw the jade of the 9 suns into the sky poison pearl yourself. It is no different from bringing it to her mouth yourself, so whose fault is it? Xianxia was speechless. Why would the thought that Hunger would eat that even cross his mind? However, the greatest use the jade of the 9 suns would be of to you right now is to power the primordial profound arc, so it should have been given to Hunger to eat anyways, because this is the only way for the primordial profound arc to obtain profound energy. Jasmine floated into existence, and she stood next to Hunger. One of them was crowned with bewitching blood-red hair, while the other had light and buoyant vermilion hair. Summon the primordial profound arc now. With the profound energy supplied by the jade of the 9 suns, it should have undergone a monumental change. Xianxia extended his hand, and following his mental summons, the primordial profound arc that had been thrown inside the sky poison pearl for a long time appeared in the palm of his hand. Only now, its outer appearance was no longer the initial deep red color, but the same vermilion of Hunger's hair and eyes. At the same time, the body of the arc was vibrating with a mysterious and robust aura. Xianxia was momentarily stumped for words, but following that, he felt an incomparably clear spiritual connection with the primordial profound arc. He tried to focus mentally and control the arc with his mind. Immediately, the primordial profound arc rose in the air and instantly moved to the location that he had mentally indicated, rapidly becoming bigger thereafter. And once it had expanded to the size that he desired, it just as swiftly shrank and returned to the palm of his hand. Xianxia gave a mental command again, and his entire body instantly vanished. Even Jasmine and Hunger, who were in front of him, vanished along with him. and only the primordial profound arc was left there silently floating in its initial position. Following Xianxia's mental command to enter the primordial profound arc, the world in front of him swiftly changed, and in the blink of an eye, he was located in the middle of a large stone hall. Surrounding him were walls so high that he could not see the top of them, and the sky above was so high that he could not see its limit. Beneath him, there was a tall, circular stone dais. The end of the stone dais looked like it could barely fit a person. Astonishingly, this was the towering ancient castle which he had entered when he had first entered the primordial profound arc. And below his feet was the place he had rescued Hunger from. Xianxia stared blankly into space for a while before carefully making another mental command. Immediately, the outside world, which was also the surroundings around the primordial profound arc, was projected into his brain with incomparable clarity. He made another mental command yet again, and these images were immediately transformed into a substantial image which unfurled right before his eyes. This is indeed a divine artifact that came from the ancient era. It is indeed out of the ordinary. Jasmine appeared by his side, surveying her surroundings, and even she had a look of faint astonishment on her face. This is simply too wondrous. Xianxia sucked in his breath. That spiritual connection that suddenly appeared, and his continuous tests succeeded one after another. He could freely control the movement of the primordial profound arc, could freely change its size, and could freely use his thoughts to enter and exit it at will. Furthermore, when he was inside the primordial profound arc, he could at any time clearly survey the outside world. It was not that Xianxia had never seen a profound arc, but a profound arc that was as mysterious and wondrous as this. He had never even heard of it before. Moreover, within the spiritual connection, there clearly existed a dimensional travel option, which is to say that Xianxia only needed to give the mental command, jump 1,500 kilometers east, and the primordial profound arc would instantly rip open space and carry him 1,500 kilometers east. It only needed an instant, and within this spiritual connection, the thing that was most clear of all was that he only had secondary control authority of this primordial profound arc, which is to say that in regards to this extremely mysterious primordial profound arc, which was almost comparable with the heavenly profound treasures, he was not the main controller. The main control authority astonishingly lay in the hands of Hunger. That means that if Xianxia and Hunger simultaneously gave commands to the primordial profound arc, Hunger wanting it to go east, while Xianxia wanting it to go west, the primordial profound arc would completely ignore Xianxia's commands and obediently head east. Another example would be that if Hunger was angry that day and wanted to kick Xianxia out of the primordial profound arc, Xianxia would have no choice but to obediently get kicked out. And if Xianxia wanted to throw Hunger out of the primordial profound arc, that was simply not possible. The conclusion was that, even though the primordial profound arc had been revived by the powerful profound energy of the Jade of the Nine Suns, if Xianxia wanted to comfortably use it, he had to first curry favor with this big boss, Hunger, and serve her well. And if he wanted to comfortably use the heaven-smiting devil slayer sword, he also had to first curry favor with this big boss, Hunger, and serve her well. In short, of these two girls who followed him, Jasmine was not only his master, but she also carried the difficult job of being his guide, whereas Hunger was a super big boss who did not need to do anything and had to be waited on hand and foot. Given the power of the Jade of the Nine Suns, it can definitely allow the primordial profound arc to complete its dimensional jump from the illusory demon realm to the profound sky continent. As to how many times this could be done, it is currently impossible to calculate. After all, the inner world of the profound primordial arc is larger than the profound sky continent and the illusory demon realm, so the principles behind how it operates and the amount of profound energy it requires to complete a dimensional jump are hard for even me to fathom, Jasmine said in a bland voice. However, before you go back, you must first figure out the relative location of the profound sky continent to the illusory demon realm. That should be quite simple, Xianxia said with confidence. My parents had previously used a forbidden tool of our Yun family to travel to the profound sky continent, so they definitely know its relative location. All I have to do is ask them to find out. During the time the primordial profound arc was hibernating, he could only faintly feel a trace of the spiritual connection he had with it. But the current primordial profound arc had been resuscitated by the Jade of the Nine Suns, so the spiritual connection had become clear and complete, and the abilities it had surfaced in his brain in an incomparably clear manner. And when he focused his will, this profound arc, which would cause a huge commotion every time it appeared in the profound sky continent, would be his to freely control. It was as easy as controlling his own arm. But the proviso for that is that hunger did not come out and mess things up. During all this time he had spent in the illusory demon realm, Xianxia had been deeply concerned with everything going on in the profound sky continent. And now that he finally had a method to return, his desire to return had died on somewhat. Yun Qinghang's lost blood essence could only be replenished by him, and it would take a period of at least 3 months without a single interruption. For this reason alone, he could not afford to be distracted. After all, he was unable to calculate how many times the primordial profound arc could shuttle between the illusory demon realm and the profound sky continent after it had been provided with the profound energy of the Jade of the Nine Suns. So he absolutely did not dare to act impulsively during this 3-month period. So he wouldn't recklessly exhaust the energy of the primordial profound arc by continuously using its abilities, which consumed a large amount of energy. He withdrew the primordial profound arc and threw hunger back into the sky poison pearl. After that, Xianxia took out the overlord pellet. Given the sky poison pearl's refining ability, he only needed an instant to perfectly divide it into 2 pills, and it would not lose any effectiveness in the process. However, Xianxia did not immediately split it in half. Instead, he closed his palm around it and surrounded it with profound energy, after which he painstakingly investigated the composition and medicinal strength of the pellet. After a short period of time, he opened his eyes, and a look of disappointment actually appeared on his face. He muttered to himself in a low voice, "To think it was actually this simple. Furthermore, the purity of this overlord pellet is simply so lousy that I can't even look at it." If Duke Baoqing, who spent his entire lifetime refining overlord pellets, heard what Xianxia said, he would definitely be so infuriated that he would hover between the border of life and death for a good long while. He would chop Xianxia up into little pieces with a vegetable knife/cleaver if he could. Even though the materials required to make the overlord pellet were precious and rare, they were not rare to degree of being incomparably precious treasures. While these materials were valuable treasures that were hard to buy with money for the common man, for the powers that were on the level of a guardian family or a duke palace, they could be said to be a dime a dozen. Their greater than 10,000-year foundation was not just for show. But the reason the overlord pellet was so valuable, that even the guardian families and the duke palaces would covet it, was because its refinement method was simply too difficult. Refining each and every single pellet consumed an unfathomable amount of effort and time. In addition, the refinement period of each overlord pellet could be as long as 50 years. Not only that, but during these 50 years, one had to cautiously and carefully control the heat, the amount of ingredients added, and the timing at which the ingredients are added. Everything had to be extremely precise. On top of that, morning dew and evening dew would have to be used every day to purify it, and the most suitable profound energy had to be used to guide its medicinal strength. And in this 50-year period, a single misstep would cause all prior efforts to go to waste. Within Duke Baoqing Palace, and even the entire illusory demon realm, there were only currently 2 people who had the ability to refine an overlord pellet. These 2 people had to exhaust all of their energy to refine just one. Even though they labored at it with the most meticulous care for 50 years, the success rate of refining an overlord pellet was only at 50%. So in 100 years, Duke Baoqing Palace could at most produce 2 overlord pellets. It was not exaggerated in the least to say that every single overlord pellet was refined using the lives of Duke Baoqing Palace's members. But to the sky poison pearl, this extremely difficult refinement process was. Xianxia flippantly tossed the overlord pellet to one side. He could not even be bothered to put it in the sky poison pearl. After that, he strode out of his courtyard and went straight to the Yun family's medicine pavilion. The Yun family had endured for 10,000 years, so their accumulation of various spirit medicines was naturally rich without compare. This medicine pavilion was not considered large among the 12 guardian families, but it was still 3 stories high. Every single story was far larger than those of Xiao clans that he had lived in for 16 years. A family's medicine pavilion was the pillar and the core foundation of the entire family's might, so it could be said to be the most important place for a family. This means that it would always be protected by strong individuals or powerful barriers. Of course, guarding the Yun family's medicine pavilion was an old man whose hair and eyebrows had completely turned white. His name was Xianxia, and he was nearly 2,000 years old. He was also one of the Yun family members who held the highest status within the family, and his life's duty was to guard the Yun family's medicine pavilion. When he saw Xianxia approaching, he took the initiative to welcome him and inquired in a merry voice, "Young patriarch, do you want to enter the medicine pavilion?" Facing this old senior of the Yun family, Xianxia respectfully genuflected in respect for his seniority and replied, "Yes, I am sorry to trouble you, senior, but can this junior freely use the medicinal ingredients within the medicine pavilion?" Xianxia gave a gentle smile, and his eyes were filled with admiration and appreciation as he looked at Xianxia. "You are our Yun family's young patriarch, and anything within the Yun family is free for you to use. Let this old man open the barrier for you." As Xianxia's voice fell, the protective barrier in front of the medicine pavilion disappeared. He moved aside and gave a bow as he said, "Young patriarch, please enter. If you have any further instructions or requests, you can call for this old man whenever you so desire it. Thank you for your trouble." After Xianxia entered the medicine pavilion, the barrier appeared behind him once more. The heavy smell of medicine wafted in the air. Xianxia gave a faint sniff, and he could already sniff out tens of various extremely precious medicinal ingredients. He strode forward and looked left and right, and before 2 hours were up, Xianxia had already traversed the entirety of the medicine pavilion's first floor. Just with that, he had already memorized all the medicinal ingredients that were stored here in addition to their location, their quantity, and even their age. After that, he went to the second floor, and the third R he finally stopped in the middle of the third. The third floor of the medicine pavilion stored the highest grade spirit medicine and profound jade the Yun family possessed. And just based on the extremely thick spirit energy that saturated this place, if an elementary profound realm or nascent profound realm profound practitioner cultivated here, they would easily break through their bottleneck in no time at all. Xianxia sat down with legs crossed in the center of the medicine pavilion's third floor. After that, he put all the spirit medicine and spirit jade that he had gathered together, and the dark green refining light of the sky poison pearl flashed from the top of his left hand. With just a second of effort, a whole 30 Overlord pellets, that's right, Overlord pellets were in front of Xianxia, and surrounding them was a circle of waste products left behind by the refinement process. If anyone from Duke Bao Qing Palace had witnessed this scene, they would have been so shocked that their jaws would hit the floor. Xianxia randomly picked up one pellet and gave it a cursory glance. All the medicinal pellets refined by the sky poison pearl were of the highest quality. Just the luster and aura alone were several grades purer than that of the pellet refined by Duke Bao Qing Palace. As for the effectiveness and the mildness of the medicine, it was far, far superior. Not only that, the amount of materials consumed was only 1/4 of the materials Duke Bao Qing Palace had used. After all, the refinement methods of ordinary folk will unavoidably cause a large portion of the medicinal effectiveness to be lost in the process. But with the sky poison pearl refining it, no medicinal effectiveness would be lost. Xianxia picked up these overlord pellets and murmured to himself in a low voice, "Ah, how are other people supposed to live? Let's not get ahead of ourselves. First, I'll just casually refine a few hundred pellets." With that, Xianxia stayed in the medicine pavilion, and from afternoon all the way till night fell, he did not come out. The space in Yun Qinghang's courtyard distorted, and the figure of the little demon empress slowly appeared. After witnessing the little demon empress' unexpected arrival, Yun Qinghang and his wife moved forward and said, "We greet the little demon empress. Patriarch Yun, you are still nursing an injury. There is no need for any further formality." The little demon empress casually lifted a hand, and an irresistible force immediately stopped Yun Qinghang and Mu Yuru's bow. "This empress has come today to check on Patriarch Yun's injury, and from Patriarch Yun's face, I can see that you have been steadily recovering." Yun Qinghang cupped his hands and said, "The concern and favor shown by the little demon empress, this Yun is sincerely grateful for it. Chair's medical skills are extraordinary, so there is nothing serious about this Yun's injury anymore. And according to Chair, I will fully recover from it within 3 months' time." "Fully recover?" An astounded look flashed across the little demon empress's face, but she slowly nodded her head after. "That is simply fantastic. So it looks like Patriarch Yun should have no issues attending the grand ceremony 5 days from now." Yun Qinghang said without any hesitation whatsoever. Little Demon Empress, do not worry. My wife and I will definitely not miss the grand ceremony 5 days from now. Amen. The little Demon Empress lightly nodded her head, then looked askance as she inquired in a disinterested voice. Is Yun Qi at home? Yun Qinghang replied. When the 6th elder came by not too long ago, he said that he saw Yun Qi enter the medicine pavilion. He might still be in the medicine pavilion now. I will immediately get someone to call him. There's no need. The little Demon Empress raised her hand. He must have entered the medicine pavilion to prepare spirit medicine to improve Patriarch Yun's recovery process, so this Empress will not disturb you any further. As her voice fell, the space around the little Demon Empress distorted, and she completely disappeared from where she had been floating. The little Demon Empress specifically asked about Yun Qi. It looks like she views Yun Qi with great importance. Mu Yuru said while smiling. That is natural. After all, in these 4 months, Yun Qi braved danger together with the little Demon Empress, and perhaps it was Yun Qi who saved the little Demon Empress as well. Yun Qinghang faintly smiled, but a trace of doubt flashed in the depths of his eyes, because when the little Demon Empress turned around a final time, it gave him the impression that she was trying to avoid meeting his gaze. But in all the years that he had known the little Demon Empress, she had never once tried to avoid someone's gaze before. It should be only a misconception, or perhaps he was thinking into it too much. Yun Family Medicine Pavilion, 3rd story. Yun Qi was still sitting there with his legs crossed. From the last time he had gone to retrieve more spirit medicine and profound jade, it had already been an hour. As of now, his hand held a dull red medicinal pellet. The medicinal pellet held a dull luster, but it released an extremely unique aura. Yun Qi gazed at it wordlessly and just sat there in deep thought. Suddenly, Jasmine's voice rang out in his mind, "Watch your back." Yun Qi was taken aback, but he immediately turned his body around as swiftly as lightning, and not 5 steps from him, a small and delicate gray figure silently stood there. A pair of eyes which resembled the silent and starry night coldly stared at him. Little Demon Empress. Yun Qi's mouth dropped open, and it was a good long while before he managed to close it. When did you come? No. Why are you here? Yun Qi possessed the great way of the Buddha, so the strength of his spiritual perception was abnormal. In the entire illusory demon realm, the only person who could come within 5 steps of him without him noticing was the little Demon Empress. What are you doing? The little Demon Empress ignored his question and coldly asked. The icy coldness in her voice was heart-wrenching. However, she had not done it on purpose and had been like this all along. Yun Qi stood up and replied, I'm refining pellets, why are you? Refining pellets? Without a cauldron, a furnace, or an artifact, how are you refining the pellets? The little Demon Empress asked expressionlessly. Even though others are unable to, that does not mean that I'm unable to. Other than the rather abrupt shock initially, Yun Qi's expression had already returned to normal. Currently, within the entire illusory demon realm, the only person that was not afraid of the little Demon Empress was probably Yun Qi alone. He stretched his hand out, and between his fingers was the pale red pellet that he had been looking at for some time. Little Demon Empress, you arrived at just the right time. This pellet is something I refined for you. For this Empress, the little Demon Empress frowned slightly. Why would this Empress require any pellet? This pellet contains all the elixirs and profound jade that I could find in this medicine pavilion that can increase longevity. Before a dejected expression flashed across his face, Yun Qi slowly said, I'm uncertain whether it can actually increase your lifespan, but at the very least, its medicinal powers are gentle, and consuming it would not bring you any harm. The little Demon Empress' eyes were ice cold. She was unmoved, and her expression did not change in the slightest. With the swing of her long sleeve, the pellet in Yun Qi's hands had already fallen into her hands. Without looking at it, she just threw it into her space. Seeing your hard work, this Empress shall accept it this time. However, you don't have to do such meaningless things for this Empress anymore. This Empress, fate, is something that the Golden Crow Divine God has proclaimed. Since even the Golden Crow Divine God has said so, what existence in this world can possibly change it? The condition of this body is something this Empress knows much better than you. Even if you were to use up all the spiritual herbs the Yun family had accumulated for the past 10,000 years, and even all the purple vein divine crystal within this illusory demon realm, you cannot possibly extend this Empress. Lifespan by even one breath, it will just be a waste. All that you have to do is to just help this Empress guard this secret and not tell anyone. As for the other matters that you don't need to concern yourself with, you don't have to be nosy. No. Xianxia looked straight into the little demon Empress' eyes and shook his head with considerable determination. If you were only the little demon Empress, as long as you don't interfere with my Yun family's interests, I wouldn't even bother whether you were dead or alive. However, this matter is something I cannot disregard. I also won't allow your life to end 3 years later, because you are still my Xianxia's woman. The little demon Empress looked changed, and it suddenly turned cold. Despicable. Xianxia, do you know that from what you've just said to this Empress can put you to death? The little demon Empress' frightening pressure was enough to make a high-level monarch tremble. But Xianxia was not afraid one bit and instead raised the corners of his lips, casually saying, "Even if I believe ghosts exist in this world, I would not believe that you'd kill me. You are the little demon Empress, and I, Xianxia, am the little demon Empress man. And strictly speaking, you're the one that forced me into it." SSS. A sharp gust of wind violently tore apart the space, and a gray figure flashed past Xianxia before a small pair of petite hands grabbed hold of his neck. Her grip was tight, and it nearly suffocated him and crushed his hyoid bone. If it were not for the little demon Empress' petite stature, he would have already been lifted off the ground by her. "Do you really think this Empress does not dare to kill you?" The little demon Empress' face was within close proximity. Her eyes were boundless like the starry sky. Closing her heart off like an icy prison, she exclaimed, "These last 3 years of this Empress' life shall be used to cleanse the illusory demon realm with blood. As long as this Empress wishes for it, there's no one that cannot be killed. As for you, you know too much of this Empress' secret and are no doubt someone that needs to die. You still dare to act with such insolence in front of this Empress." A tinge of the stench of blood floated into the little demon Empress' senses, and she suddenly saw that on the sleeve of Xianxia's right arm, there was a 5-centimeter-long wound. Judging from the stench of blood in the air, it was easy to tell that the wound had not been inflicted for long. Her eyes sunk, and she instantly shifted her gaze away. Xianxia could not breathe. His entire body seemed as though it was being pressured by a mountain, unable to struggle one bit. His face soon turned pale, and yet his eyes did not show any signs of fear. With much difficulty, he said in a clear voice, "I don't believe you will kill me." The little demon Empress' gaze turned even icier, and her voice became more frigid. "Then do you want to try?" "Sure." The petite hand that surrounded his neck tightened, causing him great pain, but instead he laughed. "Let me see what method you're going to use to kill me." As he spoke, Xianxia, who had gathered all the profound energy he could muster into his right hand, stretched it forward at lightning speed and grabbed onto the little demon Empress' slightly protruding right chest. In an instant, a lump of soft jade was in the grasp of Xianxia's right hand. The little demon Empress' gray robe and inner garment was very thin, which meant that Xianxia could clearly feel the shape and softness of the snowy bosom. Bang! A thunderous bang resounded, and Xianxia's body flew out like a missile. After a boom, he smashed into the medicine pavilion's walls, directly smashing a 10-meter large hole in the 10,000-year-old profound jade. The fragmented jade clattered as they fell. Xianxia laid on the ground for a good while before barely managing to stand by relying on the shattered jade. As he covered his throat with his hand, he coughed with a pleased smile. "Cough, cough, what are you showing off for? You obviously can't kill me." The little Empress' chest heaved as she shook with cold bloodlust. She turned around, then said icily, "This Empress won't kill you because you had previously saved this Empress' life, and this Empress is not willing to let down the Yun family. As for what happened in Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley, this Empress merely used your Phoenix and Dragon God constitution to obtain power for revenge. You think that this Empress has feelings for you? Too absurd, Xianxia. This Empress not killing you today can be considered to repay this Empress life that you saved back them. But after today, if you dare offend this Empress or dare to mention even half of what happened in Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley, this Empress will definitely..." The little demon Empress words suddenly cut off. Then with a cold snort, the space around her distorted, and her entire person completely disappeared before Xianxia's eyes. Phew! Xianxia slowly slipped down, then heavily sat on the ground. Even though the little demon Empress didn't use a killing blow on him earlier, it was absolutely not light, causing the energy and blood in his body to go into turmoil. If she was perhaps a little bit heavy-handed, blood would have gushed out from the 7 orifices of his face. "This woman's pretty fierce." Xianxia massaged his throat with one hand and pressed on his chest with the other. He He raised his head to the place where the little demon empress had left and absent-mindedly questioned. "Jasmine, tell me, do I have to concoct some heavenly jade dew for the little demon empress?" "Heavenly jade dew? What's that? Is it something that can be used to prolong life?" "Can't prolong life. But if a woman has a dose every day, their bosom would become more developed. The effects are superb, and there wouldn't be any side effects. Everywhere on the little demon empress is good, it's just that her chest is a bit flat. It's as flat as yours." Xianxia exhaled painfully. A burst of ice-cold killing intent covered Xianxia's entire body as Jasmine quietly laughed. "I originally had a bit sympathy for you, but now I wish the little demon empress had broken all of your bones." The little demon empress didn't leave too far and appeared 300 meters above Yun family's medicine hall. Her petite little jade hands extended, and Xianxia's faint red pellet appeared in the hollow of her palm. She picked up the pellet and slowly put it near her lips. Then she suddenly stopped. From the pellet before her eyes, she smelled an extremely slight trace of blood energy. The bloody scar on Xianxia's sleeve suddenly flashed before her. This blood energy reeked of the energy on his sleeve. They were exactly the same. Stunned, the little demon empress' hands drooped. Following the sway of her figure, she disappeared in place. Xianxia finally calmed his energy and blood and then stood up. Seeing the wall he had been smashed into, his face became gloomy. These 10,000-year-old profound jade were all priceless treasures. At this moment, a heavy aura came from behind. He turned and saw that the little demon empress had returned. On her face was a distinct shaking, wrath. "You used your own blood to refine this pellet." The little demon empress took out the faint red pellet and asked with an incomparably downcast tone of voice. Without waiting for Xianxia's reply, the little demon empress' voice radiated fury. "You think your dragon god blood is omnipotent. You think that you have a way to alter a life that even the golden crow divine god cannot save. I don't know. It might only have a small effect. You're willing to constantly use your own blood to refine pellets for this empress." The little demon empress' ice-cold eyes radiated with a faint sneer. "Do you think that if you were to do this empress would be grateful and be moved to tears?" "HMPH, there are times when you are smart, but sometimes you are impossibly stupid. You think that this can help you win this empress' favor." The little demon empress lifted her hand, and the faint red pellet sat between her fingers. "But to this empress, if I ingested this without being cautious, I would have just been contaminated by your blood." As her voice fell, a scarlet gold blaze burned within the palm of her hand, instantly burning the pellet Xianxia had used his blood to refine into ashes. "Xianxia, HMPH!" With a wave of her hand, the little demon empress turned around and once more disappeared before his eyes like mist. "Sigh," Xianxia shook his head and sighed, muttering to himself. "Why do you need to be like that? I understand women more than you." Above Yun family's medicine hall, the little demon empress extended her hand and slowly brought the faint red pellet between her lips and lightly swallowed. A soft aura immediately spread, filling her entire body. Whilst flying in the air, she handed toward the center of Demon Imperial City. She was a solitary figure in the vast space up above. In these 100 years, she had always been alone, so perhaps she had long since gotten used to it. But today, a feeling of a faint mix of loneliness and bitterness she had never felt before was mixed in with her solitude. 7 days after the little demon empress' return, the rain ceremony, which had been cut short 4 months ago, was scheduled to continue. The Demon Imperial Great Hall, which was mostly destroyed, also received sufficient repairs during the 7 days. Compared to the endless murmurs in the Great Hall 4 months ago, amidst the two powers vying for control, today, the number of people in the Great Hall was much greater. However, it was deathly still, silent to the point where even breathing could not be heard. The core seating arrangement had also received a very noticeable change. A large Yun character was written at the head position of the Guardian families, and the Hellion clan which held the position of the head clan, headed by Hellion Quang. All of the top members of the clan were kneeling in the middle of the Great Hall. They did not even have seats. The experts who had defected to Duke Huai Palace, regardless of whether they were from Guardian families, Duke palaces, other forces, or were peerless experts, all kneeled there obediently while trembling in fear, bearing the little demon empress icy might. How has the preparation of Xiao Yun's kingship bestowment ceremony been proceeding? Reporting to the little demon empress, everything has been appropriately prepared. The kingship bestowment ceremony can proceed tomorrow. Only the little demon empress has to choose the location of King Xiao Palace. Of course, as close to the Yun family as possible. Yes, your humble subject understands. King Xiao Yun is 22 this year and has yet to be married. After becoming a king, the issue of a queen should be considered soon. The little demon empress gaze turned towards the Under Heaven clan. The Under Heaven patriarch's beloved daughter, number 7 Under Heaven, will turn 20 this year. She is beautiful, has exceptional talent, and has yet to marry. This empress has heard that she and King Xiao have an affinity for each other, both reciprocate each other's feelings, and are a match made in heaven. Due to this empress intends to marry number 7 Under Heaven to King Xiao. What are Patriarch Under Heaven's thoughts on this? The little demon empress words made Xiao Yun's jaws drop, unable to recover for a long time. Number 7 Under Heaven, in similar shock, made an ah sound, her hands tightly covering her lips, her face red with excitement and happiness. Greatest Ambition Under Heaven hurriedly left his seat. The little demon empress personally matchmaking is the greatest fortune in my daughter's life. Greatest Ambition naturally has absolutely no objections. Greatest Ambition thanks the little demon empress for her grace on his daughter's behalf. Number 7 Under Heaven thanks the little demon empress for her grace. Number 7 Under Heaven kneeled and bowed. The redness on her face, which did not disperse for a long time, revealed the immense joy in her heart. Hey, old 7, be more reserved. Reserved. Number 5 Under Heaven pulled on the edge of number 7 Under Heaven's shirt, saying powerlessly, "Reserved your sister." Number 7 Under Heaven said in a low voice, viciously saying, "I have paid you guys back for bullying my brother Yun in the past, HMPH. Aren't you my sister?" Number 5 Under Heaven whispered carefully, his heart even more confused. Who would have thought that the one who was initially humiliated by everyone in Demon Imperial City as the profound sky bastard would become Sai? The world was really fickle, but based on the punk Xiao Yun's personality, he would not go as far as to bear a grudge for how we treated him in the past. Most likely he will not, after all, ignoring his past identity. His personality, as well as how he treats old 7, is very good. Xiao Yun also promptly left his seat and excitedly responded. Xiao Yun thanks the little demon empress 10,000 times for granting this marriage. Xiao Yun will not let 7th sister down in this lifetime. Saying that, he could not help but to look towards number 7 Under Heaven. Their gazes met, and number 7 Under Heaven stuck her tongue out at him, making a comical face. Even under everyone's gazes, her smiling face was as brilliant as 100 blooming flowers. The little demon empress slightly nodded. The situation cannot be any better. Patriarch Yun, number 7 Under Heaven, is the Under Heaven family's most precious pearl. Your Yun family's betrothal gift cannot be small. Yun Qinghang stood up and replied with a smile. Naturally, this Yun has always been fond of the Under Heaven family's princess. Now that the task has been accomplished, there are 2 simultaneous happy events in the Yun family. When we have picked an auspicious date, this Yun will bring a heavy gift and personally propose on Xiaor's behalf. Pairs of envious looks landed on Greatest Ambition Under Heaven. Although Greatest Ambition Under Heaven was sitting upright and properly, he could not hide his happiness. His heart was churning. Initially, when he thought about the matter of his daughter and Yun Xiao, his brain almost exploded, yet today, his daughter was to be married to Xiao Yun, and it was good luck for all of the Under Heaven family. That was because the current Xiao Yun could not be compared to the him of the past. Even more so, the current Yun family even more could not be compared to how they were in the past. 4 hours passed by very quickly in the palace. The bunch of people in cahoots with Duke Huai knelt there for 4 hours, kneeling there without a single movement. Not to even mention interrupting, they did not even dare to let out a fart, as if they were criminals awaiting their sentence. No, they were exactly criminals. At this moment, the little demon empress gaze turned towards the center of the great hall. Her originally gentle look became cold in a split second. Even though the people who were kneeling there did not raise their heads, the little demon empress pressure was like the coldest knife blade pressing against their throats, causing their whole bodies to quiver. This pressure forced them to lower their heads even more, not even daring to take a deep breath. This empress wanted you to put Duke Huai's 9 clans to death within 10 days. 7 days have passed. How is the progress? The tone which the little demon empress used to speak to them, compared to when she spoke to the Yun family, and the Under Heaven family, was completely different. It was downcast to the point that it suffocated them. The little demon empress did not ask anybody in particular, and the few patriarchs who were kneeling at the front fought to be first to reply. Ray reporting to the little demon empress. Of the 4 clans under Duke Huai's father, 3 clans under his mother and 2 clans under his wife. They have all been put to death. Not a single one was left. Those who were stationed outside the capital have all been eliminated. May the little demon empress be at ease. The corpses, as the little demon empress has instructed, have all been publicly burned in front of the city gates. Not even an inch of grass was left. The little demon empress orders. We naturally would not dare to dally. Hellion Quang flusteredly took out a bundle of jade strips, raising both hands. Underneath Duke Huai Palace was a secret room which has yet to be destroyed. This jade strip was found inside. Duke Huai Palace's fallen flame devil art is inscribed in it. The little demon empress bears divine powers, so this fallen flame devil art naturally does not have the qualifications to be in your eyes. Only it records some kind of blood-escaping technique. Most likely, Duke Ming used it to escape that day. The little demon empress brows twitched, and when she reached out, the jade strip in Hellion Quang's hands flew into hers. Yun Qi, who was sitting beside Yun Qingheng, also cast his gaze towards that bundle of jade strips which contained ominous energy. The blood-escaping technique that Duke Ming used that day was extremely strange, and based on the little demon empress capabilities, she could not tell where he had escaped to. However, if the blood-escaping technique that Duke Ming had used was figured out, the next time he landed in the little demon empress' hands, he would not be able to escape. The little demon empress immediately spread open the jade strip, and surely enough, a strange blood-escaping technique was displayed. She glanced through it indifferently, then closed it. Little demon empress, this Bai made a discovery while cleaning up Duke Huai's surviving members. Bai hurried forward, raising an even larger jade strip in his hands. This jade strip was obtained from a secret room beneath Duke Huai's palace. On it is engraved all. Speaking till this point, Bai resolutely swallowed his saliva, then continued. All of the names of those who defected to Duke Huai Palace. May the little demon empress take a look. The hearts of many people present shuddered, cold sweat pouring from their entire bodies. No need to look at it. The little demon empress, however, did not even take a look at the jade strip and said with a low voice, "Hand the name list to Duke Xing Palace. Then send a command down within 3 days for all those whose names are on the list to use their own blood to write a letter pleading guilty. Then put it up at the northern city wall to be publicly displayed for 3 years. If so, this empress will let them off just this once and not pursue the matter. However, if after 3 days, anyone on the list who has not displayed their blood letter on the city wall will be treated like Duke Huai's kin, to be exterminated without mercy." Another bloody Usura-like order was issued from the little demon empress' mouth. It made the entire great hall suddenly become cold. Yun Qi's eyes suddenly brightened. That was because the little demon empress order was very brilliant. Apart from Bai Yi, no one else ought to have seen whose names were really on the list. Although the jade strip was very big, it could not be complete. However, the order to kill without any mercy would end all wishful thinking that anyone who had been in cahoots with Duke Huai Palace had. They would obediently plead guilty, using their own blood to confess on the city walls. That way, those who had defected to Duke Huai Palace, but were still unknown, would all be clearly exposed. However, those from the guardian families and Duke palaces sighed a huge breath of relief. To be pardoned with just a blood letter was simply a joyous turn of events. But just when they sighed a huge breath, the little demon empress' next sentence made their hearts jump ferociously. As for those from the guardian families and Duke palaces on the list, forget about writing a blood letter. The little demon empress suddenly became severe. Other people following Duke Huai's orders can be seen as just blindly following the crowd. Yet as the pillars and beams of the illusory demon realm, for you to rebel against the demon emperor, that is simply traitorous. It is simply an unpardonable crime. If you were to be forgiven so easily, how would this empress be worthy of the illusory demon citizens? How would she be worthy of the ancestors who brought the peace of today's illusory demon realm? As if having water from an icy purgatory poured on them, the 7 patriarchs and dukes became ice-cold from their heads all the way to their toes. An aged monarch yelled in tears, "Little demon empress, this little duke knows his sins, but these accumulated crimes of Duke Huai Palace, this duke was not aware. No need to say any more." The little demon empress coldly cut off his words, stood up, and slapped her hand on her imperial chair. Suddenly, with a rumbling sound, the imperial chair moved to the right, and a concealed stone door slowly opened. Behind the stone door was a spacious but dark stone room. This stone room was seldom opened. It was only occasionally utilized when discussing major secrets. The great ceremony shall come to an end. This empress has nothing else. The little demon empress turned to the side and expressionlessly said, "Everyone may disperse. The guests from afar can return this afternoon." After a momentary pause, her voice became icy cold. "Guilty guardian families and dukes stay behind." When her speech ended, the little demon empress turned around and walked into the stone room with a breeze of cold air. The little demon empress announced the end of the great ceremony as abruptly as last time. Some people still had things to say, but when they heard the little demon empress' last sentence, they all immediately shut their mouths, not daring to say another word. Carefully they left their seats, moved their bodies, and departed from the demon imperial great hall in a tidy manner. "Big brother, aren't you preparing to leave?" Looking at Xianxia, who was sitting upright and not moving for half a day, Xiao Yun inquisitively asked. "Oh, I still have some small matters to discuss with the little demon empress in private. No need to care about me." Xianxia propped his chin up with his hand and said that with a mysterious expression. But, thinking about the three words, "little demon empress," just now, Xiao Yun, like most people, would involuntarily shiver. The little demon empress evidently did not want other people to stay behind, wanting to specifically deal with the issue of the guardian families and duke palaces. He was afraid that if Xianxia provocated the little demon empress, "I've already said to not care about me. Hurry and go find your seventh sister." Xianxia waved his arms. "When she left, she at least looked in your direction about 7 or 8 times. If you do not chase after her, she may become angry and not marry you." "Ho ho," Yun Qinghang laughed faintly. "Xiaor, let's leave. Your big brother would definitely have his reasons for staying behind. No need to worry. Take care of yourself first. Many people are waiting around precisely to talk to this new king." "Ah!" Xiao Yun turned around, and surely enough he saw that, at the entrance of the great hall, many people were deliberately moving slowly, constantly looking in his direction. "Go," Yun Qinghang pulled Xiao Yun along, then smiled faintly towards Xianxia, not asking anything as he slowly left. Very quickly the crowd dispersed. Only the guardian families and dukes kneeling on the ground were left. Without the little demon empress orders, nobody dared to rise. All of their foreheads were filled with cold sweat, and they constantly used their shivering hands to wipe it away. But just as they had wiped some away, more quickly flowed out to replace it. Xianxia swept his gaze across them, not a single bit of pity in his eyes. He then rose and walked towards the stone room which the little demon empress had entered, neither slowly nor with haste. "Patriarch under heaven, congratulations. Your daughter and King Xiao are a match made in heaven. Even the little demon empress matched their marriage herself. What a joyous event. This humble one will await for the great news. When the time comes, I will have to attend the wedding feast no matter what. The wife of this humble duke happens to be good at making wedding garments, so leave this humble duke to take care of the wedding garments. I will make sure to satisfy Patriarch under heaven and your daughter." Once greatest ambition under heaven left the demon imperial hall, he was escorted by big crowds in front and behind, congratulating and trying to curry favor with him. Their expressions even showed obvious respect and ingratiation, and their eyes were filled with envy. Even though greatest ambition under heaven had been the under heaven patriarch for many years, it was the first time in his life that he felt like his steps were floating even when he was walking. All these years, because of number 7 under heaven and Xiao Yun, their under heaven clan had to bear much sarcasm and snideness from outsiders. Whenever anyone mentioned about the couple, greatest ambition under heaven would be enraged. But now, the situation was completely reversed. Because number 7 under heaven and Xiao Yun were now envied and getting apple-polished by those people who were sarcastic and snide to them before. And even their recently recessive position in the 12 families rose rapidly. At first, everyone thought Xiao Yun was only a bastard child. If the under heaven clan married their only princess to him, then it would be a big joke, and the under heaven family would also see it as a humiliation themselves. But now, not to mention as a first wife, even if Xiao Yun were to publicly take a concubine, these dukes and royals would definitely bring their own daughters personally to their door and compete for it. "Brother Yun, congratulations," Su Xiangnan smiled and said to Yun Qinghang. Yun Qinghang returned the favor and said, "Thank you, big brother Su. Tomorrow is our family Xiaor's kingship bestowment ceremony. I hope big brother Su would do me the honor and come." "Ha ha ha," Su Xiangnan laughed loudly. "Of course. Speaking of which, originally I was worried that brother Yun might be absent from this great ceremony. because of the serious injury that you had suffered 7 days ago, even losing a large amount of blood essence. To my surprise, not only did Brother Yun make it in time, your complexion is so healthy, it is unbelievable." Yun Qinghong and Mu Yuru laughed at the same time. Yun Qinghong smiled and said, "Chair knows some medical skills, and after these days of recuperation, I am no longer in jeopardy. After some more time, I will be healed. Big Brother Su doesn't have to be worried." "Heal?" Su Xiangnans was surprised. "That was a damage on your blood essence. Such extraordinary medical skills exist in this world." He then seemed to have thought of something and said with a shocking expression, "Some time ago, there was a rumor saying that the injuries of Brother Yun and your wife were all healed by good nephew Yun, and he only used a short 2 months. Was that actually true?" "Ha ha ha." Yun Qinghong gave a long laugh. Between his eyebrows were pride that he was unwilling to hide. Compared to his study in profound energy, Yun Qi might be even better in the art of medicine. Su family's patriarch's mouth was opened wide. He stood there and was stunned for a long time. 4 months ago, Yun Qi defeated 6 great strong practitioners from the other party and shocked the whole demon illusory realm. 7 days ago, when Yun Qi was facing Duke Huai, who was using his full power, Yun Qi injured him with a sword attack. These days, many people had already guessed that after Yun Qi received the blessing of the Golden Crow divine soul, his study in profound energy has probably already exceeded Yun Qinghong. And what Yun Qinghong was saying now, Yun Qi's realm in the art of medicine, actually surpassed his level in the way of the profound. In the time of 2 months, he cured the Yun Qinghong and Mu Yuru from their severe injuries and hypertoxin, while the top doctors in the whole illusory demon realm weren't able to do anything about it. Yun Qinghong's blood essence was severely damaged, and within a short 7 days, his face was already glowing, and he could even heal. This level of medical skill was truly never heard of before. It was shocking to hear about it. Moreover, this was said by Yun Qinghong himself. How would it be fake? The rain ceremony just ended, and many people gathered outside of the Demon Imperial Hall. There was a large crowd of people surrounding the Yun family as they wanted to seize the opportunity and butter them up. The conversation between Yun Qinghong and Su Xiangnan wasn't whispered. How would these strong practitioners with extraordinary ears not hear it clearly? Suddenly, in only half a day, Ying Qinghong and Mu Yuru's injuries were healed by Yun Qi. Yun Qi healed Yun Qinghong, who suffered a large amount of blood essence loss. The news of Yun Qi having a transcendent medical skill was like a fierce wind that swept across all of Demon Imperial City. Without knowing that he was being glorified irresponsibly by his father, Yun Qi headed straight towards the stone room where the little demon empress was after everyone left. Even though the stone door was opened, there was a layer of opaque barrier that the little demon empress had just planted. The aura of the barrier not only made people unable to clearly see the inside the stone room, it also completely isolated all sounds. Behind the barrier, there was a clear chill of murderous atmosphere that would even make a monarch shiver in fear. Yun Qi couldn't completely ignore this murderous atmosphere, so he stepped through the barrier and entered the stone room. This secret chamber could be considered spacious. There was a pure gold silhouette of the Golden Crow embedded on the top, a throne in the middle, and 12 stone tables and stone chair divided to 2 sides. It was exactly the number of the 12 families. The little demon empress stood in front of her throne with her back to Yun Qi, and the ice gold in her voice had fury hidden within. "What are you doing here? Who told you that you could come in here?" Yun Qi took out a small, white jade bottle and said slowly, "I didn't think that the medicine that I refined for you last time would anger you that much. These days, my heart is also pretty unsettled. With the power of the Golden Crow flame, it is already easy for you to ignite your wrath. If you lose your temper too much, it would damage your blood and energy. So recently, I formulated some medicine to relieve your mental stress and calm your energy." "Is that all?" The little demon empress turned her head slightly and said in an incredibly indifferent tone, This medicine is called the Heavenly Jade Dew. Not only can it relieve your mental stress and calm your energy, it also has benefits to a woman's body. Little demon empress just needs to take a drop a day, and in less than 1 month you will certainly—" There was a sharp, windy sound. Little demon empress waved her gray sleeves before Yun Qi was done talking, sucked the jade bottle from his hand into her palms and threw it into her portable space. "This empress has accepted this Heavenly Jade Dew. You can leave now. Despicable, shameless, perverted, dirty, beast, sex fiend." Jasmine was as if she was chanting a curse inside of Yun Qi's mind. as a result of the time of her and Xianxia being together getting longer. Her vocabulary in cursing had increased by many large realms. "Remember, you must take a drop a day. Do not stop, and it's best to take it before your sleep," Xianxia stressed as he reminded her, but he didn't leave. Instead, he suddenly said, "By the way, how do you prepare to deal with those who are kneeling outside? You don't have to worry about that." "Sai, it's hard for me to not worry about it," Xianxia said with a helpless expression. Not only was he not leaving, he stepped forward, facing the little demon empress' murderous atmosphere, walked to her side, and then sat down on the stone chair closest to the throne. At the same time, he talked in his own world. The guardian families and the many duke palaces are different from the other forces after all. They are the backbone and the foundation of the illusory demon realm, especially the guardian families. Removing any one of them would be an incredible loss to illusory demon realm, and it would be extremely difficult to bring up a guardian family onto the same level. But the crimes they committed was a serious crime of betrayal. It definitely cannot be forgiven easily. The scale on which they were involved was too great, with more than half of the guardian families and nearly a seventh of the royal clans. How they are punished will greatly influence the destiny and peace of illusory demon realm for many years in the future. Xianxia lifted his head and said in a very serious tone, "And such a heavy responsibility has fallen onto my Xianxia's woman, how could I not worry?" The little demon empress turned her head abruptly, and a chill cropped up. "You." "Oh, I know. Xianxia lifted his hand immediately. "You must want to kill me again. It's okay, I am almost used to it. If you like, kill all you want, but after you finish killing, let us continue to talk about how to deal with that group of people." "You." There was not a single trace of fear in Xianxia's expression. It was obvious that he was absolutely confident she wouldn't kill him. At this moment, the little demon empress, who could shock and frighten all heroes under heaven to not dare to even breathe with just a gaze and an instant of breath, actually felt a deep helplessness. Even the murderous atmosphere and chill that she forced out appeared to fluctuate slightly. Silence suddenly appeared between the two of them for several breaths of time. The little demon empress had the feeling of gnashing her teeth in anger for the first time in her life. She looked away and said coldly, "This empress had already thought clearly about how to punish them. I don't need you to tell me what to do here. Leave immediately." "Oh, really?" Xianxia was pleasantly surprised as he said cheerfully, "You are indeed my Xianxia's woman. This kind of difficult problem was not challenging for you at all." The little demon empress couldn't stand it anymore. "If you dare to speak of any more nonsense." "Oh, kill however you like. Number $%." And the little demon empress turned around slowly. Her small face that was 10,000 times more delicate than a porcelain doll was covered with gloom like the Reaper. "You really just have to learn things the hard way." Looking straight into the little demon empress' eyes, Xianxia suddenly said slowly, "If you really have only 3 years of life remaining, wouldn't you wish to have someone that you didn't hate, and you never wanted to kill to accompany you for the rest of it? Are you really that used to being alone?" The little demon empress' eyes became focused, and no one could guess what she was thinking through her deep, boundless eyes. She said coldly, "The little demon emperor that you knew of was this empress' brother and was also this empress' husband. Since I am the empress, so what if I'm alone? This empress has been like this for 100 years, let alone merely 3 years. Xianxia, if you want to stay, that is fine too. Then watch closely how this empress punishes these traitors." The little demon empress had already sat still on her throne in between her swaying gray clothing. She gazed forward and said indifferently, "Xianxia, this empress asks you now, if among these people only one could live, who would you choose? And if one must die, who would you choose?" Xianxia didn't stop to think at all. He opened his mouth immediately as if he had already considered this question. If only one can qualify to live, then it should be Duke Xuan. 4 months ago, Duke Xuan had been loyal to the Demon Emperor's clan. At the reign ceremony, he even scolded those 7 guardian families harshly. The reason he surrendered to Duke Hui later on was mainly because he thought you died in Golden Crow Lightning Valley and had to make a choice to protect his Duke Palace out of helplessness. If one of them must die, if it was me, I would choose the patriarch of the Hellion family, Hellion Quang. Xianxia narrowed his eyes slightly. The Hellion family was one of the first to betray the Demon Emperor's clan out of all of the guardian families, and surrendered to Duke Hui Palace. As a patriarch, Hellion Quang, of course, had a crucial role. And towards the plotting of Duke Hui Palace, not only did he lean towards them explicitly, he suppressed those forces that were loyal to the Demon Emperor's clan multiple times, and even set up many schemes. At first, to alienate my Yun family and the Under Heaven family, it was someone from the Hellion family who was sent to assassinate number 7 Under Heaven. If it weren't for my coincidental appearance, it is extremely possible that they could have succeeded, and the consequences would be even more unimaginable. He deserves to die for the crimes he committed and the evil in his heart. The little demon empress listened to what Xianxia said silently. Once he was finished, her eyes flickered, and her deep voice sounded through the barrier and resounded outside in the demon imperial hall. "Duke Xuan, come in to see this empress." The little demon empress' icy voice reverberated in the demon imperial hall, causing everyone's face to become extreme ugly. The little demon empress had only mentioned Duke Xuan, and that also meant that she was not going to handle all these sinners who were kneeling here at the same time. Instead, she was going to have a private chat with each and every one of them. All those present felt their hearts beat violently in their chests. They faced the little demon empress together, so they felt a slight sense of camaraderie from one another. But if it was a private summons, then everyone would do their utmost to try to make amends for their crimes and reveal everything they knew about everyone else's sin. In order to live, they would do whatever it took to prove their loyalty at all costs. And besides the little demon empress, no one else would know what the other person said or vowed, so they would not even know who betrayed whom. Not only that, if anyone left anything out or did not prove their loyalty enough, it was extremely likely that they would be made into examples by the little demon empress. In addition, given the little demon empress' current power, killing anyone present would be as simple as squashing a bug. With that, in an instant, these people who were already soaked in sweat started to sweat even more as they desperately tried to think of what they ought to say. Moreover, in this 7-day period, the plan they had come up with to present a united front and cover up each other's ugly deeds quietly collapsed amidst the desolate and terrifying atmosphere. Duke Xuan, who had been first to be summoned, trembled with fear as he rose, and under the gazes of all who were present, he made his way, step by step, towards the stone room. With only the intervening space of less than 200 paces, he nearly collapsed to the floor on at least 3 different occasions. Each and every step he took made it seem as if he was approaching an endless abyss. The Duke Xuan in Xianxia's memory was short and fat man with a sincere smile, but in just these short 7 days, he had actually shrunk considerably. Once Duke Xuan entered the stone room, he collapsed to his knees and his entire body shook like a leaf. This insignificant Duke, greets the little demon empress. This insignificant Duke knows that he has sinned. But it was only this insignificant Duke who had sinned. And even this insignificant Duke's wife had advised him to never ever become involved with Duke Huoi. But this insignificant Duke lost his mind, and the rest of my Duke Palace was really not involved at all. I begged the little demon empress to kill this insignificant Duke alone. The others in my Duke Palace, they really do not know anything. They were only dragged down by this insignificant Duke. I begged the little demon empress to show mercy and let off this insignificant Duke's family. After this insignificant Duke has been executed, I will definitely be deeply grateful to you. I just beg that the little demon empress will show mercy regarding. Duke Xuan's entire body kept shaking, and he was weeping violently, as his face was filled with a mixture of extreme regret and terror. As he continued to desperately beg the little demon empress, he had already kowtowed many times to her, and had bashed his head against the floor with such force that his forehead was covered in blood. "Did this empress say that she wanted to kill you? Do you really desire death that much?" coldly asked the little demon empress. Duke Xuan lifted his head, and his expression turned blank as he could scarcely believe the words that he had just heard. "HMPH?" The little demon empress gave a cold snort and continued in a solemn voice. "Even though your Duke Xuan palace has not made any major contributions in these 100 years, you have not committed any errors either. What was truly rare was that when this empress, power had waned, and a good majority of the Duke palaces secretly defected over to Duke Huoi. Your Duke Xuan palace had never betrayed or abandoned this empress before. In addition, even if you had thrown your lot in with Duke Huoi, it was only because you thought that this empress had died, and it was the only way to ensure the safety of your Duke palace. Duke Xuan, you are at fault, but this empress is also at fault. My fault lay in the fact that I was too weak, so weak that those who were loyal to this empress were subjected to continuous abuse and humiliation by those traitors and renegades. Furthermore, in the 100 years of this empress' decline, you had never once thought to betray or abandon me. Instead, you remained faithful, and that in and of itself is enough to cover the greater than 4 months of wrongdoing, so you may rise." Duke Xuan's expression was sluggish, and tears filled his eyes as he did not dare believe each and every word that he had just heard. Ever since the little demon empress had returned, every gaze from her was like being dropped into an icy abyss. Every word was filled with a chilling/imposing killing intent. Every order seemed like it would cause rivers of blood to run through the streets of the demon imperial city. As a sinner, he could not sleep for a whole 7 days. Not only that, every single day was filled with fear and trepidation, and he had already prepared his own coffin. His greatest desire was to preserve his wife and his Duke Palace. But who would have thought that when it was his turn to be judged by the little demon empress, not only was there not a single hint of killing intent, he was not even condemned but praised instead. It was as if he had instantly flown from the borders of hell straight up to heaven. Duke Xuan's eyes instantly overflowed with tears, and he did not rise up. Instead, he collapsed onto the ground and prostrated himself. He wept loudly as he spoke. "This insignificant duke thanks the little demon empress for her divine mercy." This insignificant duke had received royal favor, but he instead repaid it with perfidy. "This in and of itself is enough for me to die 1,000 times over. But the little demon empress' divine mercy is like that of the heavens. This insignificant duke is unable to repay this in any way. So the only thing this insignificant duke can do is to swear my eternal loyalty and devotion to you. It will be constant even in death. If I ever dare to even show a hint of betrayal again, may the heavens smite me. There is no need for further words, rise." The little demon empress casually waved her hand. "Your wife and children are definitely worried sick for you back at your palace. So quickly return to them and allay their worries. Withdraw. I thank the little demon empress for her divine mercy. I thank the little demon empress for her divine mercy." Duke Xuan once more rose while trembling, but this time he was trembling due to gratitude. He remained bowed as he retreated and could not stop giving thanks. Even after his feet had stepped out of the barrier, he still had not stopped. "I thank the little demon empress for her divine mercy. I thank the little demon empress for her divine mercy." The people kneeling in the great hall saw Duke Xuan make a quick exit, without a single wound on his body, and with a face that was flushed red with excitement and gratitude, his mouth uttering ceaseless thanks. "Duke Xuan?" A few people tried to talk to him, but Duke Xuan did not pay attention to anyone. Instead, he turned around and quickly left the place. But everyone could see clearly that, while his expression was clearly one of relief, there was some joy hidden there as well. Could it be that the little demon empress actually pardoned him? Everyone looked at one another in dismay, but Duke Xuan came out unscathed, and his face was filled with joy and astonishment. So that caused the pressure in everyone's heart to lessen several times. The miserable fate of the Duke Hui Palace had caused them to be so anxious that they could scarcely carry on. Moreover, every single moment spent in the presence of the little demon empress filled them with boundless terror, and their minds could not help but illustrate various terrible scenarios. But Duke Xuan had only gone in for a few moments, and he had clearly been pardoned at the end of it. They began to feel that, perhaps their sheer terror had been overblown. That was right, after all, they all belonged to guardian families and duke palaces, and they were the pillars supporting the illusory demon realm. The illusory demon realm had just gone through such a big change, so the foundations and supports were even more inviolate at this time. Among all the duke palaces, Duke Xuan was already among the weakest, and his palace could not even compare to the guardian families, but he was safe and sound. As long as they gave all their effort to repent and prove their loyalty, the little demon empress would definitely go with the flow and absolve them. They would receive a warning at most. At this thought, everyone's hearts immediately calmed down a great deal, and even the atmosphere of the great hall did not seem so stifling and oppressive anymore. "Hellion Quang, enter." The little demon empress voice pierced the barrier as it rang out from the stone room, and this time, her voice summoned the Hellion family patriarch, Hellion Quang. "Patriarch?" A few of the core elders in the Hellion family looked at Hellion Quang with worried expressions on their faces. "Don't worry. After all, I am the patriarch of a guardian family, so nothing will happen to me." Hellion Quang sucked in a heavy breath as he strode towards the stone room. Once he entered the stone room, a heart-piercing icy sensation assaulted him and caused him to feel chills all over, so he involuntarily shivered. Hellion Quang did not dare to meet the little demon empress' eyes. Instead, he hurriedly kneeled and said, "This sinner Hellion Quang greets the little demon empress. You may rise." The little demon empress' voice was incomparably calm, and there was not single fluctuation in her emotions. She gazed at a stone seat to her right and said, "Be seated." There was no killing intent, no fury, not even a feeling of oppression, and he did not even need to kneel. All of this caused Hellion Kwang's heart to be steadied. He slowly rose to his feet and carefully shifted into the stone seat. The little demon empress extended her hand, and a delicate white jade teacup appeared in her palm. With a flip of her hand, the teacup rose in the air as if it was being guided by a light wind, and it floated across to the land on the stone table in front of Hellion Kwang. "Patriarch Hellion, please have some tea." The white jade of the teacup was flawless, but its contents were empty, and there was not even a drop of tea inside of it. But how would Hellion Kwang dare to show even the slightest bit of dissent? Even if the little demon empress were to declare that he was a dog right now, he would respond by barking a few times. He lifted up the teacup with both hands and brought it to his mouth. He carefully raised his head and made the appearance of slowly savoring his tea, and it was only after a good long while that he set the teacup down with the utmost care. "Have you finished drinking?" The little demon empress' eyes slightly narrowed, but her words were bland. Hellion Kwang hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "Yes, the rich and mellow fragrance of this tea belongs only in the heavens. I thank the little demon empress for this drink." Since the tea has already been drunk, the little demon empress' eyes shone faintly. "Then you can leave on your journey with your mind at ease." As her final word fell, the little demon empress had already stepped through space, and she suddenly appeared in front of Hellion Kwang, as if she were a demon out of hell. A small snow jade delicate hand held flames that seemed to emanate from the fiery pits of hell, and it heavily smashed into Hellion Kwang's chest. The wild and violent golden crow flames crazily surged into his body, and in a single instant, all his internal organs had been completely incinerated. Erg! Hellion Kwang's eyes widened rigidly as the world spun around him. Boom! An ear-shattering explosion rang out, and Hellion Kwang's body flew out of the stone room and violently smashed into the crowd of people that were kneeling there. When he landed on the ground, his eyes had widened into circles as he stared at the ceiling. There was no sound coming from him at all. Not only that, on his chest, there was a ghastly black scorch mark. "Patriarch, Patriarch!" The gathered core elders of the Hellion family screamed in alarm as they rushed forward, but there was not even a sliver of life left in Hellion Kwang's body. A thick and acrid smell of burnt flesh wafted from his entire body, and his death could not be any more complete. "Patriarch!" Staring at the body in front of them, the core elders of the Hellion family had been scared out of their minds, and they just stood there trembling all over. At this time, the little demon empress' low and cold voice rang out from the stone room. Despite being the patriarch of a guardian family, Hellion Kwang colluded with Duke Hua and conspired to rebel against the throne, so his death was richly deserved. Furthermore, this punishment was originally to be extended to the entire Hellion family. But on account of the Hellion clan having faithfully served and protected the clan of the Demon Emperor for the past 10,000 years, this Empress has decided to give you a chance and grant your Hellion family an opportunity to turn over a new leaf, Hellion II. The second elder of the Hellion family, whose name had just been called, jerked up with a start as he frantically turned around and sank to his knees. "From today onward, you will be the new patriarch of the Hellion family. This Empress orders you to drag Hellion Kwang's carcass over to the North Gate in 2 hours' time and suspend it there. Leave it exposed to the public for 7 days, and within these 7 days, if anyone dares to retrieve his corpse, plead for mercy, or publicly mourn for him, execute that person on the spot. Moreover, if anyone in your Hellion family shows even the slightest bit of dissent, if this Empress is aware of it, I will kill that person. If any of you have the audacity to put your clan first and defy my order, or if any one of you show even the slightest hint of perfidy again, this Empress will ensure that this world will no longer have a Hellion family." Every word that the little demon Empress uttered caused the dread within the hearts of the core elders of the Hellion family to escalate exponentially. But if the death of one person could be exchanged for the safety of the entire Hellion family, then no one would be stupid enough to be indignant over his death. Hellion II said in a shaky voice, "We will obey the commands of the little demon Empress. I thank the little demon Empress for her mercy. Our Hellion family will remain steadfastly loyal to the little demon Empress from this day forth, and we will gladly give our lives for you. Also, the purple vein divine crystals that you owe the Yun family, definitely do not forget about them." "Yes, yes." Hellion II dragged Hellion Kwang's body away as his head jerked up and down in fear. He scrambled to leave, his steps teetering as if he was walking on the edge of a blade. Terror wildly swept across the demon Imperial Hall like an epidemic. The slight relief that they had felt after seeing Duke Xuan come out unscathed completely disappeared in an instant, and everyone's faces were so pale that it seemed all the blood had been drained out of them. For 10,000 years, the Hellion family's status as a guardian family had been second only to the Yun family, but the Hellion patriarch, Hellion Quang, had been personally executed by the little demon empress. So if that could happen to him, what lay in store for the other guardian families and duke palaces? Jiufang Kui, enter. All eyes turned towards the Jiufang family. Jiufang Kui rose with much trembling, but just as he managed to stand up, his legs went soft and he sank to his knees once more. His wide and bulging eyes clearly displayed the boundless dread that had welled up in his heart. The horrific death of Hellion Quang had planted a devil in his heart, because he was extremely clear that among the 12 guardian families, even though the Hellion family may have been the first to switch their loyalties over to the Duke Hui Palace, his Jiufang family was a close second. In addition, his Jiufang clan and the Hellion clan had originally been close because of their shared race. They had also intermarried over the generations. She had just killed Hellion Quang and then called for him, Jiufang Kui. How could he not be terrified? Sinner Jiufang Kui greets the little demon empress. Once he entered the stone room, Jiufang Kui dropped to his knees, even though he was trying extremely hard to keep his calm. His voice was still trembling in fear. Patriarch Jiufang, the little demon empress gaze focused coldly. Hellion Quang was the patriarch of the Hellion family, but this empress killed him. As a guardian family's patriarch, what is your opinion on this? Was this empress right to kill him or not? Jiufang Kui gasped cold air harshly and said in panic, Hellion Quang was a guardian family patriarch, but he colluded with traitors, plotted to rebel, and abandoned the demon emperor's clan's grace and his family's responsibility as guardians. This type of traitor should have been hacked into 10,000 of pieces a long time ago. Little demon empress was right to kill him, and it was good to kill him. Very good. The little demon empress nodded slowly. Jiufang Kui's answer seemed to please her. Then, her voice suddenly became cold. If so, are you prepared to kill yourself? Or do you want this empress to handle this personally? Her cold voice and murderous spirit made all the hair on Jiufang Kui's body stand up. He fell on the floor, screamed, and begged, Little demon empress mercy, little demon empress mercy. Back then, I was bewitched by Hellion Quang and was under an obsession for a moment. That's why I committed such disloyal action. But I really didn't know about those shameless things that would make both humans and gods indignant those people at Duke Hui Palace did. The reason I yielded to Duke Hui Palace was really for self-preservation, for the Jiufang family getting peace in the future. I swear right here. After today, I will definitely be loyal to the little demon empress, and see the words of the little demon empress as commands from heaven. Ob absolutely would not have the heart of betrayal, or else I, Jiufang Kui, will be struck by lightning and split into 2 halves, and let my whole Jiufang clan die without peace. Considering the barrier keeping any possible outsider from seeing or hearing, for the sake of survival, how could Jiufang Kui still care about the honor as a patriarch? He desperately cried and begged, cursed himself with the most vicious words. He was no different than any normal living creature that was scared of dying, maybe even more petty. Looks like the Jiufang patriarch has the guts to revolt, but doesn't have the guts to die. The little demon empress mocked in disdain. If you are that afraid of dying, this empress could give you a chance to live. Tell me everything you know about Duke Hui Palace, and all the shameless things your Jiufang family has done over this past 100 years. Especially the things that this empress doesn't know about. Tell it to this empress completely. There cannot be any falsehoods or omissions. If your confession does not satisfy this empress. The little demon empress looked sideways at Yun Qi. The Yun family's young patriarch is right here. This empress could just seal your profound energy and have the Yun family's young patriarch use the profound handle soul search on you. By then, if we discover that there is anything false in what you said, or if you missed out anything, you would end up in 10 times worse condition than Hellion Quang. Jiufang Kui shivered, and there was a little more hope in his fear. Hellion Quang's body was just dragged out. There was nothing worse than dying. For the chance to live that the little demon empress mentioned, he wouldn't dare to hide anything. At that moment, he racked his brain to think back and told to her everything that he knew about Duke Hui Palace and the shameless things that his family did over the years, whether it was done explicitly or secretly. To make up for his error, he even told her in extreme detail of the shameless things that the other guardian families and duke palaces had done, especially what the Hellion family had done these years, including the agreement between them this past couple of days to cover up each other's crimes. When he was all done, his whole body almost collapsed from exhaustion, even though each thing he confessed was even more shocking than the next, some even rendering Xianxia speechless. There was no commotion in little demon empress' breath and in her eyes. She stared at Xianxia and said in a deep voice, "The guardian family that had honor for 10,000s of years is now corrupted to this extent. Xianxia, as a patriarch, even if you died 10,000 times, you could hardly absolve yourself from the blame." Xianxia got down on the ground and didn't dare to speak anymore. "This empress will now give you two choices." The little demon empress slowly stood up and walked towards Xianxia. For each step she took, Xianxia's body curled up tighter. Option 1, you, Xianxia, die. Your body will be hung on the city gate and display for 7 days. Your name will also be recorded into the illusory demon chronicle. Become a disgrace to the Xianxia family, and you will go down in history as a byword to infamy. Your wife and concubine, your sons and grandsons, will all be sentenced to death immediately. Xianxia lifted his head abruptly and begged in a trembling voice, "Little demon empress, mercy please." Option 2. The little demon empress had already walked before Xianxia. She looked at him from above with her cold eyes pointed at the top of his head, and a ball of scarlet gold flames was burning in the center of her palm. "Be abiding and accept the slave imprint from this empress. If so, you will still be the patriarch of the Xianxia family. Your wife, concubine, sons, grandsons, and the whole Xianxia clan would all be safe and sound." Xianxia's whole body shook violently, his eyes widened rigidly, and his pupils that were shrinking intensely were filled with fear and desperation. A slave imprint was the cruelest mental imprint in the world. If a person was implanted with a slave imprint in their heart and soul, then they would have to obey to the person who gave them the slave imprint no matter what, and could never disobey any commands. Even if the command was for him to die, he would go die without any hesitation. There wouldn't even be any trace of resistance or rebellious awareness. It would be equal to being the slave and puppet of the other party forever. Once the slave imprint was planted, it was almost impossible for it to be removed. Even if the person who imprinted the slave imprint died, the person who got imprinted with the slave imprint would still remember their mission and serve loyally for their whole life. The slave imprint was too cruel. Once planted, the implantee's own life and will would be controlled by someone else. To many people, it was something more terrifying than death. In the law of the illusory demon realm, the slave imprint was strictly prohibited. Even the largest family absolutely could not plant a slave imprint on the most inferior servant. At the same time, planting a slave imprint not only consumed a great amount of mental power, but it also had an extremely low success rate. With the little demon empress' current strength, to plant a slave imprint on Xianxia, if he struggled even a little bit, there would be no possibility to succeeding at all. Even when facing an overlord, it was almost impossible to succeed. If one wants to successfully plant a slave imprint, usually the other party must be fully willing and cannot struggle at all. But with the options in front of Xianxia, he either was implanted with a slave imprint, or he died, and it'd even bring disgrace and ruin upon himself, and his wife and sons died with him. There are only these two choices. There is absolutely not a third choice for you to choose from, the little demon empress said coldly. This is the result of your own transgressions. You cannot blame this empress, and cannot blame anyone else. This empress gives you the time for 5 breaths to consider, to die or to live. After 5 breaths, if you still haven't made your decision, then this empress will directly send you to your grave. Xianxia was stunned. Emptiness filled his eyes, and there was no sign of life in his eyes. After 3 breaths, he lowered his head heavily and said in a trembling voice, "May, little demon empress, grant me the slave imprint." If it was between the slave imprint and a simple death, he might have chosen death, but followed by his death. It was a consequence 10,000 times more cruel than a simple death. Slave imprint was his only choice. At least he could live. At least he didn't have to carry a bad name for 10,000 of years. At least, when he faced people other than the little demon empress, his soul still belonged to himself. Very good. The little demon empress covered with her palm, using her soul profound energy with the aura of the golden crow, and immediately loaded it into Xianxia's heart and soul. Xianxia's whole body was trembling, but he didn't dare to struggle or defend at all. In the time of a few short breaths, the slave imprint from the little demon empress was planted firmly into his heart and soul. The golden crow flame went out as the little demon empress closed her palm. There was a little more color in Xianxia's eyes, which were gray and dark before. Facing the little demon empress, his body was even more underlying. His eyes and his expression were filled with respect, fear, fawning, flattering, and he was just like a loyal dog shaking its tail in front of its master. "Scram!" The little demon empress turned around and said in a cold voice. Xianxia's petty, poor attitude didn't make the little demon empress felt sorry at all. The hatred from her clan and her family was as deep as the sea. If she wasn't the little demon empress, if she wouldn't have to consider the peace and future of illusory demon realm, she would slaughter all of these people in the cruelest way possible. How would she go through all the trouble to let them live? Yes, yes, I will scram immediately. Scram immediately. Xianxia was as if he heard the irrefutable command of the gods. His whole body shivered, and he immediately threw himself on the ground, rolled and literally rolled out. It's not that Xianxia had never heard of the slave imprint before, but he had never really seen it. Looking at Xianxia, his whole body quivered. Mercy in one hand, and death in the other. The former gave hope, and the latter gave intimidation. And the slave imprint under the name of hope and intimidation was the little demon empress' true goal. Xianxia also left alive. This undoubtedly gave the people behind him even more hope. The process afterwards was a lot simpler. Basically, it was same as dealing with Xianxia, letting them choose between death and the slave imprint. But this death would involve the whole family and clan and be disgraced for 10,000s of years, so the slave imprint became their only choice. But not everyone had these two choices. Helian Quang died, Xianxia, Bai Yi, Nangong Zhai, Lin Giyan, Chiang Bailey, Zio Zifeng were all planted with a slave imprint, and among the many dukes, a third of the dukes who only turned for self-preservation received amnesty like Duke Xuan. The patriarchs and dukes who received a slave imprint would never betray for the rest of their lives. Their families and duke palaces would be completely in the little demon empress control. And those who received amnesty would also be completely loyal with grace and shame. Until sunset, the little demon empress punishments for all of the guardian families and the duke palaces were then all completed. After the last duke palace left in a hurry, the demon imperial hall became empty, and in the silent there was suppression and loneliness. Planting slave imprints consumed a lot of profound energy, and it consumed even more mental power. Even the little demon empress was exhausted from planting to close to more than 50 slave imprints in an afternoon. But with her extremely stubborn personality, of course she wouldn't reveal her exhaustion, especially in front of Xianxia. This empress has already done what you wished. Now, you can leave. The little demon empress left her throne, said coldly with her back turned to Xianxia. The figure of her back was delicate and petite, like a little girl who hadn't grown up yet. But she was carrying the heaviest responsibility in the whole demon illusory realm all by herself. She didn't have any family left, and there were only 3 remaining years of her life left. Everyone respected and feared her. Only in Xianxia, when he faced her, there was only a deep, tender protectiveness and a trace of stabbing pain that could not be relieved. Xianxia stayed behind alone in hope of helping her in some way. At least she didn't have to always face all the pressure alone. But the little demon empress was an unusual woman after all. She had unparalleled profound power in the world, have perseverance that no one could compare to. She even had enough wisdom, a calculating mind and boldness, and didn't need him to do anything at all. The whole afternoon, he felt like him sitting there was completely unnecessary. Instead, he was even somewhat in the way. Xianxia walked close to the little demon empress for a few steps and said slowly, "Before you became the little demon empress, you were Princess Kei. All these years you were dressed in gray. It should have been for the previous demon emperor and the little demon emperor who had passed away. Now it has been 100 years, and only Duke Ming, who had lost a lot of blood essence, is left of the up and down of Duke Huai Palace. Unless he could escape illusory demon realm, he would fall into your hands sooner or later. You have avenged them, so this gray clothing, you shouldn't have to continue to wear it." The little demon empress had her back turned, didn't move, and didn't respond at all. "Besides your identity as the little demon empress, you are also the publicly acknowledged #1 beauty in the demon illusory realm. Even though this ugly clothing cannot cover your beauty, if you wear something slightly more normal, you would look so good that even the heavens would be jealous." Xianxia said really seriously. It was true that he didn't like the little demon empress always wearing the gray, wide clothes. Those gray clothes were like a layer of a dim cage, and the little demon empress couldn't escape from the pressure and shadow of it. The little demon empress turned to her side slightly and said indifferently, "Then, what do you think this empress should wear?" Xianxia thought about it closely and said, "Even though I have known you for this long, I have never seen you in any other outfits. Oh, if I really need to say, you look very good without any clothes on." Hypothesis. The little demon empress profound energy value is 60,000, aggressive value is 99,999. Xianxia's profound energy value is 260. Defense value is 500. Question: which number window should Xianxia report to at the Palace of Hell? Crush an apple. Note: the literal meaning of scram, Chinese letter, is roll. Duke Su was the last duke summoned by the little demon empress. Because he had only turned to Duke Huai after the news of the little demon empress' demise in Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley came, he was pardoned by her. The final result caused him to rejoice, but the little demon empress' terrifying majesty and icy gaze still made his heart tremble. He hurriedly left along with the members of his palace, but not long after he left the demon Imperial Hall. A loud, ear-shattering explosion rang out behind him. Boom! Amidst that roar, the figure of a person could be seen flying, and the speed of that figure was akin to a meteor. It flew all the way past the roofs of the heads of the members of Duke Su Palace, before fiercely slamming itself into the ground not far in front of them, causing a rather huge crater to be gouged into the ground. Duke Su and his men stood there with stunned looks on their faces, blankly staring at the person who laid in the center of that huge crater. If they were not mistaken, this person had clearly flown from the direction of the demon Imperial Hall. Xianxia emerged from the pit covered in dust with his clothes completely shredded. He dusted off the dirt on his body and muttered to himself, "This woman is still really vicious when she wants to be." After he climbed out of the crater, he raised his head, and his eyes widened when he saw the members of Duke Su Palace. They stared at him with fixed eyes, and their expressions were as if they had seen a ghost during the day. The corner of Xianxia's mouth fiercely twitched, and he said in a calm and unperturbed manner, "So it's Duke Su." Oh, the little demon empress had told me that the ground around her had fallen into disrepair, so it would break apart easily, and it was in need of a good fixing up, so I personally came to test it out. It looks like it was indeed as she said. After all, this place is near the demon Imperial Hall, so the profound jade used should be of a higher quality. If it is so easily broken, it will harm the image of the demon Imperial Hall. Duke Su was dumbstruck for a good long while before finally coming back to his senses. He hurriedly replied, Yes. Young Patriarch Yun is indeed correct. The little demon empress indeed has a fine eye for detail. This humble duke will give instructions for this to be repaired with yellow profound jade which is of a higher quality. Then I will have to trouble Duke Su in this regard. I still have matters to attend to, so I'll have to bid you farewell." Xianxia nodded sharply his head and turned around as he casually walked away. "Your Highness, he was not smashed all the way out here by the little demon empress, right?" The person on Duke Su's right whispered to him after Xianxia had traveled a sufficiently far distance away. "You know too much," Duke Su said in an extremely quiet voice. "Cough, which part of her body haven't I seen or touched before, to think that because I said the bold truth, it's simply beyond the bounds of reason." Xianxia grumbled to himself discontentedly as he strolled along. He found a place to change his clothes, and then he returned home to the Yun family. Xianxia did not conceal anything from Yun Qinghang. He told him how the little demon empress dealt with the 7 guardian families and the rest of the duke palaces. This caused Yun Qinghang to gasp in shock. Because of how things were currently configured, the end result and the foreseeable future had undoubtedly been arranged in the most perfect way possible. "Chair, I have carelessly disclosed your medical skills to the public, so you need to be mentally prepared for what is coming up next," Yun Qinghang said as he laughed merrily. Of course, Xianxia knew that Yun Qinghang had definitely not been careless. Rather, it was a deliberate thing. He lapsed into thought for a while, and then he said, "Father, you are hoping that I can build my own reputation and connections." Yun Qinghang gave a light nod and said, "Even though you have built up a huge reputation, it is mainly due to amazement and a little reverence. If you really want to make this illusory demon city your home, the medical skills that you have is an extremely good thing to rely on. 10 portions of admiration or amazement is not even equivalent to 1 portion of gratitude. much less the gratitude of saving a life. I understand. Xianxia nodded his head, retrieved a white jade box from the sky poison pearl, and put it into Yun Qinghang's hand. Father, inside this box are 100 overlord pellets. Give Xiao Yun 11 pellets. Tell him to save one for himself to eat, and let the other 10 be given to the Under Heaven family as a betrothal gift. You can give the remaining 89 pellets to the best young disciples within our family. 100 overlord pellets. These 4 words caused Yun Qinghang's brain to completely shut down. Even with the incomparably sensitive hearing that had come with entering the sovereign profound realm, he was still undoubtedly sure that there was something wrong with his ears. It was only after Xianxia had finished speaking that he said in a rather dazed tone, "You just said that. There was what inside of this box?" "Overlord pellets. 100, no more, no less." Yun Qinghang opened the jade box, and immediately the extremely pure and thick aroma of potent medicine assaulted him. Given his knowledge and experience, he instantly deduced that this was the aroma of medicine of the highest quality. Moreover, he, who had come into contact with the Overlord pellet many times, also instantly thought Overlord pellet when he was hit by the smell. Yun Qinghang stood there in a complete daze for a good long while before carefully picking up one pellet. The medicinal pellet in his hand was extremely similar to the Overlord pellet that he recognized in both appearance and aura. But because it was similar, he could tell that this pellet was rounder than the Overlord pellet he was familiar with. The aura was also far purer and thicker than any Overlord pellet he had ever come in contact with before. He carefully released a bit of profound energy into the Overlord pellet, and his expression immediately became one of alarm for a very long period of time. That was right. This was undoubtedly an Overlord pellet, but it was not only similar in appearance or aura. It was actually an Overlord pellet of nearly perfect quality. He picked up a second pellet, a third pellet, a fifth pellet, and every time he picked one up, his expression grew even more and more amazed. After putting down the 10th pellet, he did not continue. He sealed the jade box and stared straight at Xianxia, but he was unable to say anything for a long, long time. Xianxia gave a chuckle and continued. Compared to my medical arts, my ability to refine medicine is much better. No matter what kind of medicine it is, as long as I know the quality and composition and I have the required ingredients, I can perfectly refine the ingredients in a short amount of time. Furthermore, I definitely will not fail. So use these 100 Overlord pellets without reservation. Given the 10,000-year foundation built up in our Yun family's medicine pavilion, we have more than enough ingredients to refine several thousand of these pellets. Yun Qinghang once again felt like he had been submerged into a fantastical dream. Duke Bao from Slash of Qing Palace had to spend 50 years and painstaking effort to refine just one Overlord pellet. But in the hands of Xianxia, it became like a mass production line. In addition, from the way he described it, it sounded as if it was as simple to Xianxia as flipping his hand. If he was not holding a whole 100 Overlord pellets in his hand right now, even if Xianxia had told him this in an incomparably sincere manner, he would not have been able to bring himself to believe it. He gave a light laugh and kept the jade box. "Chair, you have once again caused your father to barely be able to believe what he is seeing or hearing. To call you a little monster is not the least bit absurd at all." "Heh, if I'm a little monster, then wouldn't father become a big monster? And it seems we've even got mother implicated in this," laughed Xianxia as he replied. "Ha ha ha ha." Yun Qinghang gave a great laugh. The shock in his heart still remained, but his expression and emotions had returned to normal. After all, the more monstrous Xianxia became, the more he would naturally be overcome with pride and joy, and the more he would feel secure and content about his future. 100 Overlord pellets, he was incomparably clear on what this meant. It could allow an average force to become a top force in the space of a few short decades. It could cause the Yun family, whose power had greatly waned, to return to the peak of their power within 100 years' time, even without special treatment from the little demon empress. After he finished laughing, Yun Qinghang suddenly said in a grateful voice, "Chair, if not for you, the current Yun family and the current illusory demon realm would not have become like this. Your grandfather in heaven is definitely extremely happy. My grandfather used his own life to buy my own," Xianxia said in a soft voice. "Grandfather's will and his wishes, I will definitely inherit them no matter what. Moreover, I am also a son of the Yun family, so these are things that I should do and must do." "Good." Yun Qinghang heavily nodded his head. "You are indeed my Yun Qinghang's son. What about Xiao Yun?" Xianxia asked. At this time, he should be cultivating. Xianxia gave a faint smile. Even though his talent isn't otherworldly, and even though he had far less resources to work with than the other young patriarchs, he has always been extremely hardworking. For him to have the power that he has today required him to exert several times the amount of effort that other people had to put in. Xianxia gave a rather heavy sigh and suddenly said, "Father, I want to experience our Yun family's purple cloud art." Xianxia was faintly surprised, but he nodded his head and replied with a smile, "You are a child of the Yun family, so you are definitely more qualified than anyone to learn the purple cloud art. But you already have the double elemental profound powers of ice and fire. Different elemental profound energies will cause fluctuations to easily occur. If you add yet another lightning element, it should not bring you any benefits. Moreover, your ice profound art can freeze profound energy, and your fire profound art is bestowed by the golden crow itself. Their quality is top-notch, so your father feels that you shouldn't be too interested in the purple cloud art. I am the scion of the Yun family. No matter what, I should learn the profound art that is passed down within our family. Moreover, I just happen to need a kind of lightning profound art right now. As for the conflicts and limitations that will normally occur between differing elements, they should not occur within my body." He had obtained the evil god lightning seed in Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley, so he really needed a lightning profound art to utilize his lightning profound energy. Those last words would have caused anyone who heard it to be completely flummoxed, but the way Xianxia said it was brimming with confidence. This tremendously amazed Xianxia, and a dull and forced laugh came out of his mouth. His own son had far too many unimaginable qualities about him, and it happened so often that he had already become numb to it. "Follow me." Xianxia followed Xianxia and entered a hidden room under the Yun family ancestral monument. The hidden room was pitch black, and it was incomparably spacious. In the darkness, Xianxia's eyes could not detect anything other than the walls around him. As Xianxia strode forward and extended his left hand, a cyan profound handle flew out and came into contact with the right wall in front of him. Rumble, immediately, a purple light flashed, and a wide expanse of purple-colored profound writing appeared on the originally mirror-smooth wall. This profound writing was scrawled across the wall that was tens of meters long, and the lightning element in the hidden room came alive as crackling lightning unceasingly sparked in the air. "This is our Yun family's purple cloud art." Xianxia withdrew his profound handle, but the purple profound formula on the wall did not disappear. "Only the profound handle of our Yun family can cause this profound formula to appear." Xianxia did not reply because he had already started to study the purple cloud art's profound formula that was written on the wall. Xianxia gave him a look and gently said, "Among the profound elements, fire has an extremely strong destructive ability and ice can freeze things, but a lightning profound power that is of similar strength, in terms of pure power, will exceed the power of ice or fire and even the rest of the profound elements. But the practitioners who cultivate lightning profound power number the least. This is of course not without reason. Even though lightning profound energy is extremely strong, it is too volatile and is the hardest to control and manipulate amongst all the profound elements. It is also easy to harm oneself in the process of cultivation, to the point where you can damage your own profound veins. The higher a level you reach, the more this concept applies to you. Even though the Nether Prison Lightning Emperor formation I used 7 days ago was incredibly strong, it required an extremely large amount of blood essence as its cost. Before injuring another, it would also injure oneself first. If it wasn't forcibly stopped by the little demon empress, even with my profound cultivation realm and purple cloud arts, I would have lost my life. That is also the taboo profound technique your late grandfather has repeatedly warned me to never cultivate. You should also not bother to comprehend it." Not receiving a response from Xianxia after he finished speaking, Xianxia tilted his head and then was stunned in place. Xianxia stood there motionless. His expression and gaze was calm and placid, and the aura surrounding his body was as still and quiet as a lake in the dark of night. There was not a single ripple of movement. He had actually entered an enlightened state where his 6 senses had been sealed off, where his spirit was empty. Xianxia's face was masked by thick astonishment. The purple cloud art was the strongest lightning profound art in the illusory demon realm. Even though it was not as high class as the Golden Crow's record of the burning world, its might was also enormous, and it embodied incomparably profound lightning profound laws, so it was extremely hard to comprehend. Even though he had extremely outstanding talent, he still had to stay inside the secret room for an entire month before he started to even grasp the basic concepts. Furthermore, from the time the purple cloud art had appeared until now, it had only been about 100 breaths. Xianxia had actually entered into a state of enlightenment. Could it be that the extremely complex and mysterious laws of lightning encapsulated in the purple cloud art was seen through by him in a single glance and had been fully comprehended? Xianxia concealed his aura, lightened his steps, and prepared to leave the secret room. When he reached the exit of the secret room, a blazing purple light suddenly flickered, accompanied by a sharp, ear-piercing hissing sound. Xianxia subconsciously looked back and shockingly saw more than 10 streaks of twisted, flickering purple lightning surrounding Xianxia's body. This lightning was increasing with rapid speed. Shortly after, it had increased to 100 streaks, to hundreds of streaks, to 1,000 streaks, and Xianxia's whole body was bathing in the chaotic, raging lightning. At this moment, Xianxia slowly reached out his palms with them facing upwards. A ball of lightning started growing quickly in the center of his palms, until it grew into the size of a fist. It appeared to be an extremely deep purple, and the aura it released was irascible but brisk. The feeling it gave wasn't that of a pure energy ball, but of a lively creature. Lightning, spirit. Xianxia was so shocked that he lost his voice on the spot. Lightning spirits were the spiritual bodies of lightning that could only be developed when the person's own profound veins and lightning element reached an extremely high affinity. Once one was able to develop lightning spirits, it meant that the great attainments of his lightning profound energy had reached a whole new realm. Whether it was the cohesion of the lightning profound energy, the speed of release, or its power, it would all be completely different. It was an extremely obvious watershed in the attainments of lightning profound energy. Xianxia cultivated the purple cloud art for a whole 30 years before he used his own profound energy to successfully birth his first lightning spirit. It shocked the entire Yun family, and even the entire demon imperial city, because looking at the Yun family's history, 30 years, was a miracle that had never happened before. But Xianxia had just contacted the purple cloud art today. Not to mention 30 years, it hadn't even been 45 minutes. This was not a miracle. This was simply a fantasy story. Could he have cultivated another lightning-type profound art? So his profound veins already had an extremely high affinity towards the lightning element. But there was not a trace of lightning aura in the profound energy that he used when he fought with others before. He also said himself that he had never cultivated lightning-type profound arts before. On top of that, the main attribute of his profound energy was fire. Lightning and fire conflicted with each other, so he should instinctively reject the power of lightning in any case, even if he really had cultivated it before. And he started cultivating since he was in his mother's womb, at the very most. It would only be a little more than 20 years. Xianxia's heart rose and fell like the waves. He stood there blankly for a long time before he snapped out of it, left the secret room, and planted a barrier in front of the door of the secret room that only allowed people to exit but not enter. With the collapse of Duke Hui Palace, the reign of terror in Demon Imperial City was finally over. The city wall was covered with blood letters, and each of the signatures on the blood letters were names that were once well known, and even greatly reputed in the illusory demon realm. And the guardian families and duke palaces that were punished by the little demon empress all became honest and straight-laced. Especially the patriarchs and dukes with whom the little demon empress implanted a slave imprint. Pledging loyalty to the little demon empress, and the demon emperor's clan became everything to them for the rest of their lives. Demon Imperial City finally settled down. Under the command of the little demon empress, each major force, city, and domain in the illusory demon realm started searching for Duke Ming's whereabouts. Xianxia treated Xianxia's body regularly during the day and pondered the purple cloud art in the secret room during the night. Aside from that, the thing he had to do every day was to provoke the little demon empress. Even though he would get thrown out in all kinds of ways every time, he would definitely show up, rain or shine. On this day, when Xianxia came out of the secret room, the sun was already riding high. Once he stepped out of the large door of the secret room, he suddenly felt a high-level, incredibly thick spiritual aura. Simply by contacting this spiritual aura, the slight tiredness in his body was all gone. His 5 senses became extraordinarily clear, and even the profound energy in his profound veins woke up from its sleep and became excited. It's the aura of purple vein divine crystal. Jasmine said, "and it's an extremely large amount of purple vein divine crystal." Extremely large amount of purple vein divine crystal. Xianxia had been to the medicine pavilion many times, but he never found the existence of purple veined divine crystal in any of those times. After all, in the recent 100 years, the Yun family ran behind on their high-grade, profound crystal expenses. But today, the thick aura of divine crystals suddenly appeared. Could it be? Xianxia followed the aura and arrived at their family's great assembly hall. Yun Qinghang and all of the elders were there, and more than 10 black, profound jade boxes were placed neatly at the center of the hall. Even with the best quality black, profound jade, it wasn't able to cover that incredibly thick aura of power. "Chair, you came just in time," Yun Qinghang said with a smile. "These are the purple vein divine crystals from the 7 families, 2.5 kilograms from each family. There are exactly 17.5 kilograms here, no more and no less. Also, there are 12.5 kilograms of purple vein divine crystals seized from Duke Huai Palace's secret room. The little demon empress granted all of them to our Yun family. In total, there are 30 kilograms. 30 kilograms, that is a lot of purple vein divine crystal. Even if our Yun family only gain and not spend any, that would take hundreds of years just to accumulate, or even close to 1,000 years," exclaimed a Yun family elder. "This is just like a dream." The hands of one of the elders who was slightly closer to it kept on trembling. In the great hall, everyone's face was red, and their excited emotions couldn't calm down for a long time. They belonged to the top families in the illusory demon realm, and were the highest existence of the illusory demon realm. But even they have never seen this many purple vein divine crystal in their lives. 30 kilograms. This was not a great number in weight, but when it was in reference to purple vein divine crystal, it was extremely exaggerated. It was an astronomical number that could stun an expert of the profound way. In the whole illusory demon realm, to more than 99% of profound practitioners, the purple vein divine crystal was a divine item that exists within the legends. To even see it in their lifetime would be an extravagant hope. It was also the first time that Xianxia had seen this legendary purple vein divine crystal. Black profound jade had an extremely strong isolation ability. When carrying the purple-veined heaven crystal, it wouldn't reveal any of its aura. But when it was holding the purple-veined divine crystal, it was still able to reveal a spiritual energy with such thickness. So it went without saying how enormous and dense the power it was holding was. Especially at this moment when he was close, it was so thick that he felt like he was almost in a sea of spiritual energy. He didn't doubt at all that this spiritual energy had already shrouded over the whole Yun family. And this was while the purple vein divine crystal was still sealed in the black profound jade. Those 7 families had already delayed for a few months. We are already treating them well by not asking them to pay an interest rate. But this many purple vein divine crystal, why wasn't it stored in the medicine pavilion immediately? Leaving it here with the spiritual energy leaking is kind of a waste. Xianxia said. Ho ho ho. Yun Duanshui laughed faintly and said, "Young patriarch, our Yun family was only able to receive this many purple vein divine crystal all of a sudden because of you. If it wasn't for young patriarch, forget about divine crystals, we wouldn't know whether or not our family would still exist in Demon Imperial City. So, including the patriarch, all of us believes that only young patriarch have the qualification to handle these purple vein divine crystals. If young patriarch hasn't said anything, none of us have the right to move it ourselves." "That's right." The other elders all nodded their heads in agreement, and their expressions showed that they were in deep thought. It wasn't random when Xianxia proposed to use the purple vein divine crystal as a wager at first. It was because he originally needed a large amount of purple vein divine crystal. He stepped forward and said, "If so, then I will be straightforward. Because of a certain important reason of mine, I do indeed need a large amount of purple vein divine crystal. Then this 30 kilograms of purple vein divine crystal, I want to take 15 kilograms of it, and the other 15 kilograms will belong to the family. Not sure if everyone will agree to this." "Ha ha ha ha," Yun Weishan laughed loudly. "Young patriarch, what are you talking about? Even if you take all 30 kilograms of it, it would be right and proper. From the top to bottom of our whole clan, none of us would disagree. Young patriarch only took 15 kilograms and leaves an entire half to the family. This is already a generous gift to our whole clan. How would we have a reason to disagree?" What the great elder had said was what we were thinking in our minds. The other elders all laughed. To them, what Yun Weishan had said was absolutely correct. Even if Yun Qi took all of them, it would be natural and right. And leaving a whole half, this was already a boldness that no one would not be impressed of. Then I will accept it with respect. Yun Qi stepped forward directly and took exactly 15 kilograms of purple vein divine crystal. To prevent it from it being eaten by hunger, he first stored the 15 kilograms of purple vein divine crystal into the spatial ring, and then placed it inside the sky poison pearl. Also, I have a suggestion for these 15 kilograms of purple vein divine crystal. Yun Qi faced everyone and said, "Take 10 kilograms of it and divide it in 4 portions. Each portions will be 2.5 kilograms, and give it to the Mu family, the Under Heaven family, the Su family, and the Yan family." Ah, this! Yun Qi's suggestion stunned all of the elders. They all showed inconvenience in their faces, and the fourth elder said in a subtle tone, "Young patriarch, we have no right to interfere with how the purple vein divine crystal will be handled, but giving an entire 10 kilograms to other people for nothing, this is a little. I agree with Chair's suggestion." Different from the elder's shock, Yun Qinghang laughed instead after a short moment in thought. That day when we were fighting with Duke Huai Palace's forces, the Mu family, Under Heaven family, Su family, and the Yan family stood by our side, and they all sent their best from the young generation in their family. That battle concerned our Yun family's honor and fate of going or staying. So in a way, they fought for our Yun family. These purple vein divine crystals were the wager from that battle, so even though at that time, it was said that it would belong to the Yun family, but it is logical and natural for us to share some of it with them. And this, of course, is not the main reason. Yun Qinghang continued. After this period of ups and downs, in the eyes of the people, our Yun family's status has already surpassed the other guardian families, and no one can compare to us. Especially now that we received 30 kilograms of purple vein divine crystal. I believe that the entire demon imperial city would be discussing about this. With these purple vein divine crystals and the favor of the little demon empress, anyone can predict that not for long, our Yun family would be high above all the other guardian families in prestige, strength, and position. However, being too outstanding would instead form faults and invisible gaps between the families that we once breathed the same air with. All of the elders seem to have understood all of a sudden. Could patriarch and young patriarch mean? That's right. Purple vein divine crystal is the highest divine item in the world. Anyone received it would treat it like their own life. If we shared it with them, it will be enough to show them that even though our Yun family has returned to our glorious state, we would not be proud and arrogant and would still value our relationship with them. At the same time, these 2.5 kilos of purple vein divine crystal is too valuable. They will receive our goodwill but will firmly reject it, and in the end, it will still return to our Yun family. Yun Qinghang smiled slightly and said, "As a result, not only will we not lose any purple vein divine crystal, we also showed them our attitude. What we need to do is only make a few visits, but it will be extremely important to the future of our Yun family." Yun Qi nodded lightly. The father and son pair gave each other a look and smiled. Yun Qinghang's words enlightened all of the elders. Yun Weishan was convinced and said, "Patriarch and young patriarch are most considerate. This is indeed necessary. We will head over there personally at this moment." This concerned purple vein divine crystals, so of course they could not be at ease to have someone else deliver it. The 4 elders immediately started moving. Each of them carried 2.5 kilograms of purple vein divine crystal, and each went to the Under Heaven family, the Yan family, the Su family, and the Mu family. It was as Yun Qi predicted. For the Under Heaven family, the Su family, and the Yan family was reluctant of receiving the gift despite being grateful. But at the Mu family, there was an unexpected result. Ha 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 ha. Since it is my son-in-law and grandson being filial, of course I can't reject it. Mu Feiyan was beaming with joy, laughed loudly, and waved his hand. "Old 3, accept the gift and deliver it to my courtyard. 2.5 kilograms of purple vein divine crystal. This is the largest gift that this old man has ever received. Wait until this old man warm it with my hands, and then store it into the medicine pavilion." It was not all in vain when this old man married his daughter to the Yun family, and gave birth to the Yun family's phenomenal young patriarch. Ha 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 ha. Mu Feiyan accepted it cleanly and efficiently. The second elder of the Yun family, Yun Duanshui, who went there to give them the present, was stunned on the spot. 15 kilograms? Ah, no, 12.5 kilograms of purple vein divine crystal went into the Yun family's medicine pavilion, and the entire Yun family rejoiced in jubilation for a long time. As for those 100 overlord pellets, Yun Qinghang had not made it known yet, because it was a landmine that was even scarier than 15 kilograms of purple-veined divine crystal. Even he himself had still not gotten over the shock, and all brought about by the revelation of those 100 overlord pellets. Originally, the 35 kilograms of purple-veined divine crystal that Jasmine required was a far-fetched and exceedingly remote target for Yun Qi. In addition, before today, he had not even seen any purple-veined divine crystal before, much less owned any. He didn't even know what it looked like. But today, he had come away with 15 kilograms just like that. So as it stands, we are still lacking 20 kilograms. Yun Qi said in a satisfied voice, 6 years ago, when you mentioned the 35 kilograms of purple-veined divine crystal, I was scared stiff. But who would have thought that in a mere 6 years I would attain so much of it all at once? After all, nominally I am still the Yun family's young patriarch, so I had to leave half of it to them. But don't worry, the remaining 20 kilograms, it definitely will not take too long. You mean that these 15 kilograms of purple-veined divine crystal are reserved for me? Jasmine asked in a strange tone. Of course. 35 kilograms of purple-veined divine crystal. This was something that I had solemnly promised you from the beginning. Jasmine flatly replied, Do you even know what 15 kilograms of purple-veined divine crystal entails? It is enough to create 100 of this world's highest-grade grand profound formations. It can allow a huge, profound arc to fly continuously for several hundred years. It is enough to refine countless spiritual medicines of the highest grade. Moreover, you have the body of the dragon god, the protection provided by the power of the rage god, so you can directly and completely absorb the spirit energy within. Even if you do not continue cultivating, just by absorbing this energy alone, your profound strength can, within the span of several decades, break through the peak of the sovereign profound realm, and even surpassing the little demon empress isn't out of the question. Are you sure you want to leave all of it for me? Jasmine was far, far clearer than Yun Qi was on what 15 kilograms of purple-veined divine crystal really entailed, especially in regards to Yun Qi, a mysterious being among all the mysterious beings, because the energy of the purple-veined divine crystal was simply of too high a grade and strength to be absorbed directly. If one tried to forcefully absorb it, the best-case scenario would be the harming of one's profound veins. The worst-case scenario, on the other hand, would be for that person's body to implode. In addition, most profound practitioners could only absorb the energy of the purple-veined divine crystal after it had been refined several times, and it still required the help of several sovereign profound realm powerhouses to assist in the process. Moreover, the entire process had to be done with extreme caution, and the energy that one really absorbed was not even a tenth of what it originally was. And that energy, that was not even a tenth of the original, was equivalent to a century or even several centuries worth of painstaking cultivation. Not only that, but Yun Qi was different. He had the body of the dragon god, the bloodline of the phoenix and the golden crow, and the protection bestowed by the great way of the Buddha. So he could directly absorb the energy of the purple-veined divine crystals in several decades. He could directly enter into the latter stages of the sovereign profound realm and reach the peak of power in his current world without needing to cultivate any further or go through any more tribulation. This was an irresistible lure for any profound practitioner, but Yun Qi slowly and resolutely shook his head. Before I procure the 35 kilograms of purple-veined divine crystal for you, unless it is to save a life, I will definitely not lay a single finger on it. Jasmine fell silent for a while before letting out a faint and tepid snort. HMPH, looks like you're still human after all. Number percent, what the hell did you're still human after all mean? Does that mean that I was previously a beast in your eyes? Yun Qi shouted as his eyes widened. You mean you aren't? From other people's point of view, you are surrounded by halos of light. But your beastly, lecherous, perverted, despicable, and shameless conduct, do you think you can hide it from me? Jasmine yelled as she coldly and disdainfully laughed. Yun Qi's face had gone completely red, and he was unable to utter a single word for a good long while as his face scrunched up as if he wanted to cry. Jasmine's soul was fused with his lifeline, so she was completely inseparable from him. Furthermore, now that it had been a whole 6 years, she could even guess what his thoughts were, much less see what he had done. In this world, other than Yun Qi himself, Jasmine was undoubtedly the person who understood him the most, whether it was his good side or his dark side. However, after all these years, this was the first time Xianxia had heard Jasmine pay him a compliment. So that was the greatest comfort. If the words, "you're still human after all," can be counted as a compliment, that is. On the second day, after Xianxia had just finished infusing Yun Qinghang with the energy of heaven and earth, he received news that Su Xiangnan and Su Zhizhen had come to pay him a visit. The patriarch of the Su family had even brought along the young patriarch to come for a visit, so Yun Qinghang naturally went to receive them. But right after they had finished greeting one another, Su Xiangnan said in a rather cautious fashion, "May I inquire if your noble son is present today?" Chair. What is brother Su looking for chair for? It's like this. 100 years ago, due to a moment of rashness and anxiety, my father tried to forcefully open his heaven gate, earth gate, and palace gate. He failed and heavily harmed them instead. Not only was he forced to go into perpetual isolation, if he does not carefully control the circulation of his profound energy, and if it comes into contact with those three profound entrances, it is extremely likely to cause his profound energy to go berserk. The pain he experiences in that case is actually secondary. What we really fear is that his internal organs would get injured again and again. Our Su family has tried countless methods to try to cure his condition in the last 100 years, and we have gotten over 100 famous and highly skilled doctors to help him. But the Heaven Gate, Earth Gate, and Palace Gate are located in the core of one's profound veins. If they did not have complete confidence, or if their attention wandered for even a fraction of a second, it would cause harm to the profound veins. So all these so-called genius doctors did not dare to attempt it. Brother Yun should also have heard of what happened to my father. It has already been a full 100 years, and we are well and truly at a loss over what to do. Su Xiangnan's father, Su Hongbo, was the old patriarch of the Su family. 100 years ago, he was ranked amongst the 10 supreme individuals in the illusory demon realm. So the matter of his profound entrances being harmed was something that Yun Qinghang naturally knew. Not only that, it was something that was basically known by everyone in the demon imperial city, because this was the most famous case study on the negative side effects of forcefully trying to open one's profound entrances. Unfortunately, it just had to be that these three profound entrances were located at the core of his profound veins. Yun Qinghang nodded his head thoughtfully and replied in a measured voice, "Seeing how anxious brother Su is, could it be that Senior Su's condition has worsened yet again?" Sigh. Su Xiangnan let out a low sigh. Father found out about Duke Huai Palace's evil schemes just a few days ago. He also found out the truth behind the tragic deaths of the previous demon emperor and the little demon emperor. He was filled with sorrow and self-recrimination, hating himself for being dragged down by the injury to his profound entrances, hating that he had been completely oblivious to the fact that the demon emperor's clan had faced such a great crisis, and the fact that he had not done anything to help. In a fit of rage and impulsiveness, the profound energy that he had kept suppressed for several decades forcefully broke out and ran wild. In the end, this resulted in that energy coming into contact with those injured profound entrances, causing his profound energy to go berserk and rebound on himself, which resulted in extremely serious internal injuries. His other injuries are secondary because he can always recover from them, but the injuries to his profound entrance has caused great pain and weariness to my father, and now it is even more sigh. Senior Su's injuries are indeed a great tragedy. Yun Qinghang also let out a sigh. So could it be that the purpose of brother Su's visit was to? Su Zhizhen took a step forward and bowed as he said, "Uncle Yun, we have heard that young patriarch Yun has outstanding and uncommon medical skills. Your profound veins had withered, and all the famous miracle doctors could only wring their hands at the cold poison that ate away at your body for 20 years. But young patriarch Yun, in the span of 2 short months, completely cured you. Uncle Yun had personally said himself that he could even completely cure the loss of blood essence. Such medical skill just might be able to solve the issue of my grandfather's injuries to his profound entrances." Su Xiangnan cupped his hands as well and entreated him. "When we heard brother Yun mention his noble son's medical skills that day, it truly astounded us. My father has suffered from his profound entrance injuries for a whole 100 years. To allow my father to get rid of this suffering has been the greatest wish of our Su family in these last 100 years. With the passage of 100 years, it turned into a pipe dream long ago. If your noble son has a way to cure my father, I, Su Xiangnan, will be eternally grateful." When they mentioned Su Hongbo's injury, Yun Qinghang immediately knew the purpose of their visit. After all, the fact that Yun Qi had exceedingly outstanding medical skills was purposely disclosed by him. He replied, "Brother Su's words are too serious. I'll just call Chair over. However, Chair has just finished treating my injuries, so he might be a little tired." "It's fine. I'm not tired at all." Before Yun Qinghang's words had completely fallen, Yun Qi's voice rang out from beyond the room. He strode into the room boldly and directly replied the Su family father and son. "Patriarch Su, Brother Su, I indeed have some medical ability. If I am able to cure old Senior Su's old injury, then I feel compelled to assist in any way I can. Allow me to go along with you to pay a visit to the Su family right now." Yun Qi had made a timely entrance, and not only did he not show any signs of rejecting them, he even accepted the request right away. Furthermore, his expression was exceptionally calm and confident. If he did not have great enough medical skill or confidence, then why would he behave in this manner? The Su family father and son, who had come with the hope that this would occur, felt that hope immediately soar. Su Xianxia said in a grateful tone, "Young Patriarch Yun, no matter what happens, this Su thanks you first." "Patriarch Su is being far too polite. Please just call me Yun Qi." After that, Yun Qi followed Su Xianxia and Su Zhizhen to the Su family. The Su family was a flourishing clan that was ranked in the top 3 among the 12 guardian families. Due to this, it was natural that their foundation was thick and robust, and their aura was uncommon. Even before nearing the Su family's gate, a potent and severe sword wind assaulted him, and he could faintly hear the low murmuring and whistles of the wind. The Su family used a sword as their weapon, and they cultivated an extremely strong wind element profound art. In addition, the divine wind sword that Su Zhizhen used to defeat Helion Ba 4 months ago had not only shocked the entire crowd, but it had also made a deep impression on Yun Qi. After entering the Su family gates, Yun Qi undoubtedly received the rapt attention of all the members of the Su family. After all, in this period of time, Yun Qi was the name that resounded the loudest in the illusory demon realm, and his reputation was so great that it had nearly surpassed all of the guardian families. "Father, this person is the Yun family's young patriarch, Yun Qi." "Junior Yun Qi greets Senior Su," Yun Qi said as he strode forward to pay his respects. Su Hongbo slowly lowered himself into a sitting position, and as an incomparably strong late-stage monarch, his face did not show a trace of old age. His face was pale, and his aura was extremely weak and hollow. But when he measured Yun Qi, his originally dull eyes regained much of their color. He slowly nodded his head and with much admiration said, "What an outstanding youth. In recent times, this old man has heard your name being mentioned the most. But alas, my body has failed me, and I was not able to attend either grand ceremony. Not being able to witness your brilliance was a great loss indeed." "Senior's words are too extravagant," replied Yun Qi as he took a step forward. "This junior has some skill in the medical arts, so I have come at the request of Patriarch Yun. So if it is all right, may this junior check the condition of Senior Su's profound entrances." "Ha ha, sigh." Su Hongbo let out a laugh first, but it was followed by a muted sigh. "It was all the fault of this old man that, when I was full of vim and vigor, I overestimated myself and had to eat this bitter fruit. Now that a whole 100 years have passed, the heavy injuries to my 3 great profound entrances have caused them to be completely destroyed. I'm afraid there is nothing that can be done about it. That you would come for the sake of this old man already fills this old man's heart with gratitude. If there is nothing that can be done, please do not blame yourself for it." From Su Hongbo's expression and words, it was clear that he had long ago lost most of his hope in regards to the recovery of his 3 great profound entrances. Yun Qi gave a faint smile and said, "Senior Su, you do not need to be so pessimistic. Let this junior first take a look at the state of your profound entrances." Yun Qi arrived at the head of Su Hongbo's bed and stood at his back. He extended his left hand and gathered profound energy there. At this time, Su Xianxia's voice rang out as he asked, "Nephew Yun, is it not necessary for him to take off his outer garment?" "Oh, there is no need. He can remain as he is," Yun Qi said without a hint of hesitation as apprehension raced through his heart. Tricking his wife Qingyu and those ice beauties from frozen cloud Asgard was one thing. But what the heck would he want an old man taking off his clothes for? Yun Qi extended 3 fingers and pointed at Su Hongbo's back, precisely on the locations of his Heaven Gate, Earth Gate, and Palace Gate. Profound energy entered, And then, the condition of these three profound entrances quickly appeared in Xianxia's mind. Su Hongbo's three great profound entrances had indeed been seriously injured long ago, but they had not been completely crippled. After all, the Su Hongbo of 100 years ago was still a late-stage monarch. How could his profound entrances be that easily destroyed? The injury could be described as extremely serious, however, and since it had been like that for such a long time, these three profound entrances were already completely blocked. Simply repairing his injuries was harder than hard. As for opening them, that was as difficult as ascending to the heavens itself. With Xianxia's medical skills, if he poured in all his effort, then he could completely heal these three profound entrances. Furthermore, the risk of accidentally harming the profound veins was minuscule. However, it would take an extremely long time. Even if he incessantly healed him every day, it would still take at least half a year. But if Xianxia opened them first, then healed his injuries, restoring the injuries would become extremely simple due to profound energy being able to spread on its own. So simple that it wouldn't even need any external help. His body could recover on its own. But back then, when these three profound entrances had loosened, Su Hongbo's attempts to forcefully open them had all ended in complete failure. Now, not only were they completely blocked, they were also in a seriously injured state. To any profound practitioner, even if they were to obtain the assistance of a famed genius doctor, wanting to open them was fundamentally impossible. If Xianxia were to merely use his medical skills, it would also be impossible for him to accomplish this. However, Xianxia possessed the heaven-defying power of the Sky Poison Pearl, a heavenly profound treasure. Beneath the Sky Poison Pearl's impeccably strong purification, this kind of medical violation that defied common sense was as easy as pie. "Brother Yun, how are my grandfather's profound entrance injuries? Is there anything you can do?" Su Zhizhen nervously asked, hopeful after seeing Xianxia's actions. Xianxia smiled lightly. "Don't worry, Senior Su's profound entrance injury isn't as serious as you think it is. Senior Su, relax as much as you can and don't use profound energy. Later on, when an aura enters your profound energy, please do not resist in any way." Xianxia's words caused the Su father and son pair to reveal expressions of pleasant surprise. Su Hongbo chuckled. "Do as you will." Xianxia focused his mind, and a green lightly flickered from the palm of his hand. 3 strands of a purifying aura that came from the Sky Poison Pearl followed Xianxia's profound energy and entered Su Hongbo's profound veins, making contact with the 3 damaged profound entrances with incomparable precision. Su Hongbo's expression was always extremely flat, so flat that it was even somewhat glum. This was because he himself knew better than anyone how grave his injuries were. He had long since given up that there would be a day in which his profound entrance injuries could be completely healed. Otherwise, why else would he be able to suffer through a full 100 years of pain? It was just at this moment that his entire body suddenly jolted and both his eyes abruptly widened. His eyes radiated extreme shock and incredulity. Even his entire body was violently trembling. Su Hongbo's appearance shocked Su Xianxia. Throughout his entire life, he had rarely ever seen his father express such a great deal of emotion. "Father, what's wrong?" Su Hongbo turned his head as his lips trembled excitedly. "Opened, my heaven gate, earth gate, and palace gate have all opened." "What?" Su Xianxia and Su Zhizhen were all stunned in place, not daring to believe their own ears. Su Xianxia quickly advanced forward, held out a hand to press it on Su Hongbo's body, and carefully inserted his profound energy. Subsequently, his face revealed the exact same expression Su Hongbo had, complete disbelief. How is this possible?" Su Xianxia cried out. Being able to completely heal wounded profound entrances was already their greatest desire for the past 100 years. As for opening these 3 profound entrances, forget about even hoping for it. That thought never even crossed their minds because that was simply something that could never happen. But this impossibility had actually happened before their very eyes. Xianxia withdrew his hand and casually stated, "Even though the profound entrances have been opened, the injuries are still present. However, with this, the injuries to these 3 profound entrances should be able to naturally heal under the nourishment of profound energy. Still, it's best if Senior Su does not use more than 70% of his profound energy in the next 2 months, or else it may worsen. It should be more or less completely healed after 2 months." "2 months?" Su Zhizhen gaped. "Oh, if you want to heal a bit faster, there's a way for that too." Xianxia continued, I will immediately prescribe some medicine for Senior Su when I get back. Dispatch someone to come to our Yun family to fetch it early tomorrow. When that time comes, take one every day and put it near your injured profound entrances. Use profound energy to guide the medicinal energy inside the profound entrances, and continue doing that for around 100 breaths. And at most 15 days, you should make a full recovery. 15 days? Su Zhizhen gulped down his saliva, and his mouth gaped open even further. When he had said 2 months earlier, it was because he felt that it was simply too short of a time period, since Su Hongbo's profound entrance injuries had already gone without any cure for more than 100 years. Yun Qi, who seemed to think that this period of time was a bit long, had directly cut it down to 15 days. Nephew Yun! The shock in Su Xiangnan's heart had greatly surpassed his excitement. Even though I have heard from your father that you had extraordinary medical skills, I never expected that it would actually be this world shocking, this mind-blowing. All of the genius doctors in Demon Imperial City cannot even match up to a single hair on your head. Even though Su Xiangnan's words felt extremely exaggerated, they had actually come from the very bottom of his heart. As a guardian family, the doctors he was able to invite were naturally the best genius doctors in all of illusory demon realm that were fully worthy of their titles. However, the innumerable doctors they had invited in these 100 years, along with the numerous types of medicine and profound jade used, were all useless. Yet Yun Qi had directly opened the injured profound entrances. This was more than 1,000,000 times more difficult than simply healing it. The results as well were as different as day and night, and he had merely used more than 10 breaths of time to do all this. He had absolutely no idea how Yun Qi had done it, nor would he thoughtlessly ask about it. But just based on this outcome alone, he knew that the level of attainment Yun Qi possessed about medicine had perhaps transcended what both his imagination and comprehension. It was no wonder why Yun Qingheng had previously said that his medical skills had surpassed his profound strength. Patriarch Su is flattering me, Yun Qi said politely. Senior Su is fine now, and this junior was just lucky that he didn't fail. I won't disturb you anymore and will now take my leave. Wait! Hearing that Yun Qi wanted to leave, Su Hongbo leapt off the bed with a whoosh and grabbed Yun Qi. His previously pale complexion was now flushed red with excitement. With his 3 injured profound entrances completely unobstructed, not only had his 100 years of pain completely ended, his cultivation speed would also be faster than before. This was not merely healing his injuries, it was essentially giving him a new lease on life. The feeling of his profound veins being open to this extent nearly moved him to tears. Little brother, how can you leave just like that after you have done such a great favor for me? At the very least, let our Su family express our gratitude. No need. Yun Qi waved a hand and casually said, being able to heal Senior's injuries is this junior's honor. Besides, to me, this is nothing much. It's not worthy of being a great favor. This junior will be quite busy with some affairs soon, so I won't stay any longer. I'll pay a visit some other day. Farewell. Yun Qi executed a junior salute and cleanly turned around and left. Seeing Yun Qi's clean departure, even though the tides in Su Hongbo's heart rocked violently, he didn't feel that it was right to urge him to stay. He earnestly roared at Yun Qi's departing figure. You have not simply healed this old man's injuries, you have also saved this old man's life, allowing this old man to finally live his second half freely. Listen here, just based on you saving this old man's life, if anyone in Demon Imperial City dares to bully you, tell me, and I'll eliminate their entire family myself. Su Xiangnan wryly smiled on the side. Father, he managed to injure Duke Huai before, so his profound cultivation is probably not lower than Yun Qingheng's. The little demon empress also treats him differently compared to others. He's shrewd, and the way he thinks is frightening and even more incomparable. Adding on his heaven-defying medical skills, in this Demon Imperial City, no one should be able to bully him. Su Hongbo turned his head, glared, and snarled. What are you standing here for? Why haven't you gone to send him off? Yes, yes. The Su family's father regained their senses and hurriedly chased after Yun Qi. The next day, Su Hongbo, who had rarely ever left the Su family over the last 100 years, strutted around in Demon Imperial City, continuously paying visits to 7 or 8 of his old friends. His face flushed with spirit, and it was as though he was several hundred years younger. That clear and hearty laughter nearly rang throughout all of Demon Imperial City. At the same time, the news of him no longer being restricted by his injured profound entrances. and the fact that they were all opened due to Xianxia's medical skills had spread through the entire demon imperial city, combined with the many previous rumors of Xianxia's medical skills. Xianxia's title of Genius Doctor had fiercely swept through the entire city like a storm. It was obvious what would happen next. On the third day he had come back from the Su family, many people had went to the Yun family to seek treatment, and those who dared to ask this of the Yun family were naturally Duke-ranked nobility. Demon Imperial City was the illusory demon realm's highest existence, so the doctors it possessed were also demon illusory realm's best. If the genius doctors within Demon Imperial City were powerless, then it meant that the infliction was beyond help, like Yun Qinghang and Mu Yuru's withered profound veins, and Su Hongbo's seriously injured profound entrances. And the majority of those who sought medical treatment also had those kinds of beyond help inflictions. After hearing those rumors, they quickly came over carrying a sliver of hope. Xianxia, who was somewhat prepared for this, had welcomed them all. Later on, no matter what incurable illness, incurable injury, or incurable poison, all of them had shockingly improved for the better at an even more astonishing rate, without exception. Leaving the world's most influential hegemons stunned one after the other, they all lost control of their emotions. Towards Xianxia, their gratitude and the countless of thanks were all secondary, and they simply viewed him as a celestial being. Following Xianxia's perfect treatments, more and more incurable patients came. His medical skills had also started to almost become legendary, and reality was also like this. It was as though there was no illness he could not cure. At the very least, there were none among his patients who had claimed that he had failed to treat them. In addition, all these people, for the most part, had all been determined by demon imperial cities, #1 genius doctor and medicine kings, as incurable. Strong power or force could allow others to owe one a debt, but incomparably great medical expertise could make others owe their lives. What kind of place was Demon Imperial City? How many experts were gathered in Demon Imperial City? A portion of them owed Xianxia half their lives or even their entire lives. What kind of concept was that? Furthermore, as people who cultivated the profound way, anyone could encounter severe injuries, toxic poison, and even fatal injuries. Anyone could encounter mishaps in cultivation and breakthroughs. If they were able to have a good relationship with the Yun family, especially with Xianxia, then wouldn't that be like having one more, even several more exempt from death talismans? This was an incomparably obvious truth that any profound practitioner was clear on. This was also why Yun Qinghang had deliberately spread word of his medical skills. Xianxia's medical expertise was originally great, and he even had the additional heaven-defying power of the sky poison pearl. Even though Yun Qinghang originally thought that Xianxia's medical skills were surprising, in these short days, he realized that he had still severely underestimated his own son. No matter which incurable disease it was or what serious injury had been incurred, they all made complete recoveries with ease. It was like he had actually attained the realm where nothing was incurable. So much so that he had caused those so-called #1 genius doctors of illusory demon realm to feel ashamed to death. Xianxia had the identity of the Yun family's young patriarch. In the Demon Empress Grand Ceremony, his stunning performance caused his name to spread through the world. He came back with the little Demon Empress. He even seriously injured Duke Hua, and now his title of Genius Doctor was widespread. Unwittingly, whether it was inside or outside Demon Imperial City, Xianxia's prestige had surpassed that of the 12 patriarchs. His name had also become the most frequently mentioned 2 words. Even the Yun family's prestige had also been boosted once more by Xianxia's legendary medical skills. In the end, no matter where Xianxia went, even Guardian family elder rank persons and Duke Palace dukes would immediately take the initiative to greet him, be overly friendly, and would not dare to slight or offend him in any way, because even though slighting those of the young generation was right and proper, slighting Xianxia was making their own lives difficult. Young Patriarch, this is a 9,000-year-old pure Yang Ginseng General Chu sent over to thank you for curing his right eye. Oh, send it to the medicine pavilion. Young Patriarch, this 150 kilograms of purple Yang Jade Zai, Duke Palace sent over to thank you for healing their 3rd young master's profound vein injury. Oh, send it to the medicine pavilion. Young Patriarch, this is a 9-star evil warding bead Xuan Duke Palace sent over. There are only 3 of these in the entire illusory demon realm. Oh, send it to the medicine pavilion. We're sending this over to the medicine pavilion too. Who cares what it is, just toss it in the medicine pavilion for now. Yes, yes. Young patriarch, Su family's young patriarch Su Zhizhen wishes to see you. Oh, send it to the medicine pavilion, hem. Su Zhizhen, bring him over. Xianxia yawned, finally properly sitting down for the first time in a while. Back then, when he was treading through the azure cloud continent with his master, the patients they've saved were innumerable. Under his master's influence, a huge sense of satisfaction would emerge in his heart every time he saved someone. After the death of his master, however, his temperament greatly changed. Not only had he not saved a single person in the azure cloud continent, it was unknown how many more people he had ended up killing as opposed to saving, following his change in mentality. Now that he was saving others with his medical skills, he no longer felt that sense of satisfaction he had back then. Soon enough, Su Zhizhen walked in, but he didn't walk in alone. A luxuriously dressed girl was at his side. She appeared to be 16 or 17, with jade-white skin and ruby lips, an extremely charming girl. Her delicate head was bent, her footsteps graceful, and both her hands were nervously wrapped around the belt on her waist. From entering to arriving in front of Xianxia, she had only secretly glanced at Xianxia once and didn't dare to raise her head to look again. Brother Yun. Upon seeing Xianxia, Su Zhizhen quickly walked forward a few steps with a voice full of gratitude. You have given my Su family such a mountainous kindness, yet because of a few trivial delays, I have only come to thank you today. It really is my fault, and I hope Brother Yun can forgive us. Whatever are you saying, Big Brother Su? Xianxia got up to greet him and smiled. It was nothing much, so Big Brother Su shouldn't worry about it too much. How has Senior Su been these days? Su Zhizhen smiled and answered. Recently, Grandfather has changed, completely unlike his old, lifeless self. He's in great spirits every day, and it's as if he has been born anew. Brother Yun's medicine is even more miraculous than we had anticipated. In these short 7 days, 70 to 80% of Grandfather's profound entrance injuries have already healed. After a few more days, he'll definitely make a full recovery. These past few days, Grandfather has been worrying about what kind of gift he should give you as thanks. No need for a gift. Being able to help Senior Su recover is my honor. Big Brother Su, you still haven't introduced. Who is this? Xianxia's gaze hinted at the girl by Su Zhizhen's side. He had a slight impression of this girl, and he had a feeling she was a member of the Su family. From what he recalled, when he was in the Su household, he sensed her aura from some corner as a celebrity of Demon Imperial City. There were many people taking glances of him from every corner of the Su family, and it seemed like she was one of them. Seeing that Xianxia took the initiative to mention her, that girl lowered her head even more. Su Zhizhen hastily answered, This is my younger sister, Su Zhixi. She's 17 years old. Zhixi, why haven't you greeted young Patriarch Yun yet? The girl stepped forward and bowed lightly. Little sister Su Zhixi greets Big Brother Yun. After saying that, her delicate head quickly lowered again as a smear of red quietly flushed from her jade face to the edge of her ears. So its little sister Zhixi didn't expect that Big Brother Su, who has a tiger's fierce aura, would have such a placid little sister. Ha 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 ha, come sit, Xianxia said with a smile. Then he thought to himself, Su Zhizhen actually has a sister. It seems like they're even direct siblings, but what did he bring his sister for? No, thank you. Su Zhizhen waved a hand and then became embarrassed. Brother Yun, actually, I came this time because of my little sister. Su Zhizhen stopped talking. Then a concentrated, profound sound transmission sounded beside Xianxia's ears. When Brother Yun was treating my grandfather that day, my sister was actually in the side room. When Brother Yun left, my sister was always absent-minded and had no appetite. Grandfather said that she has an ailment of the heart that only Brother Yun can cure. That's why he said I had to bring my little sister to Brother Yun no matter what, and he even said that once I've brought her, I should immediately leave. Xianxia, Su Zhizhen lightly coughed once, then said with cusped hands, My little sister is sick, but with Brother Yun's medical skills that transcend the heavens, it shouldn't be a problem. Oh, my father has just sent me a sound transmission saying that something huge has happened in our family. He wants me to come back immediately after bringing my sister here. Then I'll leave it all up to Brother Yun. Once she has completely recovered, I'll definitely treat Brother Yun to some good why I'll take my leave now. Before he had yet to finish his sentence, Su Zhizhen had already turned and left, instantly disappearing, not letting Xianxia have the chance to even speak. Number $%. In Xianxia's mind, several crows flew through in a straight line. Shit, what the hell? Your Su family is still a guardian family, all right. This little girl is still a daughter of the Su family patriarch, you know. You're actually actively giving her out for free? And it's even Su Hongbo's idea. Where is your Su family's integrity? In actuality, old man Su definitely wasn't someone without integrity. Instead, he was extremely shrewd. Back then, Yun Qi had totally moved his heart, and several days after, he began to understand everything about Yun Qi. His verdict: this is a man in a domain that none could reach, someone who has completely surpassed the Yun Qinghang of old. He has made an appearance at only 20 years of age, yet his name has already shaken the entire illusory demon. His future accomplishments were perhaps completely unimaginable. If one were to say he was to oversee the entire illusory demon realm in the future, perhaps no one would doubt that at all. Even though he had arrived at the Yun family not so long ago, for the sake of his family, he did not hesitate to face off against Duke Huoi, who possessed absolute power. In order to save the little demon empress, he did not hesitate to brave danger and enter Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley. That was sufficient enough to prove that he was not an evil person. Instead, he was one who valued relationships and righteousness. There was another piece of information. He shouldn't be married yet. He was simply the world's perfect candidate for a grandson-in-law. Following the reveal of his shocking medical skills, his prestige had flourished even further, reaching as high as the sun at noon. The families that were well-matched in terms of social status had daughters, and as long as their brains were functioning, if they were to think of the number one candidate for a son-in-law, they would certainly think of Yun Qi. Currently, Demon Imperial City was not at peace due to the aftermath of the chaos, so it didn't seem like anyone had proposed marriage to the Yun family, or perhaps they didn't dare. Thus, old man Su promptly decided to have someone personally send in the goods. Su Jixi was Su family's princess and was an appropriate match for Yun Qi. Their ages were more suitable than ever, and her temperament was also one that men had a tender affection for. She was even an outstanding beauty. He didn't believe that Yun Qi would not accept the delivery. If he worried too much about face and was late to take action, he'd probably have to make her line up to be a concubine. And so, this kind of situation that left Yun Qi completely stumped occurred. Su Jixi quietly stood in place, and her blush did not recede for a very long time. Her delicate head hung low, not daring to take another glance at Yun Qi. She was nervous and blushed in shyness, but it didn't seem like she rejected Su Hongbo's extremely absurd setup. The two remained silent, and the atmosphere became extremely awkward. In these types of situations, it was obviously improper to make the girl speak first. Yun Qi took a few steps forward. When he approached her, he could practically hear the nervous thumping sound of her heart. "Where on your body do you feel uncomfortable?" Su Jixi nervously clutched the belt of her dress tightly. Seeing that the girl didn't know how to respond, Yun Qi smiled as he reached his hand out. "Give me your hand, let me check your pulse. 70 to 80% of someone's condition can be surmised just from checking their pulse." Seeing that Yun Qi stuck out a hand, Su Jixi opened her mouth and then slowly extended her little pure white hand. She had only extended it halfway before Yun Qi grabbed onto it. "Ah!" Su Jixi cried lightly, subconsciously withdrawing her little hand. However, it was firmly held by Yun Qi, causing the red blush on her face to spread all the way down to her snowy neck as she hung her head so low that it reached her chest. This was the first time her jade hands had ever been held by a man, and the blazing temperature of a man, as well as the sensation of Yun Qi's hands, nearly caused her heart to jump out of her chest. Yun Qi's hands continued onward, going from her hands to her wrist, yet he didn't test her pulse. Instead, he smiled as he watched her lovely bashfulness and said, "Little sister Jixi, you know I actually have a secret that no one knows." Su Jixi raised her head and slowly looked at him with hazy eyes. "This secret is..." Yun Qi's face neared as his smile became dangerous. "I'm actually a huge pervert." Su Jixi's beautiful eyes slightly shook. She opened her lips and stared blankly at the close-by Yun Qi. Then all of a sudden, a sound was heard right before she started laughing. The girl's smile was bright and beautiful, warming to the heart. If not for Yun Qi's extremely strong immunity, he'd probably lose his head. After a short silence, he said feebly, "I just said that I'm a huge pervert, you're not afraid. You're even laughing." Su Jixi used her hand to cover her lips, and her face was pink as she lightly said, "A real bad guy wouldn't say that they're bad, same with huge perverts." Yun Qi gaped, then said helplessly, "Does no one listen anymore when a bad guy tells the truth these days?" Su Jixi laughed lightly. Yun Qi's incomparably frank words didn't achieve the anticipated result, but it greatly lessened her nervousness. If you're a bad guy, then there wouldn't be any good guys in Demon Imperial City. Why do you think that? Do I look that much like a good guy? Xianxia asked while pointing at himself. His hand still held Su Jixi's delicate, smooth wrist, as though he had forgotten to release it. Grandfather said so, answered the girl with a laugh. Xianxia nodded seriously. Your grandfather is right. Since that's the case, then how about I, this good person, invite little sister Jixi to have a chat about life? Su Jixi lowered her head and softly responded. Grandfather and father wants me to leave it all up to big brother Yun. Xianxia lifted his head toward the sky. Are they really her biological father and grandfather? Su Jixi and Xianxia spent an entire afternoon together. It was only until night had arrived that Su Jixi began to leave, and it was Xianxia personally accompanying her back to the Su family. For the entire afternoon, everyone in the Yun family had a mutual understanding to not disturb them, which was why everyone who had come to visit Xianxia had all been declined. When Xianxia went to send Su Jixi back to the Su family, everybody in the Yun family talked about how they would soon have a young madam. Even the auspicious date of their wedding was under intense discussion. Both the Su and Yun family were guardian families, and the Su family's power was also incomparably powerful. The Su family princess, status, background, temperament, looks, and innate talent were impeccable. Judging from all angles, she was all the more suitable to be their young madam candidate. Xianxia escorted Su Jixi up to the Su family's doorsteps before returning. The instant he came through the door, he had already been dragged to the side by a beaming Mu Yuru. Chair, what do you think about the Su family's young lady? Little sister Jixi? Xianxia didn't even think and honestly answered. A simple and elegant temperament which didn't lose its noble air. Soft and graceful disposition, yet not to the point of being weak. Also looks pretty, her figure is also, in short, she is a very charming girl. Listening Xianxia's comment, Mu Yuru started smiling in an ambiguous manner. So you like Jixi very much? Yeah, Xianxia smiled and said. So I adopted her as my little sister. Little sister? Of course. Xianxia chuckled. Otherwise, did you want me to marry her so mother can have a daughter-in-law? Mu Yuru was speechless all of a sudden and said in puzzlement. This child Jixi is well-rounded. Many gentlemen in Demon Imperial City all admire her. You don't have any feelings for her? Of course I have feelings for her, Xianxia said frankly, but this type of feeling is definitely not the type between men and women. It's the simple admiration of a beautiful woman, and is merely a possessive desire, or to be called as the instinct of a man, or the most abominable barbarity. I can't savage someone just because of this reason, right? But Mu Yuru laughed and said, You two just met each other for the first time. Of course it is impossible for you two to develop feelings between a man and a woman that soon. But you have this admiring feeling. It at least means that you don't reject her and you even somewhat like her. This beginning is already enough, and you will develop a relationship with her very soon. Mother, you seem to really like Jixi. You want me to marry her into our family? Xianxia said with a face of helplessness. Of course. Mu Yuru smiled and said, This child Jixi, anyone who sees her would like her. Even if the Su family didn't take her to meet you themselves, I, your mother, had already prepared to bring up this matter with the Su family. In the entire illusory demon realm, there aren't many girls who can suit my son, but Jixi certainly counts as one. Everyone in the family thinks that you two are made for each other. If you keep hesitating and letting the other gentlemen from other families reach her first, it would be a shame. Xianxia rubbed his forehead in frustration and said, Mother, I will be honest with you, I am unsuitable for her, and incredibly unsuitable even. How are you two unsuitable? Mu Yuru's eyes seemed to be saying that the two of them were suitable in every way. Xianxia slightly sighed in relief and then said slowly, I once owed a girl very, very deeply. She gave her everything for me but me. From then on, I swore I will not owe anyone any more in this life. But I couldn't control myself, and under my mind and helplessness, I owed one person after another. So far as two, Xianxia's voice stuttered. In his mind flashed by the beautiful image of Chu Yuechen. He didn't tell his parent about Chu Yuechen. Or else, if they knew that it was very possible that they had a grandson wandering away from home, they would worry about it every day. And Kang Yue, they had been married for more than 3 years, but the time that they actually spent together was incredibly short. What was left for her was worriedness and heartbreak again and again. Mother, you should have seen and felt that there are a lot of unusual things about me during these times. And these all decided that my life is destined to be impossible to be peaceful. Even if I pursue the most common life, different conflicts would still continuously be attracted to me. Xianxia said peacefully. And Jixi, even though she is born to a guardian family, her personality is introverted, gentle as water, waiting to be betrothed before getting married, and after marriage she would settle in the home. To most men, she would be the perfect candidate for a wife, but she definitely doesn't suit me. If she marries me, I might bring her life down. Seeing that Mu Yuru was still somewhat lost, Xianxia helplessly said, Mother, besides, you're not without a daughter-in-law. Why do you want me to marry another sister Jixi so much? All right, I promise, Mother, your daughter-in-law is definitely not worse than Sister Jixi. Could her appearance also be not worse than Jixi? Mu Yuru asked with a forced smile on her face. It seemed like she cared a lot about the appearance of her daughter-in-law. Of course, Xianxia said without hesitation. Seeing that Mu Yuru seemed to be doubtful in her eyes, he lifted his head and said with all seriousness, Mother, I am telling you very responsibly. Your daughter-in-law, not mentioning other qualities, just solely her appearances, she would win against Sister Jixi by a lot. Oh, Mu Yuru's eyes slightly narrowed. Mother doesn't really believe this. Jixi is not a usual beauty. In the entire Demon Imperial City, there's only a few who could be compared to her. Could the appearance of the daughter-in-law that you found for Mother be like the little demon empress, like an angel fallen from heaven? I can't say that she could be compared to the little demon empress, but they each have their strengths. Xianxia nodded without hesitation. The little demon empress appearance was indeed already extremely beautiful, but whether it was Chu Yuechen or Xia Qingyu, they both were not worse than her. My first wife is, after all, Blue Wind Nation's #1. Just when the words slipped out of his mouth, Xianxia's voice was instantly stuck, and he had a bad feeling. As expected, Mu Yuru turned and looked at him. First wife? Could there be a second wife, third wife, and mistress? The corner of Xianxia's eyebrows twitched. He drooped his face and said honestly, All right, I will tell you the truth. Actually, you have 2 daughter-in-laws. The first one was the one that I've mentioned to you two before, Xia Qingyu, who had an arranged betrothal with Xiao Yun when they were still children, and we married 6 years ago. Her appearance could indeed be compared to the little demon empress, and she was publicly known as the #1 beauty of Blue Wind Nation. The other one is named Kang Yue. We married 3 years and a half ago, and she is the sole princess of Blue Wind Nation. Mu Yuru raised her brows. One is the #1 beauty of Blue Wind Nation, the other is the only princess of Blue Wind Nation. My son's taste is indeed not bad, but only that kind of woman can be suitable for my son. Mu Yuru's tone was delightful, and there was even more pride. But following after, her eyebrows lowered and said sentimentally, Chair has already had 2 wives. Mother wasn't there for either of the marriages, and now I haven't even seen what my daughter-in-laws look like. Xianxia said immediately, Mother, don't worry. 2 more months, when Father's injury is fully healed, I will use the profound arc that I have mentioned to you two before to return to Profound Sky Continent. At that time, I will definitely bring them back to see you too. But while my princess wife will definitely be willing to come back with me, my wife Qingyu's temperament is very different from usual women, so whether or not she will be willing to return with me, I can't be sure. Then Mother will have to think about what kind of gift she should prepare when she meets them. Mu Yuru smiled. Looking at her expression, she seemed to be somewhat nervous to meet her daughter-in-laws for the first time. If you don't want to marry Jixi, Mother will tell the Su family explicitly. Speaking of which, what if the little demon empress wants to marry Jixi to you? What will you do then? Marry her to me. Why would the little demon empress marry Jixi to me? Xianxia said with confusion. Oh, looking at Xianxia's reaction, Mu Yuru also became confused. Shouldn't the little demon empress know about you too? Could you have not seen her in the afternoon? The afternoon the little demon empress came by during the afternoon? Xianxia was stunned. Amen, Mu Yuru nodded. The little demon empress came to visit your father to see how his injury has been healing, and she asked specially about you. I told her that you could be in the backyard, and then she headed directly towards the backyard. Could it be that she didn't come look for you, but she left immediately? What time did she come by? Probably around 4:15 or 4:45, said Mu Yuru. Xianxia thought back to that time, and if he remembered correctly, he should have been in the backyard sitting side by side with Su Jixi feeding fishes in the lotus pond. Chair, what's wrong? Mu Yuru asked when she saw Xianxia was suddenly in a daze. Oh, usually I would go pay the little demon empress a visit every day. I suddenly remembered that I haven't been able to go yet for today. Mother, I will go to see the little demon empress. I should be back very soon. Xianxia stood up and said, Come home soon. Even though Mu Yuru noticed something strange about Yun Qi, she didn't ask any more questions. The sky had already darkened when Yun Qi flew all the way to the little demon Empress Palace. Outside of the palace, there were 2 female attendants guarding there quietly. Yun Qi landed from the sky and said politely, "Yun family's Yun Qi requests to see the little demon Empress. May 2 big sisters please help me pass on the message? Please wait a moment, young patriarch Yun." Towards the arrival of Yun Qi, the 2 female attendants both had smiles on their faces. The one on the right stepped lightly into the palace. After a short moment she came out, but the expression on her face was unusual. "Can I go in now?" Yun Qi said with a smile. "Young patriarch Yun, please wait." That female attendant reached out and blocked him. Her expression was a little bit awkward as he said, "The little demon Empress is probably not in a good mood today. She heard that the young patriarch Yun had arrived. She told me to pass on 1 word." "1 word?" Yun Qi narrowed his eyes, his body slightly leaned forward and said, "Is it scram?" That female attendant panicked, lowered her head, and only said in a small voice, "Yes." "Ha ha ha ha." To the surprise of the 2 female attendants, not only did Yun Qi not get mad, he instead laughed loudly, and his loud laughter was not stiff at all. It doesn't seem to be forced at all, and it even seemed to be somewhat carefree and proud. "If so, may I please trouble Big Sister to bring a message to the little demon Empress?" Yun Qi smiled and said, "The first thing is, if the people from the Su family ask the little demon Empress to marry Su Jixi to me, she absolutely cannot agree to it, because Jixi is already my adopted sister. The second thing is that I already scrammed obediently. If the little demon Empress is already this annoyed, I will try to appear less before her. 2 big sisters, thank you for your hard work guarding the night." Yun Qi bids farewell. Yun Qi flew up into the air and quickly disappeared into the night. "She told you to scram, but you laughed so satisfyingly. Is there something wrong with your brain?" Jasmine said in a low voice. "If she didn't tell me to scram and instead lets me go see her peacefully, I would probably be even more disappointed." Yun Qi laughed and said. Obviously, his mood was pretty good right now. After all, no matter how powerful a woman is, she would have some kind of weakness in her personality. Being gentle to her was no use. Being forceful to her was even more impossible. Neither soft approach nor force worked on her, but she seems to be able to get jealous. Jasmine, time passed day after day. With Duke Huai's disturbance being calmed down, the harsh atmosphere in Demon Imperial City slowly disappeared. The only thing that didn't grow faint was the little demon Empress Invisible Emperor's prestige. Whether it was the Guardian families or the many Duke palaces, they all obeyed the little demon Empress commands with their lives with extreme respect and fear, and no one dared to disobey at all. But another month passed by, and there still wasn't any news about Duke Ming. He seemed to have found an extremely secluded place and hidden himself. Even though Yun Qi wanted to return to profound Sky Continent day and night, he couldn't leave Yun Qinghang with his injury. He treated Yun Qinghang every day regularly, and he used the rest of his time cultivating the purple cloud art. Sometimes he would go to the medicine pavilion to refine some pellets. Sometimes he would go to the artifact pavilion to find a few swords to feed to hunger. Sometimes he would help people treat their injuries. Sometimes he would exchange moves with the young disciples in the clan O. It should be more appropriate to describe it as giving pointers. Every day he kept repeating the same things peacefully, but since that night when he was denied entrance by the little demon Empress, he kept his word and stopped visiting the little demon Empress. Under the treatment of Yun Qi, Yun Qinghang's body recovered extremely fast, and the feeling of weakness that he should have had did not exist anymore. Instead, he was energetic every day. He did not forget the little demon Empress personally matched Xiao Yun and number 7 under heaven. Yun Qinghang picked an auspicious day, brought betrothal presents, and paid a visit to propose the marriage personally, even though greatest ambition under heaven had already acknowledged Xiao Yun and number 7 under heaven. As the senior of the bride's side, facing the Yun family's visit, he still appeared quite aloof. His expression was calm, and not only was there no joy, there was occasionally some bitterness and dismay, however. When Yun Qinghang took out one of the betrothal presents, 10 overlord pellets, the white jade chair underneath greatest ambition under heaven instantly blew up, and the entire under heaven family also immediately blew up. When greatest ambition under heaven took over the 10 overlord pellets, the hair on his whole body was trembling. He even secretly calculated in his mind. Even if someone wanted to buy his daughter with 10 overlord pellets, he probably would spend a while considering it. The date for Xiao Yun and number 7 under Heaven's wedding was settled quickly. It would be 1 month later, which was also the date that Yun Qi planned on leaving. Time to go back to the profound sky continent. What was the saying? Sharpen one's knife to kill the divine phoenix. Even though Xiao Yun was made king, and he had his own king palace, he still usually stayed in the Yun family household. His wedding was also naturally a big event within the Yun family. After the date had been set, the Yun family immediately bustled with activity, and invitations flew about like a snowstorm throughout the entire illusory demon realm. In contrast to his bustling clan, Yun Qi right now was exceptionally relaxed. Like before, he was surrounded by a large number of young clanswomen who flocked around him incessantly. That was right, these were all young maidens in their prime. Young Patriarch, I heard your purple cloud art is already at the 7th level. Is that true? You clearly only started cultivating it barely 2 months ago. Of course not. Yun Qi said. He smiled, looking like a cat that got the cream. Last night I just made another breakthrough, so I'm already at the 8th level now. As he spoke, he extended his palm and gently raised it. Immediately, a peal of thunder resonated in the air above, and in an instant, a large stretch of storm clouds had already gathered in the air above. Even separated by thousands of meters, they could feel a terrifying lightning energy. Yuwara, the young girls all let out cries of surprise, and the girl who spoke previously verily screamed as her eyes widened. Wah! That's really the thundercloud of extermination from the 8th level of the purple cloud art. The young patriarch is simply too amazing. Young patriarch, Xiaoan said that when you instructed her in the purple cloud art the other day, you released red lightning before. Is that really true? A purple-clothed girl asked as her eyes twinkled. Yun Qi faintly smiled and flipped his hand, and in an instant the piercing screech of thunder pierced the air. A ball of purple lightning gathered in the palm of his hand. Then that ball of purple lightning turned into red lightning extremely quickly. Not only did the aura of the red lightning strengthen considerably, the crackling of thunder grew more explosive. Just by looking at it, one would feel their hearts start racing. Wah! Just as expected, the red-colored lightning caused all the girls to let out lovely cries. A small and delicate girl said in a timid voice, Young Patriarch, for lightning profound energy to change to a red color, doesn't it require blood essence to activate? If the young Patriarch does that, will he okay? No, I didn't even use a single bit of blood essence at all. Yun Qi shook his head. Red-colored lightning is of a higher level of lightning profound energy than purple lightning. It is manifested at the peak of the purple cloud art, and has nothing to with the intimacy your profound veins have with lightning energy. It instead requires you to have a greater understanding of the laws of lightning. Once you have grasped the concept behind these laws, then you can use your profound energy to produce the stronger red lightning. The only difference is that it will consume more energy, but there won't be any negative side effects. But if you do not have the understanding of those concepts, and you try to forcefully use red lightning, then you will need to sacrifice blood essence in order to do so. So releasing red lightning does not necessarily require blood essence to be sacrificed. Oh, so it actually can be like that. But there doesn't seem to have ever been anyone in our Yun family that can release red lightning without losing any blood essence. So could it be that the young patriarch is the first one in the history of our Yun family to have reached such a level? It has to be. Young Patriarch is indeed the #1 genius publicly acknowledged in all of the illusory demon realm, the most awesome genius around. Since the young Patriarch can use red lightning anytime he wants, then the young Patriarch can use our Yun family's forbidden domain, Nether Prison Lightning Emperor formation, without losing any blood essence. This, I am also not sure about either, because I have never tried it yet. Yun Qi said that he had never tried it yet, but it did not mean that he had never comprehended it before. Young Patriarch, the elders said that when you directly clashed with Duke Huai, he suffered heavy injuries. So your strength might already be on par with the Patriarch. And now that you also have the purple cloud art, you might be even mightier than him. Isn't that the case? A girl said with a face filled with adoration. Ha ha ha, Duke Huai only got injured that day because I seized an opportunity, and he wasn't heavily injured either. I merely blasted him away. The one who heavily injured him was the little demon empress. Right now, my power is still far inferior compared to father. He, the young patriarch, is being modest again. Young patriarch's talent is so outstanding and so handsome as well. He has extremely awesome medical skills. And not only did he save the entire Yun family, he even made a great contribution to the illusory demon realm. In addition, he doesn't even put on any airs, he still behaves in such an unpretentious manner. To think that in this world, there actually exists a person as perfect as our young patriarch. A girl breathed lightly as her eyes shone. Xianxia. In the distance, a bunch of Yun family's young men all looked like they were focused on training. But they kept looking in Xianxia's direction, and all of them had reddened eyes. But they could only look on from a distance. Not to mention his status as young patriarch, just his various exploits. Any single one of would blind them to the point of not even able to birth the thought of jealousy. What's most resentful was that this young patriarch was really too amiable and didn't have the slightest overbearing attitude even toward the lowest-ranked clansmen. This caused the Yun family's female disciples, especially the females who were confident in their looks, to encircle him as though a kaleidoscope of butterflies. Even their privately discussed topics were mostly about the young patriarch. Young patriarch, yesterday you promised you would instruct me on how to cultivate the purple cloud art one-on-one. Could it be that you've already forgotten? A lovely girl donning a purple dress mentioned with a hopeful expression. Of course not. I even remember that the promised time is precisely 3 hours from now. Remember to come to my courtyard at that time. Oh, of course I will remember. The purple-attired girl flushed from excitement. The surrounding young girls all revealed expressions of envy. A tall girl suddenly whispered with a shrewd expression, "Manor, you gotta be careful, okay?" Little Juan had told me in secret the other day that when young patriarch was instructing her to cultivate, he had accidentally touched her butt and chest, you know. Your bosom is even bigger than little Juan's, so watch out. Say it. That girl, who was referred to as Little Juan, rushed up with a reddened face as she covered that tall girl's mouth with great effort. Cough, cough. Xianxia's face was smooth and his heart was calm as he said in a righteous and strict manner, "When it comes to one-on-one instruction, there will always be times where our bodies will touch. I will swear on the name of my master that it was definitely unintentional." Jasmine, drop dead. Yes, young patriarch definitely didn't mean it. When you instruct Manor, you must definitely be careless more often, hehe. You baddies. Don't speak about the young patriarch like that. The purple-clothed girl known as Manor stamped her feet, and her face was flushed all the way to her neck. But her expression and her eyes did not seem panicked. Rather, they seemed to be more in anticipation right now. The girls tittered about again, but suddenly their laughs cooled off. Indeed, the girls in front of Xianxia suddenly had faces that were filled with panic. His brows twitched, and he was just about to turn around when a girl had already shouted out, Little demon empress." The moment Xianxia turned around, he saw that familiar petite gray-colored silhouette, still quiet and silent as though a ghost without any presence at all, causing one to instinctively feel their heart jump. Yet that face of hers just had to be beautiful, as though she were a goddess from the heavens. The atmosphere that was originally ardent and ambiguous instantly froze with the little demon empress's sudden arrival. "You all can withdraw. This empress have matters to discuss with young patriarch Yun in private," little demon empress said coldly, with no undulation of emotion in her pitch-black eyes. Yes, no one dared to disobey the little demon queen's orders. All of the Yun family's girls carefully left after bowing down low. The Yun family disciples not far away also all obediently withdrew. In the blink of an eye, only Xianxia and the little demon empress were left in the Yun family's huge training arena. HMPH, surrounded by the chattering of beauties, young patriarch Yun is sure living the good life. The little demon empress's sarcastic voice carried sarcasm within. This is why there is a phrase that goes, "Live life to the fullest." I don't know how long I'll live in this lifetime, nor do I know how I'll live in the next life. So taking full advantage of me still being alive in this lifetime, I'll naturally live life happily, as if want to be like you, knowing that I only have 3 years left to live, yet still not loosening up even after taking revenge and resolving a great animosity. Enough, the little demon empress shouted. There is no need for you to speculate or interfere with what this empress thinks and wants to do. This empress has a question. You used to come to pay respects to this empress every day, but why haven't you come in this past month? Is it only because this empress told you to scram a month ago? Of course not. Xianxia looked the little demon empress in the eye and said with a laugh, I was only wondering how long it was going to be before you can't bear to visit me on your own accord. An instant of disorder suddenly appeared within the little demon empress aura. It was unknown if it had happened because of anger or because a certain spot in her heart had been jabbed. She turned around, not meeting Xianxia's gaze. Ridiculous self-confidence. This empress is only here to visit Patriarch Yun and inadvertently saw that you were here. That's all. Looks like this empress shouldn't have come to the Yun family today, HMPH. The little demon empress angrily snorted, and with a wave of her wide gray sleeves, she turned with the intention of leaving. Sigh, Yun-Chi sighed lightly and said quietly, maybe I really was delusional and believed myself infallible. That's fine if you're this unwilling to see me too, since after this month, even if you want to see me, it won't be possible anymore. The little demon empress, departing footsteps, immediately halted. She turned around and asked with knitted brows, what do you mean? Because after a month my father will be fully recovered. It would also be time for me to return to the profound sky continent. Yun-Chi smiled and continued, even though I am a member of the Yun family and my roots are here, I still grew up in the profound sky continent. That place is where I truly belong. Since illusory demon realm's largest tumor has already been removed, there would no longer be anyone who can bully my family. But there are many people in the profound sky continent who need my protection, and many more matters I need to take care of. Adding in how hard it was for me to come back, I actually don't know when I'll be able to return after leaving for the profound sky continent. And even if I return, I probably won't stay for long before going back again. Yun-Chi slightly lifted his head and disappointedly said, by that time, even if you want to see me, it may really be impossible. The little demon empress was silent, with a slightly stunned expression in her eyes. After a long while, she quietly asked, you must go. Amen, I must go. I have already left the profound sky continent for almost 3 years. Not only that, they all probably think that I'm dead. I don't know how much heartache I have caused them in these past 3 years. Furthermore, in these 3 years, I don't even know how many unexpected events have occurred. If not because of my father's injuries, I would have already left 2 months ago. His tone of voice suddenly changed as he said with a beaming smile, it can't be that you can't bear for me to leave, right? The little demon empress' chest slightly heaved before she turned around and said coldly, you are naturally free to go wherever you want. What does that have to do with this empress? What this empress said earlier was only something I should say to detain a subject as the little demon empress. If there was one less person like you, who always claims all the credit, who is disrespectful to this empress after today, this empress would actually revel in the peace. Even if you return within 3 years before this empress dies, it's best if you never come to visit this empress. The little demon empress' voice was incomparably cold and heartless, causing Yun-Chi to be slightly stunned. Seeing that she was about to leave again, he silently shook his head, then suddenly shouted, little demon empress, are you planning on always saying these kinds of false words in front of me? Don't deny it yet. Before waiting for the little demon empress to answer him, Yun-Chi quickly neared with a few steps as his voice became incredibly calm. If you actually remembered that I had saved your life in Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley and also helped you take revenge, then agree to a small request of mine, which is, later on, whatever I say, whether it's right or wrong, whether you approve or not, whether it moves or angers you, that you'll listen until I'm done, without saying anything, without interrupting me or leaving halfway. The little demon empress stopped in her steps. She turned her head and looked at Yun-Chi. All right, since on you about to leave the illusory demon realm and the possibility of us never seeing each other again, this empress will stand here and finish hearing what you have to say. Speak. Yun-Chi's figure flashed, then stood 3 steps away from where the little demon empress was. He slowly breathed in, looked at her eyes that were as tranquil as stagnant water, and enunciated loudly. Little demon empress, Xianxia, do you really think that in everyone's eyes you are incredibly cold, heartless, cold-blooded, and nearly without emotion, so much that even you yourself think that as well? But too bad, in my eyes, you are not. I have seen too many cold-blooded and heartless people, many more than you have ever seen in your entire life. In the eyes of a truly cold-blooded and heartless person, family is worthless. They would never sacrifice their own lives without hesitation to obtain power to achieve their revenge, and would never subconsciously block in front of me when I was about to be met a fatal blow. Nor would they ever only eliminate only one Duke Hui palace and only intimidate the rest of the rebels. Nor would they, at the cost of sacrificing their own lives, painstakingly take on the heaviest responsibility of shouldering the entire illusory demon realm. The cold blood and heartlessness you show on the outside is merely an outer garment for others to see, and also merely a garment for you to deceive yourself. The you under that garment, I believe that I have seen it very thoroughly. Cough, I'm talking about your temperament, not your body, don't misunderstand.